I think Ag's Refresher is like one of the most busted builds on Bloodseeker. This game, there's not a ton of reasons to go for, like, say, the Refresher, but Planet here, and this might just be first blood. Yeah, Connect Field into that blood right. First, gonna go the way of LWW here. Zeal trying to chase him down. Does get the trade on the Pangolier, so not worst case scenario there for eHome, but first blood going the way of Disruptor. Obviously, you'd love to have it on the Bloodseeker if possible.
He did a good chunk of damage to Zeal as he chased him out of the lane, so this will make the lane a little bit easier for the Bloodseeker. And yeah, it looks like Maelstrom straight into BKB, and then probably some other utility items after that. Basher wouldn't be too bad this game. Or, I don't know, another tool to stay on top of Lina, be able to trade with her reasonably well. Because right now, Nick Sass has a lot of work cut out for him at the start. Like, Zone will eventually be able to jump his Lina on the back line, but I think as long as Lina only has one hero to worry about, which right now is the Nick Assassin, then her game can be pretty easy. And speaking of, top of the CS charts right now, 21-8, the 15-2 of the Templar.
And it's just going to keep getting more favorable here for 7E. Gets a nice easy camp pull there into the bottle refill. Love to see it.
Unfortunately, the camp doesn't give you as much XP or gold as it used to. He did end up nerfing that one just after TI.
Yeah, this is why I'm not a mid laner. I never remember that pull. No. I just like go to a bottle and then I'm like, what could have been,
Yeah, that's how you beat people who are better than you in the mid lane. You just pick something that spams in the creep wave and then you clear out your small camp. Just don't engage with them at all.
Yeah. Shining here in bottom lane on the Death Prophet, going to contest this pull here pretty easily too, right? You have Crypt Storm to just spam out the lane. I'm actually really excited to watch Planet here on the Rubik. I mean, we saw him last game on his Earthshaker just do so much work, finding so many big pickoffs, and Rubik's one of those heroes that kind of has the same impact, especially once you pick up some really important abilities. And I mean, Impale, very good. All of Death Prophet's abilities are pretty good as well. You can farm super easily with just Fade Bolt and a single Crypt Swarm. So
yeah, there's a lot to choose from here. I think the best is probably just like Impale, but even taking Mana Burn when you've got the extra cast range.
Dude, Mana Burn is so frustrating, especially if you're Death Prophet here, right? Like, that is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
LWW getting aggressive here onto Planet. Zone rotating in, not going to be able to find the kill. Maybe he doesn't have Meld quite yet. I think, 3 points for Fraction. That's about standard, especially when you're playing against this mid Lina.
Yeah.
And just jungling now, and this is kind of what we expected, right? Push out of the lane. Black was talking about it a while back. TA used to be a pretty decent matchup into the Lina, but just like a year worth of buffs, this hero is just so strong. Zeal top lane, caught inside the Blood right. That will connect. The question is, can he make it to the tower? Bloodseeker really fast here with so much bonus damage and Swashbuckle coming off cooldown. He will be safe for now.
Yeah, he doesn't want to commit into that one. If he gets disarmed as he continues to run down Zeal,
God, that's the worst.
Yeah. Getting disarmed when you're trying to chase down a Pangolier under his own tower is the absolute worst.
It's, yeah.
Like, you've outplayed the enemy, it's time to dive, he hits you once and then you're disarmed. It comes off cooldown. You're disarmed again on his next hit.
And he swashbuckles you and you're disarmed.
Yeah, and your lane that you spent the last 5 minutes winning is just lost off of that.
Yeah.
So good restraint there.
You don't necessarily, that's the one thing that's really like important to note when you're, playing in any lane, right? You don't necessarily have to get the kill. The kill isn't like the most important thing, but you can see Pangolier, he's so under-farmed compared to these other heroes, and it's just because of the pressure they're applying, making sure that he doesn't have the ability to contest the wave.
Yeah, and again, it only gets more difficult. Once his Bloodseeker hits level 6, you just bring anybody who's got a TP cancel, and the Pangolier doesn't really get to exist up there anymore.
You see a TP rotation in from the Rubik here to the bottom lane. ZZQ does have that Nightmare, but doesn't make it in range. The Nyx Assassin, all those legs, he's so fast.
Yeah, speedy boy. That's why he buys extra boots.
Yes. One for each foot, right?
Yeah.
That's why you have 6 slots, I think.
Yeah, exactly. That's a little bit of lore for everybody.
Yeah. Smoke to the mid lane. Zeal top lane. There it is. The Bloodseeker's Rupture. Just too much to deal with as a Pangolier. Nice glimpse, the good old combo there. Mid lane Nightmare will find the Templar Assassin, and she is alone, but Refraction keeping her alive for the moment. Do they have the damage to bring him down? A couple more seconds, couple more auto attacks, but he makes it away. Nice impale from YP as well, and TA calm and collected as she keeps herself alive. Salved up now by LWW and just going to rejoin the lane.
Yeah. Tried to switch over to Strength, and the extra arm from the tower managed to keep her alive, so nice rotation there as well. But yeah, not an easy game right now for the Templar Assassin. You're laying against an opponent that's pretty difficult, and you need somebody to make space for you. Right now, it's not happening in the bottom lane. Shio's just shoving this lane in. In the top lane, I think Bloodseeker needs to start making, yeah, a couple of plays.
Yeah, he's going to be having to use this Rupture on cooldown, especially against this Pangolier, just continuing to shut down his game. And you have Rolling Thunder online, but it's not there's not like a really good target for you to go on without help, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pango needs to be doing something with the people on his team. And Morphling, we haven't really talked about him too much. He's basically got, right now, a free game. Like, the amount of pressure the rest of his team is going to be able to put on the enemies here means he gets to do whatever the hell he wants.
I like Zeal's build here. This is what we typically see a lot out of the new offlane Pango build, is just maxing the shield crash instead of swashbuckle, right? Like,
yeah.
The damage reduction, the cooldown reduction, it just scales incredibly well. So I like the decision here, going for mana boots as well.
Yeah. Only reason, well, again, you can't really max out to the swashbuckle in the lane against Bloodseeker. You just want to be able to get out of those blood rates or be able to dodge into the trees or something like that. But, you know, you're playing against Disruptor as well, and we saw that last time. You tried to jump up to the top of the trees, but the vision that you get from the Thunder Strike.
Nice restraint from 7E there, waiting for the bounty runes to appreciate in value. Stonks there, very nice. ZZQ found here by Templar Assassin. Nice Nightmare behind space. Zeal, a little bit of an awkward swashbuckle there and gets glimpsed out as a result, so unable to really do much in this fight. And both teams... Wait, oh, a counter! I was like, where's this glimpse coming from? Shiro's joining the fight. We'll be able to bring down LWW, potentially Thunderstrike. Help set up the kill there for ZZQ.
Glimpses on the other foot now, and they're going to be able to do a little bit of damage to this tier 1 tower. Yeah, nobody's going to be able to get a place to defend this one. And they do need to make these movements before the Disruptor hits level 6. Once he's got Static Storm, you know, the Morphling playing far forward at all is going to be near impossible.
They're looking for M77, but a really nice ward there off the side of that tower will be able to discount this rotation, so he's going to retreat into his jungle. Again, more pressure applied to towers, though. That's kind of the game here for eHome. They want to just try and take these objectives early, and they haven't quite got mid tower. It is low, but with 7E's rotation here to the top lane, it looks like they will be able to do quite a bit of damage here to the tier 1, maybe even finish it off. They have no fortification available. Phoenix do smoke up, head this way, though. Rubik kind of putting his body between the enemies and the Lina. The question is, will they actually make it in time? It doesn't look like. They just sack it. 7E grabs the tower uncontested.
They realize that the Rubik's somewhere around there, and they don't want to catch him out. They want to be able to get somebody else as they're retreating, and they might just...
Smoke still got a decent amount of time left on it. The question is, who do you find? YP does not have Vendetta yet, so it's not easy. Zeal does get caught for the moment by the silence. Pangolier, Swashbuckle. Should be able to buy him plenty of space if he needs it. But yeah, they don't find anything.
A little bit too, well, Nick Sass was a little bit too far away for him to be able to commit the Rupture there on M77 to be able to jump into the trees.
And look at Morphling mid. He's just chipping the tower once again. So you've just got, you got the mid tower. You waste a lot of time on this smoke rotation from Phoenix, and you're still farming on these other heroes.
Yeah, they're giving them the runaround right now, too. Like, they all TP to the mid lane in order to defend that one, because that was getting pushed in. More important objective. Then they move all the heroes up to the top, take that. They follow them. They don't catch anything. So a lot of wasted time right now on the map, and zones farming up, but not as quick as these heroes on the side of eHome. And I do think that you have the late game. Like,
here's your Vendetta reveal here from YP, and that's going to be a, convenient Maelstrom proc there, but yeah, we knew it was coming eventually once this Nyx Assassin gets that level 6. Going to start finding these kills, especially, you know, if you're going to be solo in this top lane. Very easy.
Yeah, it's the Lina that has to be careful, though. If she gives up into the Nyx Assassin, it does slow down your game quite a bit. But because Nyx Assassin was just up in the top lane, 7E realizes it's safe enough in the mid. Clears that one out and can move into the triangle. So I imagine pretty quickly Nyx Assassin is going to want to start trying to set up vision around there. But I don't think anyone else on the team is that ready to, like, invade the deep parts of the enemy's map. Like, Bloodseeker definitely wants his BKB before he tries doing anything like that.
I'm curious if Death Prophet's really been able to do much this bottom tower. You know, she's been down here for quite a while. Exorcism is available on her way to the Yule. She might actually have it flying out right now. So
That's on the courier right now.
A lot of, and there it is, the Crypt Swarm. That's what I'm talking about. Planet. This is all you need on this hero. Level 4 Crypt Swarm, level 4 Fade Bolt. Waves do not exist now for the side of Phoenix Gaming.
You got the Keen Optic too. We got the extra cast range.
All right, they're gonna smoke. They want to punish Rubik here. Planet positioning himself pretty well. No TP for another 46 seconds. He should be able to take the next wave.
He dies after.
But he dies, I think, when he does it, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're actually making a little bit of space. They're going mid lane. TP's coming through. They've already caught Shining and LWW here. The Glimpse will be able to find the Bane. A nice silence there to be able to set this one up, and another kill. Gonna go the way of Phoenix now, 2-4. But again, you're not getting objectives. You're just getting a couple pickoffs on supports, and you gotta start getting something out of this.
Yeah, give them the runaround again. They thought they wanted to take that tier 1 tower and Rubik down their bottom lane. They will probably be able to get this mid tier 1.
Yeah, the Exorcism, Zeal with the Swashbuckle trying to slow it down. Rolling Thunder, he's gonna drop it in M77. Without the Rupture, can't really stop him. TP in from the Morph. He gets caught right away inside the Static Storm, but he's so tanky. He had the Strength Morph off. Yes, you got the tower, but the question is, can you get out now? Is 7E able to find that Bloodseeker on the backside? And that is the biggest kill there for them. And they also take down the Disruptor. They're just going to turn this into a tier 1 of their own. So it's just a trade.
Did not have, I guess, the magical damage in order to bring down that, or sorry, the physical damage to bring down that Morphling when he more full strength as he came in. Like, it was a nice attempt there by the Disruptor, but as soon as that's committed, then it's their time to just get back. So they trade tier 1s in the mid lane, but honestly, I think that does favor the side of eHome.
Yeah.
They're happy that you committed so many abilities for that one. You didn't get enough from it.
And they got the Bloodseeker, right? He's the most farmed hero on the side of Phoenix. He's been having a really good time. A lot of space being made for him recently, but with that death, going to slow him down a little bit. It's the worst thing that can happen. There's going to be the Rupture bottom lane onto 7E. He's trying to just outrun this one. There is no chance to be able to find that kill. Nicely done here by YP and M77.
That was only a matter of time. If you don't have the BKB on the Lina, like, you are going to be the #1 target for the enemy team. Like, you are worth the most gold. You're very squishy. All you have is the boots of travel. So, just melted there.
Yeah, you need the BKB is going to be really valuable for the Lina. The only real thing they're going to have to stop it will be an eventual Basher pickup on M77. So it's going to be a while before they could really deal with it. Lincoln Sphere is being worked on the Morphling as well. So it looks, so far, things are going really good for the side of Phoenix. They've kind of restabilized from a little bit of a rough lane stage, but this Pangolier has had no game.
The Pango, yeah, he definitely needs like a Blink Dagger, Yule Scepter in order to deal with his Bloodseeker and actually get into these fights. Right now, he's struggling quite a bit. I mean, that's the nature of just playing against the Bloodseeker. When you're Pango, though, like, your game is basically just Zac. You're still very useful at times, but it's very difficult to play around everything the Bloodseeker's doing.
Yeah, you just have to wait for Rupture, right? Like, you just can't get Ruptured as this hero.
Or you stop in your tracks after you do initiation, but for that to get like a good initiation despite being Ruptured, or like him rupturing you immediately, you need a Blink Dagger for that one. So
yeah,
needs a couple of items.
Yeah, it might be a Lincoln's game for him as well, right?
Yeah. We got Lincoln Sphere queued up on a couple of heroes this game.
Rotating around onto the top side of the river here. Rolling Thunder being pump faked, but they decide they don't want to take that fight. So vision advantage there would have definitely favored eHome.
Yep. Well, Desolator almost done on the Templar Assassin. I think he needs another 300 gold. Then she's going to be looking to play a little bit more aggressively. They see 7E again.
Yeah,
this is it. They're going to dive so far for 7E, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Impale from the backside, and they're going to go and TP on some. Zeal, he's got Rupture, though. Is he's going to drop it? Yeah, the Pangolier trying to do what he can, though. Great Fiend's Grip from CZQ, able to trade that kill. Out for the Bloodseeker. Zeal does end up going down, but Shining will join him. LWW behind the tier 1 tower. Planet here will find him, and Shiro going to help be able to chase him down. It's only a matter of time before this Disruptor will fall. And wait for him on forward. Shiro grabs himself a double kill. So they get really aggressive there behind the tower. It is punished by eHome. Honestly, I feel like it's not even... It's kind of an even trade at the end of the day. Yeah,
I mean, anything to slow down this Lina's BKB. Slow this comes out, well, if she doesn't have this, then she's not really able to participate in the team fights. Like, she's to be so worried about the Spike Carapace from Nyx Assassin. Everyone is going to jump her. She ends up becoming free gold. So slowing down her game is definitely worth it. But you are still concerned about the Morphling. They're talking about this during the draft, the panel there. This Morphling, he has a million agility. He has way too much armor. But minus armor and the physical damage you do on Templar Assassin is not going to scale that well against Shiro. Bloodseeker has to be the solution to that one.
If you don't have the TA for the Meld Strike, just take it on Morphling. So a lot of damage being done to this Roshan. They're taking it a lot faster, I think, than Phoenix Gaming would have anticipated. And this is a big pickup for the side of eHome, and Aegis going to give Shiro a lot of space to farm, and they've got it now. Pangolier by Carapace, going to be able to stun him up for the moment. YP pops that Vendetta, able to walk away. Dust not going to connect the Rupture, though, holding Zeal down, and ZZQ, that's the Deso reveal here from Zone, and that damage, just too much for him to deal with. But Shining just gets bursted instead. A 1 for 2 now as they take down the Pangolier, and looks like she will just TP out here on the Lina. No way to cancel it.
Yeah. They lose Pangolier. I mean, it was a couple seconds until...
Ooh, LWW, they did not leave, baby. They were waiting.
Oh, a surprise. He felt so confident towards the end there. At the beginning of that team fight, he didn't have his ultimate available. And at the end, he's like, yeah, I have this. If they commit on me, my team will turn that around on me. But not fast enough.
No. But again, this is what we saw last game, right? Shiro grabs the first Aegis here on the Morphling. It's going to give him time to work towards his next item. With that Lincoln Sphere done, it's just... Whoa, that is quite the spike in the graph here we've had.
Stonks, baby, let's go.
A little bit of back and forth action here. Love to see it, though. I mean, very close game, 9-9, almost no gold or XP lead for either team.
Yeah, I mean, the reason it looks like that is because there hasn't been really a very big discrepancy. Just jumping around.
Nice turnaround here from ZZQ on the Bane. They had the ward on the high ground, so they started seeing these extra heroes rotating on N7E, trying to find someone. I mean, if he gets M77, he does with the Light Strike Array. The burst damage is there.
I was saying he was going to be fine because he had a BKB, but didn't pop it when that Light Strike Array came out. In the middle of his cast animation for his Rupture, he turned around. That's when it connected with him. But imagine
top
trying
lane.
to hit it.
Found by the Morphling here as well. The E-Blade does a lot of damage, but slowed up for the moment. Shiro's going to turn himself into the Death Prophet, try and find this kill. Adaptive Strike in one. Does he actually chase underneath the towers? It looks like he's going to, but he goes right into a Static Storm, and he's morphing Aginev. He will have the Aegis to protect him, and the rest of the team, they're rotating on in. Planet will build telekinesis up zone. The LSA comes through as well. They don't have the detection for the moment. They do. The feed script comes in from ZZQ, holding him down. They take down the Templar Assassin. A beautiful rotation in from eHome. Now looking for more behind the tower. They find the Nyx Assassin. Vendetta will not protect him. There's the VKB from 7E. Will be able to chase him down, and YP not going to be able to survive. Exorcism paused here by Shining. We'll actually buy them a little bit of time here potentially, but the Impales from Planet, you got to be so careful. This ability is so good on the Rubik, but they find themselves potentially another here on the backside. Shining, it's caught. E-Blade combo comes out once again from Shiro. This fight going on for days here, it seems, as Rolling Thunder now coming in from Zeal, protected by the Lincoln Sphere. Good luck trying to stop this roly-poly as LLW. Gonna get found. Planet, dude, they actually juked him on this Bloodseeker on the backside. That was actually a really nice footwork there. He's got the schmoves, as you like to say, right?
Advanced movement there
yeah.
on the Bloodseeker. Impressive. The rest of his team, not so much. Dove under the tier 2 tower there. Creeps far from it as well. That unfortunate for the Disruptor. Ended up committing that initial Static Storm because he's just worried about keeping his team alive there, but had nothing for him when he came back up.
Yeah, exactly. The Aegis expires, or you commit for the Aegis, and then what?
Yeah. They didn't really think about what came after that, so I respect the hell out of that dive. I thought there was no way he ends up getting out of that one alive, but ended up taking down so many heroes, and this becomes a massive XP and net worth advantage.
I can just imagine Shiro in comms being like, no, we're diving.
We're
going.
Yeah.
He's like, come on. Just telling his whole team to just go for it. Ends up paying off big there.
I mean, that's a lot of faith in that Morphling for that call, though. If you don't listen to him, he definitely dies, and
yeah,
the game becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, on his way to his BKB now, and at this point, once you have that, Shiro going to be very difficult to kill. We're going to see the Aether Lens completed now on ZZQ, so Fiend's Grip from even further away, and Planet does have his Shard, so I actually really like the Shard here for this Rubik. It gives you that telekinesis on allies, so you can actually save your heroes if they get caught out of position.
The Glimpse Static Storm, and throwing them out of the Glimpse.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
You can pull them out of
static
static
field.
Yeah, that's really sick.
You just toss them over the wall.
What if you weren't stuck here? I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that one's pretty sick.
Dude, he is so farmed. Like, compared to the other supports, Planet is just on a whole nother level. And this is what I was talking about. There's so many different abilities for him to farm with on this Rubik.
Yeah.
And he's also got a Philosopher's Stone. That doesn't hurt.
Yeah. I mean, you were talking about this at the beginning, though. He's just spamming out creep waves with his Fade Bolt and Crypt Swarm. He just set up camp in the bottom lane and just farmed out everything for a little while. It always feels really good to play Rubik super greedy like that.
Lincoln's being queued up here for M77. We're seeing a lot of that out of him this game. But they still need the BKBs on the side of Phoenix to like really start taking these fights. As 7E obviously gonna find himself another tower here bottom. They've set up so much vision here in this triangle, and I don't know how Phoenix can actually fight into this.
I mean, the solution that they're working on right now is the Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor, like AoE Doom. But if you have the Aghanim Shard on the Rubik, the AoE Doom doesn't matter. You can still toss them out of that. The mute doesn't really matter.
ZZQ, nice ward vision here. Can he get a Nightmare play? He does, finds the Bloodseeker for the moment, but 7E on the backside. Has that BKB available, hasn't had to commit it, but the Rolling Thunder from Zeal is going to find the big kill. 7E pops his BKB, trying to run away, gets that Rupture out, but the counter Rupture is stolen from Planet. M77, a taste of his own medicine.
And not a chance. They got to feel a little bit hopeless at this point. Just completely turn that one on them as they were trying to make the last couple of plays. This game feeling very desperate, and Lina didn't even have to commit BKB there.
Not at all. I thought she would, right? Like, she's just going in against 3 heroes and just has the confidence in her team to just follow that one up, to blink in from that Rolling Thunder. Just did so much work.
Well, the only two things that you're concerned about is Nyx Assassin's initiation onto you, and then maybe getting caught out by the Static Storm and Kinetic Field. And the Nightmare coming out into the Nyx Assassin, I think, was the best case scenario for her. She ends up dropping the stun on her afterwards. And
Zone mid lane, trying to get aggressive on Azil. He doesn't get a disarm, though, and Zone will just find that kill. Try to get saved there by the Rubik, but not enough.
Good riddance. You should never get that, what, 17%? Is that what it is, or 15?
There's a lot of 17% in this game, I feel like.
Yeah. And 17% are coming out of NA recently were absolutely hilarious to watch.
The Arteezy triple bash is that's only to our tour, honestly. One of the funniest moments.
Yeah. When you're good, I suppose.
The smoke up here from Phoenix, trying to find something to play with. They do have these ultimates available. They're going to right into ZZQ as the smoke gets popped and Zone will find that quick kill. The Rupture, though, does connect onto the Templar Assassin here. They're going to drop that Exorcism as well to try and just chase down Shiro, but he just bursts down the Nyx Assassin instead. Meld here on the backside. There's going to be a Fiend's Grip as well, able to glimpse the cancel, but Shining just taking so much damage from 7E, but Zone's dishing it out himself. He gets the kill. Question is, can they get more? Zeal with the Rolling Thunder now blinks in, able to stun these up on the backside. Shining will fall, and now looking forward. Telekinesis, he jumps him forward. He finds the Bloodseeker. Shiro able to grab the kill, and now looking for more. 4 dead on the side of Phoenix. Zone trying to hobble away, but I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. Blink forward. Zeal with the body blocks, baby. Closing the gap on Shiro. Give the man a rampage. First series of the upper division, and we get ourselves a rampage for Morphling.
Absolutely incredible. Turn that one on them so quickly. I thought that they might have that fight. I mean, the Static Storm is absolutely beautiful, but I think at this point, eHome just way too far ahead. So much damage coming out from Shiro in these team fights. And he didn't even have BKB there. That was really their last opportunity to be able to turn this around on the Morphling. There it is now. How do you deal with this guy at this point? I'm not sure you do. I mean, you're working on the Aghanim Scepter in order to counter out this BKB, but you already have a solution in Planet. The Aghanim Shard is just going to be able to toss him out.
Well, they find themselves another kill there. Beyond godlike now for Shiro, 12, 0, and 4. A pretty similar performance to what we saw last game, I would say. This guy may be pretty good on the Morphling.
Yeah, I imagine the rest of DPC, everyone else is going to be taking notes, banning this one out against him.
Yeah, it would seem like a 10K gold lead now, 12-24. eHome really starting to hit their stride here in game number 2. And Phoenix, they've got to come up with something. Roshan, luckily, not coming up for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is nice set of Phoenix level, a little bit of time to get control of the map again before Roshan respawns. Lina now has a Silver Edge completed. That is going to be a lot of right-click damage.
I mean, we saw how much damage the Templar Assassin can do in these fights if she's able to get her hands on the Lina, but she had to commit the BKB. Oh, top lane Zeal just tanking it up. He's pretty difficult to kill, but there's going to be the Static Storm as well, and they will be able to eventually, well, maybe not. Zeal ends up buying enough time for the Fiend's Grip to trade there, and M77 going down. I mean, you're pretty happy with that if you're eHome, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're happy that he end up committing the Fiend script. That means fighting around the Roche pit the next couple of seconds is going to be a little bit easier. They're going to have like a 20-second window, so it's possible they take a team fight the next little bit. 17k hero damage right now on the Morphling.
Blast rate quite good, actually, if they can get this. Oh, they're going to find the next assassin once again. The gem there on Planet, paying dividends already as Shiro makes quick work of him. And 7E, he's scouting for this TA. He knows he's down here.
The confidence of this. I don't think Zone actually wants to fight 7E.
Oh,
sorry,
well.
I don't think 7E wants to fight Zone, not by himself.
He's just going to wait out the blink, though. He actually make it out. He will. Nicely done here by Zone. Well, 7E, does he continue the chase? Decides not to.
I do think that Zone wins that fight, but not if anybody's nearby on eHome.
Yeah, he was waiting, right? 70, like he didn't jump him right away. He was hoping his team could make the gap close, but doesn't end up happening here in the top jungle. They will find the Pangolier, but the Zero's tanky, man, is not an easy kill. Does have the roll up. We'll go ahead and drop that. Taking a little bit of damage here from the Rub Zone. Needs some careful. Zone pops the BKB on top of 7E. Shining can't get the vision though. And in comes Morphling. He's just doing the damage. They're trying to take down this Templar Assassin, and they do get it. Shining now trying to chase him down. Yule's buying him a little bit of space to dodge out that E-Blade, but you didn't finish off that Lina, and that was what you needed to do. And YP here on the backside does get put under with this Nightmare ZZQ. Telekinesis himself. A little bit of taunting there from Planet. I love it.
Oh, that's how you stun people. That's how you stun people. You're a real Rubik player.
All right, that's some funny stuff. I love it. This guy's having a good time.
I drop the enemies, but I could drop myself. And Roshan responds just a little bit before that fight, so Shiro's going to make very quick work of this one. And 11k now with advantage. I mean, it feels so much worse than that, though.
It does. I mean, Black was right. He said about it in draft. You know, like, this Morphling, again, in the late game feels uncontested. And the Templar Assassin, she commits heavy onto 7E. And Shiro's like, yeah, that's fine with me. I'll just dish the damage right back.
Yeah, I mean, before that that team fight, you know, the net worth was...
Oh, bottom lane, they find, the Bloodseeker once again. Yeah, that's a great scout by ZZQ there. Fiend's Grip easily secures that kill, and Bloodseeker, I mean, he had a pretty decent start to this game in this top lane, but it is all falling apart here.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully you're not the main carry. The Templar Assassin is, but it's got to be the Bloodseeker who deals with the Morphling. It's not going to be the TA. We saw that in the last team fight. TA right next to the Morphling, but she realized she's not able to trade with him.
Not at all. Look at the score, 15-0 and 5 on the Morphling. This is absurd. Buybacks all available for Rubik as well as the Disruptor. A couple heroes not too far off in terms of gold, but I don't think eHome's going to be really saving for their buybacks on any of their cores at the moment. I mean, they are just in such a commanding position now.
Yeah.
Elven Tunic as well picked up. I mean, pretty decent. You do have the Maelstrom on the Bloodseeker, which makes it a little bit less value, but...
Yeah, and Phoenix, they realize how hard this game is at the moment. They're going for, you know, these small items that might change the team fight as the enemy try to break high ground right now. Aghanim Shard queued up on the Death Prophet. If she doesn't die first.
Ooh, he's going for it. Almost managed to get in range. But I was going to say, Shiro, maybe he would want the Elven Tunic. But yeah, he's got a Paladin Sword. That's a pretty good one.
Very cool.
Oh, there's the Ags on the Disruptor. Okay, so this is a big timing for the side of Phoenix. I mean, they've been working for this item for quite a while, and it is a huge buff to their team fight. The question is it going to be enough? They smoke up here on eHome, right outside the enemy base.
It depends if eHome realized that he has this. I mean, Rubik's going to be sitting pretty far back. He's got his Aghanim Shard, so he will be there with the save. But there's a big cooldown on Telekinesis, so if he ends up committing it at the start of a team fight, and it's their main catching tool.
Planet goes in. They find YP here. The Shiro gets the BKB, and he's just dead before he can do anything. The Aegis obviously still protecting this Morphling for now. That's not the hero you'd want to commit on, but they will know about the Disruptor Aghanims now.
That's scouted. I think Planet's going to be a little bit more careful. Unfortunately, you know, he is, again, the main jumping tool. He blinks forward, hits somebody with a telekinesis, and then sets up for the rest of his team. ZZQ doesn't want to do that with like a Nightmare or Fiend's Grip. He just ends up getting blown up. He's forced to stand his ground if he does that.
They're going to go in and go for a smoke. They did see Lina TP to the top lane, and she might be making her way back through the jungle. And Phoenix Gaming might be able to intercept that. It'd be a very big kill if they can. Have the vision, but
this could
ZZQ might actually spoil it. Ships in the night. He's able to dodge it for the moment. Glimpseback will find the Bane as he is stuck here. 7E into the trees, though. Might be able to find himself a little bit of a return kill. Light Strike Array off the mark, but in comes the Morphling. They do get the big Static Storm off, but the Kinetic Field's not there to hold him in place. And Morphling, he's got the Aegis. He doesn't really care. The BKB comes out from 7E, able to just try and run away, but he goes right into zone. Big Melt Strike coming through as Shining with his BKB trying to stand his ground. BKB TP out from the Templar Assassin, but you've lost 4. A costly engagement once again here from Phoenix, and they just cannot kill this Morphling.
This Death Prophet buyback isn't going to be enough either. With a minute and 34 seconds left on this Aegis, you're going to lose this Rax here in the top lane. I wouldn't be surprised if you lost the mid one as well. Fortified not going to buy you enough time either.
If they get a nice catch, and there it is, Death Prophet, it's going to be a dieback. 95 seconds, Planet with the catch there. And I mean, your Lina could buy back if they really want to commit to end this game, but they don't even need to. The Morphling pushes fast enough.
Yeah, they're fine without him. And there it is. They go for the mid lane as well. 80 seconds still without this Death Prophet. Look how quickly Shiro rips through these buildings.
Backdoor protection, actually, for the moment, but the mid lane
It ends.
gonna get exposed there thanks to these top creeps finally making it in. And Shiro now working on the second melee barracks here. Zeal on the backside with this Pangolier doing so much utility. That is going to be 2 uncontested lanes. E-Home feeling good. You know, Shiro, he's really feeling good. He says, screw it, we're going to go for 3. He's still got the Aegis for 40 seconds zone. Did just pick up a Daedalus, but he's got refractions now.
Looking to take this 2-0 series, not give him a chance to come back in the game. I don't think they've got any real reason. They're not on a timer here. They've got the late game, okay.
Double
takes
waveform, yeah, he's going to back out now.
Yeah, takes the tier 3 tower, then he's out. I mean, he's made some amazing calls this game. He hasn't died at all. I mean, he ended up diving that top tier 2 tower, and that looked like an absolute suicide mission.
Made it work, though, and
yeah.
They're going to go ahead and TP back down here with 7E on this Lina. And yes, your Aegis is expiring, but you've got a 28,000 gold lead now, and it's feeling almost impossible for the side of Phoenix to get a control of this game.
Yep. But, you know, first game of the upper division here in Chinese region, they don't want to give this one up. And, again, the history between these 2, I guess, teams, organizations, E-Home having the majority of Phoenix's old roster.
Ooh, gets the Yules off just for a moment to dodge out that shotgun, but my god, the damage from Shiro.
Yeah, I mean, you've got buyback right now. They smoke up on Phoenix. I guess they just don't want them having vision of where this disruptor is, because if anything turns this team fight around, it is going to be...
They pop a smoke of their own, though. Shiro's got a refresher. I mean, he feels pretty safe, and Zeal might just go in with the Rolling Thunder, and that's exactly what he's going to do on the backside. Try and scout them out. Shining gets the BKB, but Shiro just laying work on these towers, but they find the Bloodseeker into the trees, and M77 pops the BKB, but it's not enough. In comes the exorcism from Shining, but they're able to get the space out. The telekinesis saves Shiro once again, and now 2 heroes dead, maybe a third. Shining will join him. With all cores on the deck, this might be all she wrote here for the side of Phoenix Gaming, as Zeal buys himself a basher from the enemy base. Why not?
Yeah, it's only a matter of time at this point. Tier 4 tower is going to melt if they don't call GG. Well, E-Home will end it for them.
Yeah. There it is. Mega Creep's going to be secured, and with the damage from the Lina as well as the Morph, it is just way too much. He's creeping CZQ. He throws it into the fountain. Oh my gosh, you love to see it. Lotus will actually save him. Planet, the guy really feeling himself here today. Love to see it.
Absolutely beautiful. First series, a quick 2-0 for the side of E-Home, and Shiro looks absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I would say E-Home and as a whole, right? The entire team looked so good in this series, and honestly, like, it's just an incredible performance, not only from Shiro, but I mean, Planet in game 1 on the Shaker, game 2 on the Rubik, just making so much space, just incredibly farmed all around. And Pango managing to bounce back from a really rough lane stage.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing against a Bloodseeker. That one is pretty difficult. You know, the moment he gets level 6, it becomes even harder. But yeah, bouncing back into that one pretty quickly was impressive. And they did lose Lina a couple times. They realized that they needed to run at her. She was the easiest target, but it means Zero got to do whatever he wanted that game. And they talked about that one. They liked their draft a little bit better, but this time, again, no real solution to the Morphling.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the Lina able to dominate that mid lane, 7E. I mean, even though you do get picked off, he still managed to keep himself on the top of the net worth chart. And there's a couple fights where, like, the Templar Assassin's able to, like, find the Lina and put a lot of damage or find kills, but it puts her in a compromising position for Shiro just to come through and clean up big. I mean, he gets the Rampage in the mid game. I mean, it was just so sick. I loved it. I mean, E-Home seemed to really be like a really well-rounded team. So.
Yep.
But with that, we are going to go ahead and send it back to the panel for them to break down our first series here. So go ahead and take it away, guys.
100 audio.
Well, that was a convincing 2-0, unfortunately, from eHome, as Phoenix, unfortunately, couldn't quite pull it out of the bag for their first series of the tournament. Not unexpected, but, you know, guys, what do we think about game number 2? Better from Phoenix?
At times, I think it looked as good as it feels like it's going to get. But I think really the big takeaway is just how well eHome played. And their drafting. It felt like very one-sided.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying that they didn't address the morphling really again in game 2. They picked one disruptor, but it's pretty much like again, your last pick TA is actually not good. Like you pick it against Alina, which is a bad matchup to begin with, and then in the mid late game you have this morphling who doesn't care about your presence at all. In fact, he just destroys you. Right? And it's pretty much what happened. Morphling completely out of control. They had one stun for him in a static storm, but with that Aegis, he doesn't care. Like, he made a mistake, morphed down when he got Static Storm, sure. Aegis pops, turns the fight around, gets, like, a rampage. Like, I don't know, as soon as that mid-fight happened, where Morphling got, like, a double kill off it, like the game just felt all eHome. Like, there was no way back for Phoenix, it felt like.
Yeah. It felt like a great Morphling game. He obviously gets the first rampage of the season. Always a good feeling. But it just... Even throughout the entirety of the Static Storm, like, they weren't even killing him, really.
Yeah.
He would just get hit by the Static Storm, survive it all, and everything was fine.
Yeah, exactly. No, that was the biggest problem. Like, they picked this big counter to him, and he was like, yeah, I don't really care about that.
I'll just survive.
It was a tough one, but you know, I think Planet has had an excellent series. I think our Cryptic was talking about that, how good of a game he had both on the Rubik and the Earthshaker, right? Like, you know, obviously they have this inexperienced offlaner just out of school and still warming up and things a little bit, and you know, that's when you want your experienced Position 4 player to kind of step up, take the lead, make the plays, and suddenly in the Earthshaker game and again, you know, in this Rubik game, definitely doing that and playing from the front lines and yeah, being a bit of a puncher, you know, a bit of a boxer. That's what I like to see. It was very nice. Very nice.
Planet gave me some FY vibes.
Ooh.
In that series.
Ooh.
I thought his Rubik was good. I thought his Earthshaker was really good. You know, that's high praise, but I thought this was a really good series for him. Something to definitely come out of the gates on. Like, yeah, you're playing Phoenix. I think that maybe from the outside looking in, this is a series that eHome should win. But, you know, the players who are in the lobby, there's a lot of pressure. It's the DPC Tier 1, like Division 1. This is for a major. Every win's big, and, you know, you still come out guns blazing. You look really good.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good series for him to start on for sure. You know, a nice confidence builder to leading up into some big games. Yeah, Black, closing thoughts on this one, and what were your thoughts as well on Phoenix and where they decide to let, you know, do you think the Bloodseeker carry would have been better than this, or do you feel like that wasn't really the issue?
I really think the biggest problem was that just the last pick in the mid lane didn't make any sense once more. Just for both games, I feel the draft has been pretty decent until that very last pick. And then the last pick completely ruined it for me. And that's definitely something I have to work out. If they do that, like, unfortunately, I have a hard time really gauging how good Phoenix is after these 2 games. Because really, after they commit one mistake in either game, they just really couldn't play the game anymore because the draft didn't allow them to.
Yeah.
But like, if they keep drafting like this, obviously there is not going to be a very big chance that they will be able to cause any damage to the bigger teams. But it is also one of the issues that is most easily fixed. Like, getting a better last pick should not be an obstacle, right?
Yes.
And once they have that, I do think they could potentially cause some trouble for some bigger teams. Like, the individual skill we saw is there, but yeah.
The TA felt very comfort pick.
Yeah.
Like, a team that used to do that is IGV. They get like 4 heroes in a draft, and then like Butterfly Effect would get TA, and it's just like, well, you have this 4-man draft that looks good to start, and then you're picking a TA because it's comfort, and it doesn't really mesh with everything else. And it really just threw a wrench in everything, and it didn't look good for them.
If you want to pick like that, though, like, you gotta pick that super early. Like, if he's like super comfortable in TA, just like first turret, first three, you build a lineup around it. But if you build a draft around a DP and you pick up a TA middle again, it's like, why? You know, like just in game 1, I feel like DP middle actually would have been very strong this game. Like you get up to a good start, high levels, you can start pressuring towers, you get big, you can actually just walk into the team fight. There's not a whole lot they can do to you. But maybe he's just not comfortable on DP at all. But then you shouldn't pick it first two like that, you know, in both games. Because it is not the greatest offlane hero, I gotta admit. Like it's okay, but it doesn't pressure the morph. He had free farm.
Yeah, then you got to wonder why. And also, you know, this was the first phase morph 2 games in a row, and both games, like Shiro just absolutely kicked off, had such a free time. That has to be concerning for Phoenix to be like, oh, we just got beaten by the same thing twice in a row. You know, we had a chance to work on it, and we had a chance to answer the problems we had. And I kind of feel like they swung in the opposite direction. You know, like the first game they did have stuns, but you know, kind of didn't really have the damage and such. And then game number 2. They just didn't have any stuns at all. And, you know, both games should end up being a bit of a free one for the Morphling, unfortunately.
Yeah. The draft felt like they were drafting for them and not against eHome. Like, eHome had their plan. We picked Morphling, and then you saw the bans. It was everything to protect the Morphling, and then it didn't really feel like Phoenix were reacting to that as much as they really could have.
Yeah, I'm actually really wondering if that morph pick was just because of the DP, because it lanes really well into the DP, or what, but... Yeah, it worked out perfectly for them twice, and they just, like, they had Morphling again. Let's not answer it twice. Like, okay.
Well, the Disrupt was meant to be the answer, wasn't it? But
yeah,
it really
but like,
worked, did it?
supports answering a call is always a very big gamble. It's like the same as I'm just gonna hard counter this free PL game with an Earthshaker +4. It can work if it goes perfectly, but if you mess up one echo, if anyone gets on top of you, suddenly the game plan just falls apart, and we can't answer him anymore because one of our least farmed heroes just died. You know, it's a very big gamble, and it definitely didn't pay off in this game.
Right, so what advice would you have to Phoenix? You know, if you could talk to them right now, you know, you're in the changing rooms after the game, you know, everyone's all sweaty after the big match. What's Coach Black coming in? You know, kicking down the door. What's he saying?
Step aside, let me handle the mouse when we draft. Because really, I think it's all drafting. I already do think
Pumped up.
Most.
I was really worried.
I'm ready.
You were just like,
No.
the mouse. I was like, oh no.
No.
Just
We don't go
drafting.
there. That happens if they lose like that again. Then I'm like,
Okay.
now I'm taking the mouse for real, bro.
You have to play without the mouse, and then once you learn to play without the mouse, you can have it back, and then you'll be twice the better player.
You just go and like, rip it away. No, you don't deserve it. Show me you can do better than that.
Yeah, and that speech, it's the speech from Black and then the 1980 U.S. Miracle Team on ice. I only tell you, that got me
You're gonna
hyped.
make them play with a controller. Then when they have the keyboard and mouse back, they'll be gods because they'll be used to owning with a controller.
Dude, actually, a controller sounds fun.
Yeah, Dance
Not
Dance
great.
Revolution controller.
Not great, but fun.
I was wondering where you're going. Have you tried it yet?
I have not. Like, how do you aim? Like, probably analog stick?
Yeah. So you get like a little dot on your hero, and then when you press the analog stick, you kind of points in the direction. It always sends it back to
That's
the
so
hero.
terrible.
Play Meepo like that. If you get a win, I'll sub.
Oh, Shiro MVP, by the way.
Absolutely. What's his gold to
Unsurprisingly.
damage ratio? Whoa, 2.41 gold to damage ratio. I think that's very high. We've only seen this stat twice, but
What was the other one?
What's the way out?
1.42, I think.
Well, that's
Lot
very,
more damage
2.4
ratio.
is high.
But Razor doesn't, I guess Razor doesn't farm as much as Morphling does. But
Dude, honestly, I
Still
would
has a
love to
lot of
see the
damage.
contrast between like the other carry. Because it's probably like 0.9 or something.
yeah, that would be a bit. I don't think that'd be great. But again, he didn't have much gold either, so.
Yeah,
maybe-
exactly.
maybe
So it's
okay.
always like, it's actually a very neat stat. I
Wow.
don't think I've seen that one before.
20 and
The
0
Death
on
Bolt
that
loss
Wolf
was
thing.
pretty interesting.
20 and 0.
Slapping.
Yeah. I mean, this is what happens when your best answer is both supports. It's a big problem. Like, TA blinked in front of the Morphling, and Morphling was like, what the hell did you just do?
Thanks
And
for
then
making
TA
this
tried to
easier.
run away, got Scottied up. He's like, ah!
Good cocks a shotgun. Like,
Let me go. It was a mistake, an honest mistake. Sorry, sir.
that's the thing, right? Like the moment he gets that the shotgun is the support killer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're gonna kill me, or I'm gonna kill you, and guess what? If I make a mistake, it's fine. I've got like a million things to get me out of it. I've got a
Yeah.
BKB, I've got strength morph. If you make a mistake, sorry.
There
just
there
gonna
was
be a-
like this one moment where it felt like the disruptor, and he glimpsed him back while he got killed. He's like, guys, I got them all. Oh. You got me. Dang it.
And then there was a time where he got glimpsed by the Rubik, and his just dead disruptor just came back to the point. I was just like, all right, well,
Imagine he
I
bought
tried.
back and it comes from a fountain. That's so funny.
What do you do though? Like when you're glimpsed and you're just moving in front of a shotgun morphling, like is that the point where you just you just stand up, you just leave?
Yeah.
Like
Well, do I
my
thunder
job.
strike him or not?
guys,
Will I
it's
be able
taking
to
literally
get
no
it off?
damage. I'm doing it.
That's funny.
Well, eHome, as we mentioned, they did look good. They did look good. It's a gentle series to start them off, though. And the next match is going to be against IG. Ooh, what do you guys think? Is this going to be a closer one than maybe you might think, considering eHome's playing with a kind of new squad?
Keep in mind they just lost to Neon 3-1.
That was that RNG or IG? I think.
RNG lost to
IG.
Neon in the finals.
Yeah,
What-
IG lost to Neon.
Although
in the
I
upper
believe,
bracket
yeah.
Oh,
finals.
they didn't get. Oh, it was RNG that. Oh
IG
yeah.
and then lost in the
So they
grand finals
beat-
3-1.
They lost to Neon 2-1, right?
Yeah,
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
bracket
Okay.
finals. This is of the Huya
Just
Invitation,
lost
by
to
the way,
Neon 2-1 in the upper
not
bracket. final.
DPC.
That is true, but,
But.
it's not DPC. I always wonder how much, you're putting into those. Is it going to be 100% every single time? Like, if you played outside events, you were part of, like, DPL and everything like that, right? When you were on Vici?
Yeah.
So, like, was that always just 100% all the time?
Never.
Never?
Yeah, it was just really the big events where you try, but still, like, you still want to win while experimenting. Like, losing never feels good, right? Especially if you lose upper bracket and then lower bracket straight away. And I just wonder how much the change of Fade and Kaka, will impact them, because as you said, and as they said also, like, he was their shot caller.
Yeah.
And Fade, I don't think, has filled a similar position in his past teams. Because I don't think he's a shot caller.
Yeah, I don't think he was doing it when he was playing for eHome. I don't think
Okay,
that.
he did not. He did not.
Yeah,
for
so
sure.
it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be the shot caller on this one, and like what they're going to try and get done with Fade and everything like that. Like,
Is
I
that
don't
a
know.
hard position to move into? Like,
Very hard.
yeah.
Because like he's basically taken the captain's role, right, without ever having done it. This
Is
makes
it
me
just
wonder when
straight
are they
going
gonna.
captain? You think?
They have to, right?
Well,
What else could they do? Because like it's not another person. Okay, so here's the thing, right? When you remove the captain for someone who's not a captain, anybody would have to do the same amount of work, right? Whether it's another player already on the team that has to become a captain, or the new guys to become a captain, the same amount of work. So either way, it's gonna be a tough cookie to chew.
I'd say it's probably going to be like Emo making the shot calls. If anything.
Potentially, but playing from the mid lane is so difficult and doing that. I think it's about time we get to see his go treatment, where we just like, get the coach in on him, get him mic'd up.
Slap
I
in
actually
the
wonder
back
how
of
that would
chairs.
impact
Kind
Dota.
of did, but kind of didn't as well. It was,
Yeah, but I
gonna
really
talk
wonder
about
how that
that.
would like impact Dota as a whole if every team had that.
Well, I would be okay with it being like, what, not in comms, but like there maybe? I don't know.
What do you mean not on comms? But
I don't know.
What, he's just standing
It's like,
behind them, can't
you
talk
just-
to them?
So you have
Yeah.
to go behind your players, and you have to behind you.
No.
You're getting ganged.
I'm pretty sure
They all
in
learn
the
sign
CS:GO, They're
language.
just like sitting behind, like on camera. You just sit back and just watch.
No, that sounds terrible. I actually mean like
They're watching
communication.
anyway. Do you think they're not watching Beacon?
Yeah.
They just
Beacon
walk out and go get a coffee or something?
Slap
I'm
the back of some
gonna.
chairs, hype him up a little bit.
Right, guy, yeah, he comes back into the room. Right, guys, I'm going to tell you guys what you did wrong, but first tell me what happened, because I wasn't really watching. Don't really know what happened.
Yeah.
My words are being taken too literally. I
Oh,
don't know.
mid lane fed first blood for
Come on,
no
guys.
reason. And it's like starts like an internal civil war. First blood from the mid lane. Yeah, he just died to him solo. I don't even know what happened. It's like,
This was his idea anyway. I wasn't, the one advocating for it. I was just trying to,
I'm really
Alright.
curious though how it would impact Dota, because I do think a lot of teams just lack this actual shot caller, and with him they would be like so much better. Like even tier 2 teams, they could like potentially become a tier 1 and tier 1.5.
Well, we saw a tier 2 team become a tier 1 team when it happened last time. I'm just kidding. I'm just, just don't show my face.
Oh, dear.
I'm getting off Twitter. I'm
I
out
hope
of
Loda
here.
wasn't watching.
Well, it's gonna be at Loda Berg.
It's really hot in here.
You started off so well in the battle, dude. Like, the droughts, and then you just jump in the deep end, man. I respect it.
Yeah,
I respect it a lot.
It's
And then the balls of
refreshing.
this guy.
It's something new.
I like it.
Alrighty, guys. We're going to throw it over to a short break, and then we will be back with more DPC action here at the Perfect World China DPC. We'll see you very soon.
100 audio.
Hello and welcome back once again to the Chinese DPC, brought to you by Perfect World. My name is Nomad, and joining me on the panel for this series, we have Neff and we have our Cryptic as we get into the second series of the day, and this one is a banger. It's one which many have been looking forward to, as we have Team Asta battling it up against PSG LGD, and this is going to be a really exciting one. You know, PSG LGD, fantastic team. They haven't changed at all. Runners-up of TI. Once again, we know to expect big things from these guys versus the China Slayers, Asta. But Asta have had a couple of shuffles, haven't they, guys?
Yeah. Ricky, you're the one with the notebook, so I'll allow you. Otherwise, what's the point?
Yeah, I mean, so Aster, I mean, they had Lonham playing position 5. He's now kind of returned to the coaching position. And you have Cheshire Cat standing in now. And then, of course, we have Ori. That's probably the biggest change up for the roster altogether. Taking the mid lane. I mean, leaving Vici Gaming is very...
It just ain't right.
Yeah, it's very weird seeing Ori on a different team now. So we'll see how he does. Aster did play in a recent tournament. You watched some of those games. And
The Huya Winter Invitational, yeah.
yeah, they seem to struggle a little bit, but you're going up against PSG LGD, easily one of the best teams in the region, just absolute monsters. So we'll see, if this new roster can pull it together. I mean, maybe they can, maybe they can't, but we'll find out sooner or later.
Yeah, see if they've had any of that old blood in them, because previously, they were known as the China Slayers. They were a team who just, they topped out one season. I think they were top 2 in the first season and won the second season. Very, very strong team when it comes to inside the region. But when it came to the international stage, things got a little bit dicey. A lot of Chinese memes about them.
Oh, man, I feel like a lot of people hated them for that.
Yes.
Just doing so well at home, where they make it through straight into playoffs with the current DPC system, and then they completely melt every time they get to land. I mean, they got to go to TI because of it, but a lot, all these other teams' fans absolutely hated them because they just couldn't perform at DPC.
Chinese region, it's the same as all the other Dota regions where the fans are just and they had this amazing meme I loved about them because they're Team Asta, and they started calling them the Tea Masters because apparently they I don't know exactly what the meme is. I think it was something about them going to make tea or something instead of practicing for the games or something.
Oh, no.
Just sitting around drinking tea instead. I don't know. It was pretty funny, but yeah, very mean as well. But have now reshuffled, if you don't perform internationally, then no point staying together, so this is the new version of the team. I'm very excited to watch them play. I think there's some interesting shakeups there, especially Cat as well, Siamese Cat, as you mentioned, coming into the position 5. I mean, he's been around the Chinese tier 2 teams and a lot of academy teams for a very long time. I mean, what should we expect from him?
I mean, he moved up Master Aries, which had amazing performance. In the Perfect World Leagues, inside the lower division, the DPC, he has looked absolutely incredible. Astor Aries got robbed, by the way, with the tiebreakers. I'm not sure if you saw it, season 2 of the DPC last season? Mm-hmm. There was a 3-way tie for second place, and then they ended up going to, time-based scoring, because it was inconclusive results between all the teams tying.
Yeah, one.
So I'm glad that he's finally got a shot to play on, a Division 1 team with the real team of Astor, and, they mixed up a couple of things, so hopefully they perform a little bit better. But I was actually wanting to hear both of your opinions about PSG LGD not changing anybody, because
That was surprising.
yeah, because usually internally there's usually something wrong if you don't get the results that you want. But they played so well all year, they just came a little bit short of TI. But even then, usually you put the blame on one person or a couple of things, and you want to shake up your roster. But they just stayed together. I mean, I respect the hell out of it, but what do you think team attitudes are like?
I mean, for me, I think it makes sense, right? They haven't won TI yet, and they're clearly a roster which knows they can win TI. Mm-hmm. They feel like they should have won TI.
It felt wrong that they didn't win TI.
Exactly. How have they not won it yet? Yeah. So they're going to go again, go for another round. I mean, it just depends if they can hold together for another full year. I mean, it's really hard to call because we don't know what it's like within the team, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And you have 2 of their players still on loan from eHome, right? So you don't really know if that's going to continue, if the roster will stay together. I imagine with how they've performed in the past, that this team, like you said, they want another shot at TI, and it's their first game here today in the DPC. So we'll see how they do. And I think people have high hopes for the roster, right? Like the team is so good, so consistent as well. So,
what do you think the risks are of staying together, though?
I don't know. I feel like a team could implode at any point. If you have a brand new team, then you can always say to yourself, if you don't get the results you want, oh, it's still we're in that learning stage.
It's like growing pains.
Yeah, growing pain. We could say, oh, okay, well, we haven't been together for that long, but for a team that's been together for this long, every time something goes wrong, it's, why didn't you know this? We've talked about this before, and then attitudes can go sour incredibly quickly. Like,
But they have the trump card with that. They have their trap card.
what is the trap card?
The trap card is Xiao 8. Right?
True.
Every other team, right? If something goes wrong, oh,
He's the new Boba.
Our TZ bad. Yeah, exactly.
new
exactly.
Boba.
The whole like scene just turns on poor old Xiao 8.
Yeah.
He's just you know what I mean? When the guy's like tanking the knives for the guy behind him. That's Xiao 8 with the entirety of LGD behind him. He's like, don't worry, guys, don't worry.
Yeah.
I'm the coach. I got you. Community's going to turn on you? Not today. They're going to turn on me. I'll take this one.
You don't have
I won't
5
ban
players and a
Magnus.
coach. You have 5 players and a scapegoat. That's how Dota actually
Exactly,
is.
exactly. That's what it is. You
Yeah.
know, he's getting the Bulba treatment. But no, I mean, of course, he was cleared of anything that was suspected of him. So Xiao 8 perfectly in the clear, you know, and I'm excited to see him back in the coaching seat once again. And yeah, hopefully we see the results from LGD. Do we think there's a potential for a little bit of shenanigans? Because we know that LGD, they like to shenan occasionally, the verb to shenan.
They have shenaned a couple times in their days, yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Once or
yes.
twice at least.
What do you most want to see from them then if they do decide to be have some fun with it?
It's hard to say. Like with the patch as deep in as it is at this point, you don't really see a lot of like kind of
That's
new
what they
things.
get you. That's what they get you, though.
Yeah, so it'd be really fun if they decide to pick something that we just maybe haven't seen at all in the patch, or if they want to like kind of flex some interesting positions. Right, like there's a lot of heroes that kind of flex between mid lane and off lane, but it's hard to surprise people in this patch. I think at this point because everyone knows what kind of to expect and what heroes are good, what heroes are.
7.30 is never ending.
We're gonna be in 7.30 in TI, you know. So it's it'd be fun. I would love to see some new heroes, and with LGD, like you said, they like to get a little crazy sometimes, like to have some fun. But if they'll do it, hard to say. It's the DPC. No team really wants to drop a series.
Yeah, that's true. That's the clincher, isn't it? Like, yes, I mean, that's the thing though with LGD. Like, you just never know. Sometimes they do just pull out the pudge carry. Like, even when, and it can work as well. That's the even scarier thing. Like, the first thing is like you don't want them to pick a pudge against you.
Oh, we're
Like,
actually going into the pudge. Okay, continue.
Of course we are. Of course we are.
Yeah, go on.
I mean, I only say this because I think it's possible it could happen. Like, it's worked for them in the past. It's a viable option. And they've proven, like, during proper playoff games in proper tournaments that it can actually work. So, I mean, that's the scary thing about us, about this team, though, is, like, you don't want them to pick this against you because it feels disrespectful. And then the scary part is they could win with it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if Pudge wasn't meant to be a carry, then why did he have a damage talent for a little while, right?
That's true.
True.
And honestly,
didn't
the new Aghanim Scepter is no joke on the hero. I will say, if they do end up picking a Pudge carry, I have a new favorite team. So, well, I really do hope it
That's
happens.
with the
but
rot, right?
Yeah,
It
yeah, the
reduces
AoE
your
rod is
healing
so
and
good.
the huge AoE. The Aghanim Shard is a... Did they end up adding anything to that one? Because when you eat your ally, they just disappear.
Yeah, there's a
no
sound
animation.
effect, but they just disappear.
Okay, yeah, the first
Yeah,
couple
you
of
have
times...
an icon above your head as well.
Yeah, the first couple of times it happened, or well, very first time when I was playing against it, I thought the hero was just gone. I wasn't sure what the... I was
they
killing
died,
this
right?
guy.
Yeah.
I was going to kill this guy. I was going to get back into the game, and then the hero was just disappeared. I didn't understand how. So it's actually decent. It's a good save. There's some range
Oh,
to it.
it's good. Yeah, I mean, I definitely not a carry item.
Oh,
you don't
right.
wanna
We're
buy
going
it
to
for anyone
ignore it
else,
because it's not a
but-
carry punch.
Yeah, if it's not in the carry position, then sure.
Yeah.
But no, so let's go back to talking about Astra a little bit because, of course, this team, you know, they've playing with Monet as well. What does he bring to the table in the carry position?
I mean, he's just an incredibly strong carry, right? Like he's pretty consistent, I would say, as far as like hero pool goes. I think he's pretty flexible at this point. Like a lot of people have like their specialty heroes of the patch, but with how long we've been in this patch, people have been able to develop like half a dozen heroes that they are going to outperform on. And so, I mean, he's just super experienced. And I don't think there's a lot you have to worry about with him.
And what are those picks which you know, if it sets up for a good game on X hero, for example, we just saw Shiro and his Morphling.
I was
What's
going to
Monet's
say the same
equivalent?
thing. Yeah, I mean, Morphling is just another thing you always have to be aware of, and you can't let it through in a good game and then not have an answer to it. So whether or not we'll see the Morphling again here, it's hard to say. But the heroes of the patch, I mean, it just makes it so. I'm a little bit curious if we're going to see a Wraith King, because I do think this is a hero that is a little bit undervalued but has a lot of potential as well.
Picked up a little bit more during Huya.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it a couple of times. I'm not sure how much.
One loves it as well, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, I know he can play it, so it wouldn't surprise me if we end up seeing a Wraith King come out. But again, there's a lot of options right now.
I think it's pretty easy to counter out, though. You just get heroes that do physical damage to it inside the lane, and then you're forced to build like Ring of Protection into straight armor and usually phase boots. But as long as you do that, it's reasonable enough.
Yeah, I mean, the hero's just so annoying, though. Like, he just sits in your jungle, throws skeletons at you, doesn't even need to be there to push. And you're like, oh,
Why
we'll
are
just...
you laughing?
I'm reminiscing about the conversation we had with Black about this the other day, where he was just like, this hero on paper is just so busted. You just have 2 lives, you have lifesteal, you have crit, you have a stun, and you don't even have to be in lanes to push them. He's like, how is this a hero? And I think people are really figuring out, like, the hero's very, very strong and very versatile. So...
Yeah, I think especially as the meta develops as well, it kind of becomes a very kind of like a dance almost. And then having a hero that just has a constant Aegis is always going to be strong, right? It's always going to be a factor you can rely on and just kind of makes your game way easier to play. Like, he can just play wherever he wants. And if you go and kill him once, well, you have a timer for your team to get there and punish that. And that's like the scariest thing about it as well. As we were saying yesterday as well, once you've killed him once and then he respawns, it's always scariest when he doesn't run away. When he turns around, you're like,
yeah.
oh no.
That's when you know you've gone too far.
Yeah, the team's right behind him and they've got there in time. All right, well, we are moments away from the draft for this series. How are we expecting it to go? Are you expecting this to be a 2-0?
2-0 PSG LGD.
Yeah?
I think, Aster, despite being this giant that knocks down every other team inside online tournaments.
Yeah.
Obviously not at
Their
lands.
last iteration as
Oh,
well.
right, last iteration. They could do it this time, right? Brand new team. New Aster. But
Yeah.
I think PSG LGD, if they've been together for so long, even though they don't have that same honeymoon phase, I think they're going to be just as strong. And we're still on like a very similar patch to what we saw at TI. And they came in second.
Yeah.
Like
They know
this team
this
is this team is going to be rough to play against.
So do you think there could be an aspect of Aster figuring things out, having that period, or do you reckon Huya's where that's kind of happened, they have a base to work from already?
I think the Huya tournament might have definitely helped them because they get a little bit of experience under the belt with the new roster. But as far as, going up against these giants that are PSG LGD, like, it's hard to say. The team is still in kind of that honeymoon phase that we were talking about earlier, and you can always, look back at your replays if you do have like some struggles and figure out, what it was that went wrong and kind of improve from there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of the base you need to work from. And some teams, they come out strong, they have that honeymoon period, and they kind of dip down a little bit. I think OG would be a good example of a team which is honeymooning real hard right now. They are in full love mode. Obviously, not quite the same start they would have wanted here for Aster, but they have something to work from, as we say. So building up to it is definitely what we're expecting. I think in terms of my expectations for Aster, I'm not expecting them to win, but I am expecting them to just see improvements every game. And if we see like even just improvement from game 1 to game 2,
Do you think they'll take
that's
a game?
going to really excite me. I mean, it depends on LGD. I don't think it depends on Aster. I think
If they go Kiri Pudge, or
Yeah.
what kind of depends on LGD are we talking about here?
Yeah. Which LGD decides to play today?
But seriously, like I don't know, like we have seen LGD have slow starts. Going back to season 1 of the Chinese DPC, they had a very slow start there. Everyone was kind of worried about them, and then through the year it kind of picked up. They might be doing the same thing where they're going to be pretty slow starting out. If Aster are to beat them, this could be a very good series to try and do it in.
Well, you're thinking EG scenario where you beat Arkosh, but you lose to Black and Yellow and Wildcard.
Not quite the comparison I was going to make. No,
See?
That one's a little bit extreme.
NA boy on the panel, got to bring up EG one every now and again. I get it.
Yeah. Do you think PSG LGD could beat Black and Yellow or Wildcard?
Yes. Yes, I
2-0?
I think they would
Okay.
absolutely do that. Yes,
Yeah, I'm gonna side with Nomad on this one. I think that would be a
It's not a hot take,
I don't think,
unfortunately.
anyone would say yes to that.
Okay.
Another thing as well is like Aster do have a lot of these pocket picks, right? Like I'd feel like we talked about LGD's pocket picks, but what can Aster pull out the bag as well?
Oh, Broodmother's been more popular all of a sudden. It was getting picked up in the Huya tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that today.
XXS Broodmother?
Yeah.
I think Broodmother, maybe Shadow Fiend again. I think it's a hero that some teams are kind of going back and forth on, but I know Aster can play it, so.
Yeah. I feel so silly talking down on Shadow Fiend in competitive because we just finished Division 2, and Paparazzi in the mid lane played an absolutely insane Shadow Fiend like almost every time he's gotten it. So I used to, well, mere weeks ago I thought it was unplayable in competitive, and now I think the Shadow Fiend is pickable.
Yeah.
I'll give that one up to you, Ricky.
Thank you, no. Thank you.
No, that hero definitely has a place. I mean, it's what was it being played mostly carry in
Mid lane.
Mostly
mid lane.
No, it was getting played carry for a little bit. They were just maxing out his passives.
Yeah, 0-4-4.
Yeah.
Like the safe lane build for a lot of Shadow Fiends. We saw people starting like presence level 1, like not even going the souls or anything.
Apparently it was broken on neutral creeps.
It still is broken on neutral
It
creep.
doesn't affect neutral creep.
No, which
That's
is
neat.
one of the weirdest oversights, I would say.
Thank God though, because that would be way worse if it.
I feel like that hero would be very good right now if it did work.
Yeah, not like he needs more help in taking care of neutral creeps. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and of course we got nothing to say as well. You know, he's also
good.
a very good Shadow Fiend if you give him that opportunity to play it. Not one of his signatures though, for sure. Like he's definitely more of I'd say he's a kind of more flashy hero player. And I don't think Shadow Fiend really fits that bill anymore, does he?
No, you just build defensive items on mid lanes. Like a lot of time, Shadow Fiend. Well, people have started backing away from Eagles. So just go first item BKB. People have just started playing faster since TI happened. I feel like so many people go Boots of Travel BKB and then they build up from there. But they need that magic community so they don't just like die and feed the enemy team gold. And I think Shadow Fiend falls into that as well. First item BKB is the build.
Definitely. Yeah.
Wild times we live in.
Indeed. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on, and you know, Ori as well, also fitting the bill for an amazing Shadow Fiend player. And I feel like every hero that's popular right now, Ori is known for being very good at some point in his life. Like always a great Razor player. Back
When
in the
you
day.
have such a long career, I feel like you've
True,
had opportunities
true,
to
yeah.
play.
At one point at a time.
Yeah.
He did overperform one of these heroes, yeah. Absolutely. And moving to the off lane as well, you know, we mentioned one side of the coin. We've got the Broodmother XXS, and then we also have the Faith Beyond Visage, right?
Yeah, and we just saw Visage earlier today actually do really well.
Yeah.
It's one of those heroes that I think was overlooked for a little while, and people are kind of, again, they're just experimenting with new stuff to figure out, you know, what could actually still work, and Visage is one of those heroes that has kind of come through and doing really well.
Yeah, definitely. And what is it about the Visage that makes it so powerful? How does it enable your team?
Honestly, it's the lane stage is a lot stronger than it used to be. The soul assumption is just really, really, really good. Does a lot of damage. It's low cooldown, fairly spammable. You have anything that combos well with it in lane. We saw the shaker, so you have that good fissure to kind of set up, build out a little bit of damage. But the hero has a lot of different builds. Like you have the ability to go for more of like an aura team-based build, or you can go for like an offensive damage-based build. The Aghanim Scepter is just wild. That thing is so good.
Yeah, it gives you free pathing and damage when you come out of invis as well. And
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Do you guys remember back in the day when there were Visage tri-lanes? And you just like,
Yeah.
you didn't get to exist in that lane. It was just, you kind of just leave.
Like, oh, I got a full soul assumption charges.
Yeah.
And you fire it out like, oh, I got full soul assumption charges again.
I guess we have two
at
junglers
that.
now. Remember
Yeah.
jungling? That was neat.
Yeah. I mean, Beacon's already tried to bring that one back, so no jungling,
Okay,
please.
yeah.
No jungling. No more jungling.
So
at all.
we're pro carry Pudge, but we're anti jungling.
Yeah, this is a
We
weird.
have to have standards.
Your
hold
standards
up
are very
those.
strange.
I mean, we all remember the LC Iron Talon days. Those were never fun.
Well, yeah.
Unless you're the LC. Yes, it's loads of fun.
True.
Playing PvE.
Yeah, just you might as well. Yeah, just
Yeah.
load up a bot game.
Talk to me about lanes. What lane are we looking forward to? I mean, I'm also going to ban you from saying the mid matchup as well because it's too.
That's
easy.
all I was gonna say. I really
I
want
know
to
you
watch the
were.
mid lane matchup between these two players. Like it's gonna be really intense. Like they're both like very seasoned, very very good players. So it really comes down to the matchups. I think like in the mid lane, who's gonna get which hero, and yeah, I well honestly I would say Nothing to Say is probably gonna be my favorite for the mid lane matchup just because of Ori was struggling a little bit in his most recent tournament, but we'll see.
Yeah, what do you want to see in the mid lane? Because I'm done with seeing Razor. I'm going to be honest. Razor and Death Prophet both very boring.
I want to see the Shadow Fiend. I really do. I think it'd be really fun to see a Shadow Fiend in the mid lane. Puck would be really fun to see some Puck. Queen of Pain has just been getting banned a lot, so I doubt they'll let the Queen of Pain through. But again, a lot of options for the mid lane.
Yeah. I think I'm not actually sure I'd agree with. I mean, Nothing to Say is obviously an amazing laner as well, and I feel like for me his speciality is winning the lane and then going around and just beating the rest of the map. I think we might see Ori getting the advantage when it comes to like net worth by like the kind of 10-15 minute mark, but that's just kind of the game which they play on.
Yeah,
Like, you know, you'll see Faith Bian probably having more net worth than XXS as well. Unless, of course, they pull some brood shenanigans like we have discussed. And we are now into the draft for game number 1 of PSG LGD versus Team Aster here at the Chinese DPC, brought to you by, of course, Perfect World. I'm going to start things off with an OD and an IO banned out by PSG LGD. And Aster, they're going to do the smart thing, get rid of that Spirit Breaker, because you know LGD are just going to pick it in any single lane and just run at you non-stop, and nobody wants to see that. And then the Bane banned out as well. And LGD are going to start things off actually with the Weaver.
All right. I am happy. I can start with saying I am so happy that both OD and Bane are gone. Those heroes are awful to watch. It is not fun. You take someone out for 4 seconds, Aghanim Scepter, I could do that twice. Very cool. Bane does that with 2 of his abilities, so we don't have to deal with that. Instead, we got Weaver, who is very busted at the moment.
Probably one of the best forward positions in the game, without a doubt. I mean, this guy is so strong and very flexible. We've seen people flex it into the safe lane as well, right? So being able to first phase this Weaver, it's almost always contested. If it's not banned, you know, one of the teams is sure to pick it up. Aster kind of respond with the Mars, and this is honestly all kind of exactly what I would have expected based on the first phase of bans.
I mean, these off-lane heroes, well, you don't necessarily see Mars in the off-lane. We already saw it run in the mid lane earlier. So,
Yeah.
But imagining that they're both off-lane heroes, tanky, they're able to do stuff no matter who they're up against. But only concern when you pick up the Tidehunters, you ban out the counters to it. Get rid of the Ursa, get rid of the Slark. Anybody who's able to stand. Razor's pretty good as well, so they're getting rid of that one. And
I'd expect a Disruptor ban. Like Disruptor is one of those heroes that really makes the Tidehunter's life like very difficult, especially when you have a Mars as well, because not only is he trapped inside the arena, but you have the other options as like Kinetic Field and Static Storm, and Tidehunter hates dealing with that type of control. Doom is another hero that, you know, got popularized as soon as Tidehunter started getting picked again, but they already have the Mars, so I think chances are you could look for the Disruptor here on the side of Aster. Good against both picks so far on the side of LGD.
Yeah, it's a very Lanham opening though from Aster though, isn't it? You know, it just reeks of Lanham in that coaching position. The Lion as the answer to the Weaver, you know, he's always so quick to pick these Hex heroes against anything which is remotely maneuverable. It just makes your draft so much easier. Like, imagine that last series when you're playing against the Morphling. If in either of those games they'd had like a Shaman or a Lion, like things would have just been so much easier. You would have actually, it might have actually died. The Morphling might have died.
20-0 and 10.
Yeah. That wouldn't have happened.
I was like, yeah, I got a lot
21
of kills,
and
but was it like 20 at the end? I was surprised. Yeah, and there's the Queen of Pain ban out, just like you were talking about. It's gotten rid of so often right now. I love watching this hero, though. There's a lot you can do with it in the mid lane. It trades super well.
Quap?
Quap, yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It trades super well. Barely anything can play against it. There was like, sometimes you could like find counter kills with Storm Spirit if you played too aggressive on Quap, but the fact that the dagger heals you now just lets you stand your ground and click the Storm Spirit back. He tries to trade with you.
That's why I like watching Quap, is it? That's why I like watching.
Watching just the HP heal and go up by 20, 20,
I've
20.
seen you in showcase mode.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
casting
You've
away.
seen my profile background, right?
I showed you that one. Don't even. I actually love the Templar Assassin ban here. This was something that I figured would be contested for both teams, but with the Queen of Pain removed, it makes a lot of sense to respond with the Templar Assassin. They grabbed the Grim Stroke here for
I like
Aster.
this Grim. I really like this Grim.
Yeah, this hero is really strong, and I'm curious what they decide to pair with it, because it actually is really strong against the Tidehunter. It is really difficult for him to deal with. Kraken Shell does not remove the Phantom's Embrace. So
Ursa,
you have,
man. They'll just grab an Ursa.
yeah, I was like, they have a lot of options from the safe lane. A hero that isn't picked that often would be Slark. He's one of the best at dealing with the Tidehunter. But of course, Ursa has been a lot more popular just because he's not as bad. He's not a bad hero.
He's not as
like
bad.
Slark, which is usually
I knew
pretty
you're a
bad
big
hero.
Slark fan, though.
I want him to be good. The hero seems fun.
I mean, it's not fun to play against it. You try to disable him, and he just continues running around.
Yeah, it's can be a bit sad if you're playing that support hero. But another thing I really enjoy about Aster right now is that they can also flex their supports, right? Like this Lion can be 4, this Lion can be 5, Grim can be 4, Grim can be 5, and it's not going to mess up their laning phase either, because
at
Mars can play with either of these heroes brilliantly.
Yeah.
Really cool. Yeah, and LGD, and they're still going to go for the Spirit hero, even though they are playing into this Lion. Obviously, they still go for the Void Spirit. It's not really a case where you're going to discount every Spirit hero just because there's a support. We talked last series a lot about how supports can only counter cores to an extent. But at the end of the day, you know, if a Void Spirit runs at you with an Aghanim Scepter as a line, you're still going to die.
Exactly. And I think that's why they go for the Void Spirit here as opposed to one of the others. It does just fit really well, and they respond with the Ember Spirit of their own. So we get the Spirit v Spirit mid matchup, and they do end up banning the Wraith King. Yeah, this is exactly. It's a hero that pairs up really well with the Grimstroke, obviously in the form of Inkswell, Wraith Fire Blast to set up the first stun. But I'm really excited for this mid matchup. Ember versus Void, very fun. I think right now, pretty Ember Spirit favored, so Aster have to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about who they grab last, and they're getting rid of the Wraith King. Faceless Void comes to mind, but you don't have a ton of damage to throw into the Chronosphere for PSG LGD. So I don't think Faceless Void is something they'll grab. I'm almost certain that you'll grab Ursa if they don't ban it out.
Yeah, I feel like that hero has to be on the list here for PSGLG to ban. The Phantom Assassin is something that is still available if they want to go for it. They ban out the Morphling. Yeah, exactly.
They do need a lot of damage as this game goes later. Weaver will eventually fall off. Tidehunter, I mean, he actually does a lot with his Aghanim Scepter as the game goes on. It's kind of crazy, but, you know, he does the damage kind of slowly.
I love the combo, though, with Tide and Weaver, right? The anti-armor double
So
down.
strong.
Yeah.
So annoying.
So.
Like, any hero where you have to run away from, Weaver just loves, because if you're running away, you're not sitting and attacking those bugs, and that's just super strong. So like Razor, DP, Tidehunter, all very nice combinations there.
And then you just get gushed, and then you're really slow and also have less armor.
Yeah, and then the Weaver just smacks you. But we don't know for sure if this is going to be a Weaver 4. I don't know. Do you guys... Nah, it doesn't really look like a good Weaver carry game though, does it?
I mean, it's possible they could just pull a gotcha at the very end.
It does feel like a very LGD thing to do, doesn't it?
Yeah. Just, all right, surprise. Weaver
You've
position
activated
one.
my trap card.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why it's such a good first pick hero, right? Like the Weaver all the way to the end of the draft can still be played in the one position, and you have to account for that. And they do ban the Phantom Assassin.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, these are all really strong heroes for both teams. I think PSG LGD would have liked to have the Phantom Assassin themselves, but
Yeah, but the Phantom Assassin ban from PSG, that's surprising to me because they don't have a ton of heroes that are easy for Phantom Assassin to jump, so it means that they plan on running something like a Drow Ranger, something that sits kind of far back as their position 1. Because you don't jump over, you never jump Ogre, you don't jump Tidehunter, Weaver, Phantom Assassin struggle to get your hands on, so that PA ban is going to be something that's very good against whatever carrier they're going to pick up here. So maybe Juggernaut. Juggernaut does pair up with the Ogre Magi pretty nicely, but Drow Ranger is also something that comes to mind.
Yeah, they do have a lot of catch on the side of Aster as well, though.
you're right. There's the Drow.
But there is a Drow. All right.
I mean, that was so weird. They banned the Spectre thinking maybe they would get it themselves, and then they grabbed the Drow Ranger. Great call, Neff. That was... Yeah. I thought for sure, I was like, there's no way they pick the Drow into the Ember Spirit, because that's one of those heroes, once you have an Aghanim Scepter, where you just don't get to really play the game as Drow anymore. Like, you cannot get away from this hero. But they feel like with the tempo that they're going to create and the Ogre Magi's Bloodlust, that it's going to be good enough here.
Yeah, it's almost a bit of a challenge towards Ori here, isn't it? It's saying,
yeah,
you're not going to do it. You're not going to have a good game. We're going to make sure of it. And now the Monkey King comes out. The last thing I want to say about the Drow pick is that I do like it against Mars, because she's one of the few heroes that can still do damage through the arena with the multi-shot.
That one's very funny. Just, well, the arrows go through the arena, except for when they don't go through the arena.
Obviously, it's
They're special arrows.
Yeah, these are, Dota Plus special arrows. Got to subscribe to get the...
Speaking of, I want to see that Drow Ranger. Can we get a close-up on the Drow Ranger production?
Dude, I really am curious if he's going to have the Arcana, right? I'm sure he will.
You don't pick Drow Ranger in current year without Arcana.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, summarize these two drafts then. What are the clinches here? What needs to go right for LGD to win firstly, Neff?
I think everything comes down to the mid lane. I mean, you said that was a cheating answer just earlier, but if you don't have a good game on the Void Spirit, I feel like it is going to be a very difficult game.
All right, and what needs to go right for Aster to win this game?
Well, I mean, if they are able to shut down this Drow from the offlane, it's not going to be easy. But if they can slow her down and kind of invade and slow her farm, I think they actually have a pretty good opportunity to take this game. Like, the Ember Spirit is very good in this matchup as it goes on. So, yeah, that's what I would say.
All right, thank you very much, Cryptic and Neff. Now let's start over to our casting duo for this best of 3 series, and it is B-Cup and Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad and the crew. It's good to be back, Black. We're ready to cast some LGD Aster. Should be a fun one. Should be exciting. Got nothing to say over mid. You've got a Spirit matchup, always fun. And you checking out your hair?
Yeah,
Looking at
looks,
yourself real quick. You know, get
looks
some
good. Looks good.
Get some fixes. You got a little bit of the alfalfa going on on the top part. If you want to move your headset, make yourself look a little bit more, I don't know, presentable. I don't know.
How's that look?
You look great. Looking 100 right now.
Thank you.
You know, out of 100, you look good.
Let's
Perfect
go.
scores.
Yeah, let's go to the gym later. Have some fun.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, leg day, first day, always one to
The
get
classic.
on. Always the classic, and you know, we'll see which team out of the two are on leg day. Yeah, you know, you're just upping that grip strength the entire time that we've been here. On panel, doing it right now before we're going. Just get that grip strength up, and then we'll go climbing after.
Well, that's mostly to protect myself, though. For the people that don't know, there might be some
Paranormal activity going on.
demonic entities in our building. So
Yeah.
I have to be ready just in case.
Well,
right?
yeah. If it goes all out of control and the paranormal activity gets a little bit too much, you need to be able to protect yourself. Get that
Yeah.
grip strength.
And protect you too.
Well, I'm on the second floor, so
I'll get
I'm
down there.
away from everybody. They put me in timeout. But yeah, we get into this game. Number 1, LGD up against Aster. What's the biggest thing from both these drafts that you see that kind of really jumps out at you?
I really think a lot is going to come down to the mid lane, where both spirits are going to be. Like, if Ember Spirit has an amazing game, he can shut on the draw ranger, no problem. But vice versa, if this Void Spirit has a good game, then he shuts down the Monkey King, can help the safe lane against the Mars, because they will need a big draw ranger in that mid game. And it's a very easy hero to just fall behind on completely in the early game, and then they have like no impact for the longest time. So they got to make absolutely sure that Armor gets off to a good game.
And that usually comes from nothing to say. He plays his
Yeah.
Void Spirit a lot. He's always very impactful. He gets to that 6, and all of a sudden, he's moving. That's it. Making it really tough for his opponents once he gets to that 6 point. He's up against Ori. We've talked about it. Ori is in a good spot right now. He had a little bit of a shaky year, even though Vici had good results at the end of the day. Like their TI performance wasn't that bad. You know, it feels like Ori's kind of been not in the best place for him competitively.
Yeah, like it felt like a lot of his VG wins, like even though they won, like he lost his lane a lot and
Yeah.
really badly too sometimes. And yeah, I don't quite know what happened. We have been struggling to find the reason, even the last season as well. I don't know, because these kind of things don't just randomly happen usually, unless there's something that really bothers you.
It seems like, yeah, it's been a bit of a development where, you know, he was a lane dominator. He was a guy who was making sure that things went right from the mid lane, because his role, especially with Vici for so long, was so important. You know, when you're bringing up a guy like Poyoyo, you want to be able to protect him, and I feel like Poyoyo kind of got not the best Ori in that situation when he was on Vici, and you know, he kind of had to fend for himself a little bit.
Yeah, Monet, Poyo, I think are pretty similar players in a way where they both love the money, right? They love to farm.
Agreed.
Yeah, so he's definitely gonna have to step it up on his team, especially against a team like LGD. Like, you're not going to get away with playing sloppy.
Yeah, that's one of the things that LGD does very well, is make sure they can capitalize on your mistakes. And if you're going to make mistakes, LGD are going to be there, ready to go. Make sure, you know, yeah, you made a mistake. Even though it's small, maybe it's a bad word placement, or it's a smoke under a ward. Not only did we see that, we're not going to just avoid it, we're going to take the fight to you. We're going to find the proper positioning, because they read those movements really well. Like, if they see a smoke come from the triangle, they assume it's coming through the top end of the jungle, and they can improvise and make good movements around the map. It's one of the things that LGD does so well is just their map movements and capitalizing on opportunity.
Yeah, 100%. And it's also just a really good team at enabling the carry, which, you know, Arma is probably like, yeah, I love my team, because no matter who it is, like, they will TP to the safe lane to make life a little bit better for him. Whether it's Fav Beyond or nothing to say, it doesn't matter. They're always trying to make, or to give Arma the best game possible.
Yeah. And Ame, he's got quite the hero pool. He's played some weird things before. I'm still waiting for that carry Pudge. Obviously, you know, just game 1, but I'm still waiting.
Yeah, and probably also not the right team to try it out against. But yeah, when it comes to hero pool, he's probably only behind Yatoro.
Yeah.
But
That guy's got a massive hero ocean.
Ocean, yeah.
And we were talking about that last year. Hero Ocean, Pool, Tub,
Puddle,
Bucket,
River.
Puddle, River, yeah. Different sources of water
Lake.
letting us know how many heroes you play.
Hero Kettle.
Yeah, well, that's when you got one hero.
When you're boiling over.
Yeah. And then you've got no heroes. But Ori, nothing to say up over mid. Classic Spirit matchup. Who's got the edge here?
It's actually a 5-5 matchup. Like, both of them can outplay each other. But most of the time what happens is they both just farm. Both get their levels and gold. And then whoever makes the better rotations basically sets the team off to a better game. That's why I love this matchup in the mid lane. It's really volatile. Because, like, if you're reaching level 6 first, you gank the side lanes, get a couple of kills, suddenly you just dominate the whole map. And the other mid laner just never seems to be able to catch up.
Taking a look up top. Faith Beyond, Jinkyu. Jinkyu with the Weaver. Another guy who's got a massive Hero Ocean. This guy plays everything.
Yeah, yeah.
From Techies to Void Spirit to Weaver back again. He covers a lot of ground with what he's got in his arsenal.
Yeah, and Weaver can be a little flashy as well, so it's definitely up his alley. The Monkey King against Tide matchup, of course, is going to get pretty bad for Tidehunter as the levels go up. That's why they picked it against it.
Yeah, Tide a very Faith Beyond hero. The only
careful.
other person who feels like he picks it is got the Balance Strike that comes out. Monet getting first blood, but one more shot to get the trade.
Almost a double,
Also looking
maybe.
for a double, yeah. He had the Swarm on him, thinking he can maybe get Siamese Cat. But, you know, JT's a big Tide guy.
He loves Tide. Tide and Doom. Tide, Doom, and Mars. The big front guys. But yeah, like, scary. You're giving Shinkyu a good start. He got the kill. He got the solo experience. We all know what Shinkyu can do with money. If he gets an early vessel this game, he can cause a lot of problems if we see him going for that.
And like you said, he's flashy. He gets a little bit of gold behind him all of a sudden. Coming in, making moves, and like you don't expect that from a 4-0i. Like, yeah, 4's a playmaker, but I don't know, that stat, gold to damage ratio, like that's a stat I want to see on him.
Yeah, like, especially in this game, if he gets off to a good start, we'll see. Because Shinkyu is not really a guy that will build, like, defensive items, you know? He likes to kill heroes. Or gets pulled in the tower. Take a couple, nice. Disjointing all of them.
Yeah, Ori with the advantage so far, especially against something to say. That's looking quite good. I know you said it was a 50-50 matchup, but that makes it even that much better. Maybe something from Ori a little bit different this time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the old, super strong Ori because he was super nice to watch.
Yeah, he was a
Learn a lot from
playmaker for
him.
sure when we used to see him on his Storm.
Yeah, he wins lane and then he starts killing around the map. All right, just
Earth Spike action, sure.
that's what we call a little bit of a mana waste. That's okay. You have mana drain. Doesn't matter.
You ever just like to bully, go big on the mana drain and nothing else and just take...
Yeah, especially when I play line mid. Level 3, level 2 mana drain, they're just out of mana entirely.
Good luck winning.
Yep. Can't win if you can't CS. Can stun you for every creep.
And they've got what you like, the Grimstroke Lion combo. Get those stacks up.
Yeah, but not as effective as a support duo.
Yeah.
I mean, it still can be, of course, a lot of disable and damage potential there. Monkey King is actually struggling quite a bit in the lane. The Weaver, level 4, is giving him a lot of problems. Well, why did you feed Shinkyu killed?
Yeah.
Man, don't do that.
Level 4 Weaver, level 3 Monkey King.
Yeah. Level 3 Tidehunter too. He's the real carry. Or offlaner, I guess.
Just swap it up a little bit.
They have to be careful they don't feed any kills on the top lane here. Once that Weaver gets earn charges, he becomes so much more dangerous. Just like an additional 300 damage in his arsenal.
Why? Just moving up as ogres do. Just, you know, in your face. You've got the armor. You're fine. 7 armor. Look at that. Never in trouble. Never in doubt. He's always going to survive. Although Siamese Cat taking some damage. The Swarm getting him quite low. And all of a sudden, Grimstroke forced to pop a salve just to stay comfortable in this lane.
Yeah, they do have more regen in the top lane now though, so should be going quite well for Aster. Monkey King can just heal back up with the Jingu, no problem.
Get those stacks.
Yeah, and Shinkyu is actually going back to base.
Give some solo experience over to Faith Beyond.
much needed soul experience. Or another 2-man ignite. It's actually so much damage. Like, what you want to do against Ogre is you want to stand in the creep wave, so there's a high chance it actually hits a creep. But getting double hero ignites all the time is big.
This should be a
Spear.
spear as well. Yeah, this might be a kill. Y in some trouble. And just early right-click damage
Nothing
doesn't
to
feel
say.
that great. Nothing to say low. Ori trying to make the chase. They've got the swarm. And again, it's just the presence of this Weaver that's kind of making things difficult for Aster all over. Ori had to back off on what probably looked like a pretty easy kill for him. And now Faith Beyond, while he's left alone over top, they get a kill.
Yep, that opening Ori created mid lane actually gives Monet an easy chance to capitalize on it.
A little bit of a rebound in his lane, which he's been struggling with just a touch. It hasn't been like awful, but yeah, that kill certainly helps.
For sure, for sure. But Tidehunter is also doing very well for himself still. Actually, Mars is struggling the most from the course, which is pretty interesting. I guess Ogre Drow is a pretty strong lane, especially with Y getting like these 2-man ignites all the time.
He's just walking forward.
And they're now thinking about unblocking the big camp so they can utilize it themselves. Once Drow's level 6, of course, you want that camp for yourself. Full level ahead. Drow on the Mars.
And Mars is a very popular offlaner, of course, and XXS, you know, has a big history of success in the offlane with a couple of teams. And, you know, when he used to play with, like, OP on IG, he was a playmaker. He was a baller in that offlane, but I'm still waiting to see that.
Yeah, I think he took more of a farming role, or Ori. Nothing to say, both. Oh, careful!
Yeah, he comes top, and now he's trying to make something happen. However, nothing to say right there with him. Monet will come down with the Primal Spring. They've got the Silence out onto the Void Spirit. Balance Strike, and they get the kill to nothing to say. They'll take out the Void Spirit. Shinkyu trying to get a kill here still. He's got the Phantom's Embrace silencing him up. Stroke of Fate right over the top, and Ori's got a kill in this top lane. 2 here for Aster. Now 5-1. Aster outplaying LGD in a couple of aspects, and you know, this is something that the panel talked about. Which LGD are we going to get? You know, despite the success of LGD, they struggled in that first season. They struggled.
They did. They really just came to fruition when, like, second season, end of the second season is when they really started dominating the major, and then at some smaller tournaments.
Yeah. There was an OGA China event that was in there that they played, and there was also, you know, I think people, obviously TI is the big result, right?
Yeah.
And that usually covers up any mistakes. But, you know, you got to remember, LGD, they had to play a tiebreaker against Elephant in that first season.
Yeah. We also had a lot of teams, though, that did really great at TI, stuck together, and after it just didn't work anymore. Like it's not just a guaranteed success just because they were really good at TI.
Yeah.
Although, it kind of should be because it's still the same patch. But of course, they had some breaks. You know, and everyone figures out new stuff, so it's never just the same. But that being said, the position in this game for them is still good.
Yeah,
Like, the 3 cores still have good money, good level.
Draw at the top.
Yeah.
Okay, that bottom lane's real free.
Mm-hmm.
And LGD, they look all right now. Nothing to say is going to try and go in on the
Boboka.
Boboka. And they should be able to get this kill. Aether Remnant down, and Ori comes through. He's got the Inkswell on him. Nothing to say, though. Gets turned on. Oh, boy. Grimstroke really giving Ori the opportunity to go in and jump through to kill off Nothing to Say. And it looks like Y will fall too to this Ember. 2 for 1 on what should have been a pretty easy kill. And Drow getting low bottom. They've got the arena and the kill. They'll take out Ame with Monet coming down bottom. That's a big kill to get with somebody on top of the net worth. And now, well, now below both the Monkey King and the Ember.
Yeah, 2 instances of greed actually from LGD. They could have easily burst the line if they wanted to, but he was holding his spells on the Void Spirit, which cost him dearly. You end up taking the courier as well. And yeah, like Armor just showed in front of a Mars. He's like, hey, what are you gonna do to me? You know, he just arenas him. Monkey King TP's in, and well, that's what I'm gonna do to you. Don't show your face anymore. And Armor's like, all right.
Man, a lot of damage from Faith Beyond there on a Boboka.
Oh, I think you again.
Q, and
Bye bye Boboka.
yeah, he's the Swarm on him. Shikuchi in a second. Should be another
One more hit.
kill on the right click.
Yeah. Another rotation though. Grimstroke and Ember Spirit on the way top. Gotta be a little bit cautious though. You're fighting into a potential Ravage.
This combo is dirty.
It's very dirty.
Phantom's Embrace with the Inkswell, making sure he can't Shikuchi out. There's no chance that really, that he's, you know, Shinku's gonna get out of that one. And XXS forced back all the way to base. Drow still trying to make something happen, but Ame's moved up into the top lane, at least for now.
That's really where you want to be. Like, you push down a tower, you take the triangle enemy jungle for yourself, because it's the easiest area for your team to protect at that point. And as we said, like, Drow needs to be really big, because most of the damage this game is going to come from her. Especially with Nothing to Say struggling quite a bit. He's made a couple of rotations, but kept dying every time.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, he's not really one of those mids who plays like this go-in sacrifice role. He's a guy who likes to snowball real out of control. And, you know, he's kind of getting his snowballs broken up halfway down the mountain.
Yeah, has yet to get a successful rotation. Boboka has so much damage from the Weaver. That's why the hero's so strong.
Yeah, level 6, outputting a lot of damage from a 4-position roll. The Hex is there, but again, you've got the Urn, maybe the Shikuchi and a right click, but Monet ready to go with the Boundless Strike, and they'll still get the kill. So Boboka falls. Another kill here for the Weaver, now level 7. This feels like it's turning into a bit more of the Weaver shifting into a core role.
Look at his item build.
Kind of hanging out.
You got a Gleipnir queued up on
Yeah,
a +4. Like, usually you would want to go into Vessel and then maybe Axe, but as we said, Xingqiu is not that kind of guy.
He's going to play the greed if he gets the opportunity to.
I want to deal damage, which actually can work out because the Drow aura is actually going to give him like 60, 70 agi in that mid-late game. So he can potentially become a core, which I actually quite like because, as we said, Nothing to Say is struggling quite a bit in that department right now.
And if you can get some damage out from your Weaver, like Faith Beyond can kind of be there to be your utility guy.
Monet's on fire and Beetle's up too. Earn.
Balance Strike comes out. They're going to bring the Mars over. XXS with the Arena and the Spear,
Nice.
locking down the Weaver.
He's burning,
No
he's
chance
burning
to
though.
time lapse. The Ignite burn, not going to be enough. He gets back into the base. So Monet living life on the edge.
Yeah, something he doesn't like to do. Like, he's one of the safest players in all of China. See another big smoke up. They got Finger, they got Soul. What's it called again? Soulbind. Why did I say Soulsbind? Oh no,
Catching
Ame.
Ame coming up the stairs, and
You're gone.
that's going to be a finger and one more right click there for Ori, getting the kill into Ame. So that's the second time he's died and dominating for this Ember. They do finally have the blink on Faith Beyond. So yeah, the blink Ravage is there. That's an opportunity maybe you can go for. But we'll see if they can really follow it up. It's Drow that still needs a little bit of time to get involved.
For sure.
They're
Oh, that's a
jumping
big
in.
one.
The Ravage on a 3. They're going to go after Ori. There's the slight. They get the kill to Boboka. And a Remnant back and forth. But
He
they've
jumped
got
into
the
Remnant.
stun. And they'll get the kill on Ori, taking out 2. Quick move from LGD. The second you start to doubt them, well, they're going to make you eat your words. And well, they'll get 2 kills. 2 big kills there for them. Ori on top of that net worth. And they want to make sure they can get something out of that Blink Ravage. And they do immediately.
Yeah, I think Ori would have been fine actually, but he jumped back to the tower into a Remnant.
Stun. Ignite. XXS.
Another kill.
There's
Just like
nothing to
that.
say, coming online a little bit.
Yeah. Probably not expecting that much damage, but it was very important for Nothing to Say to finally get some kills on the board. His net worth is recovered now.
Yeah, participating a little bit and getting something going. Ori back into the mid lane, and Xingqiu just here, hoping to clean up some vision if he can, and maybe output some damage onto the Grimstroke.
Be careful though.
The Sentry Ward now down, and the Phantom's Embrace will silence him up. The Inkswell will stun him, and
Okay.
well, that's when Greed bites you.
Greed meet death. Nice to meet you.
Can't buy your way out of that.
Another 3-man
Another
smoke up.
yeah.
They want to go on Ame again. Monet is already in position potentially to catch him with a stun. But why in a perfect position? But he's moving away.
But maybe he's here to break the smoke. Monet catches vision, and their eyes
Goodbye,
might just be
Ame.
set onto the Ogre.
Oh, the
they
wrong
miss
way.
him, but they've got the Remnant. They should be able to still get this kill. The silence, the stun. Yeah, they've got it. Boboka with the kill onto the Drow, but here comes Nothing to Say as well as Xingqiu once more. They've got the Aether Remnant out onto Ori. That'll give them the opportunity to get the kill here onto the Grimstroke. Double stun out onto Ori, Slight, and a Remnant away from the fight. The 2-man stun comes out from Boboka, who will TP away. They don't have the damage to get the kill there, and now they're going to look over the Ember. They caught the step and the kill. They had the damage real quick onto Ori. Ori, a couple of ganks, not completely gone wrong there. They still got the kill into Ame, but you know, you're starting to snowball, and it's getting staggered a little bit.
Yeah, and that is all with Ravage being on cooldown. Like, the big timing is whenever Ravage is off cooldown, which is going to be in a couple of seconds here. But, I mean, sure, they kill the Drow, but they lose one of their biggest cores. in Ori, and he's really the guy that's going to be dealing the damage in those upcoming team fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Blink Dagger now for XXS.
It's an important
Same
one.
situation as Faith Beyond, really.
Yep.
Blink, Arena, Spear. Hopefully you can lock somebody down, and they're hoping maybe that guy could be Ame.
But we have yet to see anything from Arm, actually. He's 0-3-0, very quiet, pretty unusual for him, because he's like if we talk about stable carries, at least at the end of the season, in China was always Arm, right? He's like the best carry in China by far, struggling to find his place in this game. Well, as I say that though, his net worth is still top 3.
He's always a guy who likes to fight early.
Yeah.
Like that Spectre build that he would go for, Ags, always looking to fight, even without the Ags. I mean, he's always looking to make his presence felt on the map somewhere. Man, this Weaver level 10 is kind of wild. They're going to bring over Ame. They've got the silence onto Ori. Do they have the damage? Right clicks in, and they surely do. Q there with a kill onto Ori. That is, what, 3 deaths now in a small sequence of time?
Yeah, and that is a rough one too, because his entire team was bottom. Gives it a lot of map control now. Back over to LGD.
Yeah, Ori, unfortunately for him, time's turning elastic and pulling him back to about midway on the net worth chart.
Yeah, he got baited so hard by CQ. like as soon as a Weir fights back like that, it's like a red flag, you know? It's like, oh my god, why is he fighting with 200 HP?
He's definitely got something.
Yeah, and then, of course, a gust out of nowhere. I keep saying that now because of
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh man.
1K lead here for LGD, and it looks like Aster's setting up to make another move here. They want to potentially show off that blink. I don't know if they've showed it yet on the map, but you can see that XXS is really waiting for his
Wow, no.
Using that time lapse to get away, and not only that, I mean, he juked them hard. XXS goes north looking for the Inkswell stun.
It's kind of the wave too.
Wow.
Yeah, that's such a bully move.
Yeah, it's a heads-up play.
Yeah, look, the entire ass of him was like, we move a middle. We can't, it's too late. Like, you should have seen the minimap move when every arrow turned towards the middle lane. But yeah, I was gonna say, Ravage versus Arena, what's better? Well, now you have Ravage versus no Arena and an instant smoke up.
Going Ags Untied. I love Ags Untied.
It's so broken.
I'm a big Gush fan.
Nice reactions though, so...
Quick blinks, going for the TP out. XXS over in the river, and
They could potentially go threaten Roshan here, to be honest. They do have the Ravage. They can't fight into the Ravage without the Arena, but choosing to play a little bit more conservatively.
yeah, Arena's not that long of a cooldown, though. Bit of a risk to go for it. Boundless Strike while you're spending your time going for a Sentry. Primal Spring onto the
No
low ground.
Arena.
They've got the Inkswell. That'll start off nothing to say. Soulbind here onto 2, thinking about going to the Ravage, but they've got the silence with the Phantom's Embrace. There's the Ravage. They should be able to get the kill onto Monet. Dominating for Shinkyu, and he is just all over the place, making his presence felt and grasping his hands around Aster.
And look at that net worth. He's at Master's net worth almost. That Glade Me idea that I found ridiculous, well, he's
making things work.
he has an ATOS already.
Yeah. They're going to look to get the kill here onto Y. Faith Beyond going to the backlines looking for Siamese Cat. Anchor Smash really feeling the pain there. Is this Grimstroke? And they still can't kill the Ogre. 2 heads, well, now not going to be better than 1 as Bobica gets the kill there onto Y. They'll find the spear as well as the finger and take away the streak from that Weaver, and a lot of gold for Bobica.
Yeah, you got to be really careful. Like, you're fighting without Ravage, but nothing to say, just coming back in, sniping Bobica.
Astral Step, maybe thinking about an Aether Remnant, but Inkswell, Silence, Phantom's Embrace, the multi-shot keeping them away from the tide, but he doesn't have Ravage. He is tanky. There's no way to get in once the Wukongs is used, though. So
Drago
he doesn't want to jump in. They've got the balance strike that lands onto the Drow. Ame now in trouble. Remnant forward, Yule's up into the air. Can he fight back? No. Ori with a lot of damage onto Ame to get the kill onto the Drow, and LGD do one thing right, and then they stay too long, and it all falls apart.
Way overextended.
Wow.
Like, you don't have that Ravage. It's the same scenario, right?
Yeah.
You have no Ravage into Arena. You can't do it, especially if your Drow isn't there. He finds the DD. He's like, oh, maybe I should join that fight, which turns out to be a brutal miscalculation.
And it cost them dearly.
Cost them
is
everything.
Just, yeah, that is everything they got, and well, now that's all thrown away into the trash.
They had like a 3K gold lead. Now that's all gone. And it's gone. Now gotta work your way back up there.
And we're gonna invest this into your futures, and it's gone. So now LGD kind of gotta recover.
Well, at least nothing to say is top of the net worth.
Yeah, especially after the struggle he had.
Yeah.
But you see Ame, he's starting to hit the bricks, and getting weighed down.
Yeah, that like that's the hardest part about playing carry, right? Like when should I join the fights and when should I like stay out of it? And sure, you find a DD, it's very attractive. Oh, they're setting up for Sync.
Blink, dust, blink again.
He's pretty tanky though.
Double blinks and making sure they've got the lockdown.
Yeah.
I mean, it's perfectly set up by XXS. Got
Yeah.
Rebuke into the spear, making sure they've got the connective lockdown on him, and maybe not feeling as effective anymore. He's got the Rod of Atos. Would you have rather the Maelstrom first?
No, Atos is definitely the build, especially if you have support. And
Yeah, but is he a support?
he is. But yeah, actually, if he had strength threats there, and Ember is not there, he would not have died. So good rotation from Ori, and
Ori and Monet now sit top of the net worth.
yeah, it's getting a little bit scary. Like once that Ember gets up to his BKB, and Monkey as well, they both just jump the Drow Ranger. It's not that easy to play anymore for him. And he's going straight into his Shuttle Blade. I liked it a lot.
I don't want to jinx how long this game's going to take, but, you know, Aster and LGD, they did have that long, 88-minute game when we were covering them.
That
last
wasn't
year.
Season 1, right?
Yeah, Season 1, Divine Rapiers on the Monkey King.
What was it? Monkey King against Rave King?
I think it was something like that, and Aster ended up winning that game.
Yeah. And a nail biter.
Void Spirit almost has this axe,
Yeah.
so 100 more gold and make that 25, and now make that none.
Yeah. Axe is always good, of course, but heavily mitigated by those BKBs that are going to come out eventually.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The thing that's been really killing them is just the Phantom's Embrace. They haven't really been able to deal with that just yet.
I mean, it's an amazing spell against all the spirits, especially once you get it to level 3. And a smoke up with that axe pickup.
Yeah, Axe is still on the courier, so it'll get to him before they end up getting into this fight, you'd hope. But now they're going to smoke up, 5-man smoke, ward onto the high ground, and the scan hits. So scan hits Ame. Aster have the idea of where this is going to and what's going to be coming from them. They don't see anybody else on the map, and they're going to start to creep their way over with a
be
couple
careful,
of
Ame.
heroes
Whoa.
smoked. Looking for that Ink Swell move once again. Blink, Ravage, BKB. That Ravage is only going to hit the Grimstroke, so Faith Beyond, he forces the BKB, but how well does that feel? Sync, he's in trouble. They'll get the finger, they'll get the kill, they'll take the Weaver.
Arena?
Now they're going to look on the other side. They've got themselves the Arena down, the Soulbind in, and Y as well as Faith Beyond are in so much trouble. Aster come through, they counter the smoke with a smoke of their own, and right away they take 3 for the price of 0. That's a great deal.
And they have to be very careful that they don't stick around because the Lion does have a Blink Dagger. No matter how good your actions are, if you get instant hex, there's nothing you can do. And that Ravage was very ambitious. I didn't like it at all, to be honest. First of all, he didn't blink straight next to him. If he did, maybe it will connect because it took him a little while to activate the BKB. But if you do it from that range, any pro of this level will react.
Yeah.
Like, it's just too slow.
It almost felt forced.
Yeah, it felt like...
Very forced.
It's like, oh, they got unsmoked. Oh, we still smoked. Oh, maybe we can make this play happen. Well, already
thought they had
punishes
the
them for him.
vision, thought they had it right, and now they're going to smoke again
Oh,
and
Monkey
go for
King
this.
has
They-
to be careful.
Monet would be a big kill to get, maybe one that brings them
Just
into
got his BKB go.
BKB, right click still feel pretty strong here from side of LGD, and they get the kill to Monet, now dominating for nothing to say.
Might threaten Roche.
Yeah, that is certainly a move where 45 seconds without a Monkey King. No Ravage makes it a little bit dangerous, but they've got the damage for sure.
That's the power of Drow Ranger. Every time you have this matchup with these agile carries, you just deal that pure damage through BKB, even with that marksmanship. Are they willing to fight this? It might be too late already, but they're going out of the pit.
Yeah,
Staying in the pit.
Ogre going to do Ogre things and just stand in the way of anything that's going to come through. Yes, he does die, but
Very
the Aegis
good.
is now into the hands of Drow. That's the perfect job from
Yeah,
Ogre.
perfect play there, yeah. Couldn't have done anything else. Would have been better. And yeah, now that Drow does have the Aegis, and once Drow gets up to like a Skadi, maybe one more damage item, it's going to be really troublesome to actually... Sure, you can jump him, but you can't kill him. And then once your BKB is over and Tidehunter is an issue, then Drow Ranger is super free.
Silver Edge Scotty could be a problem, and well, now you've got a lot of time to work with because you've picked up that Aegis. You know, some might call Ogre dumb, but that's a wise move from a two-headed Ogre to just walk in and open up now what seems to be the game for him, just by dying.
Yeah,
It's the important role of a support that not many people appreciate.
especially a Bloodlust support. Your Bloodlust you carry, and then I'm going in. Like, nice.
Luckily, there's no Bane in this game, but then you get Fiend's Grip and you just go, where's my team?
Dude, there's no talk about Bane, man. That hero is so busted, man. It is so busted. But yeah, double BKB timing is now online, and they are fighting into an Aegis, of course, but if you kill the Drow once, and there's a ring on top of you, Drow's gonna die again. So Asta is probably still feeling very, very comfortable in this game right now.
Monkey King also going to his Silver Edge, has the Echo Saber, and, you know, he's kind of close to it. Not too crazy, but
Ish.
he's getting there. Ish, yeah. I guess ish is the right way to put it.
Against Tidehunter, perfect item, of course.
Yeah, looking to kill off the Tide any quicker, but it does feel like Tide's role has kind of, well, now he's got the Axe, so it's not as much that, but they'll have that Gush with the Axe upgrade. They'll blink through. They've got the arena with the BKB. They're going to look and focus their attention on Ame.
He's
got
dead
the
again,
Aegis,
maybe.
But the damage was so quick. Are they going to be able to get into this one? They've got Faith Beyond. He does have a Ravage from the high ground. Boundless Strike, Soulbind on a 2-finger. Hits them both. Bobica gets the kill on Ame. Now they're going to look over at nothing to say. They land the spear on the lone tree that's over there onto the side, and they get both kills. They bought back on Y, and there's nothing he can do to get back in.
And a pause to tilt them
Yeah.
on top of that. But that's exactly what we spoke about. If they're on top of the Drow, it doesn't matter whether she has an Aegis or not. She's going to die again.
The damage was so fast, there was no way he was going to survive even with a second life.
Like, he needs, if he is in that position, he needs a BKB, which he didn't have. Like, I actually thought maybe he's just holding it or something, but no. Gets blown up twice. Couldn't even use the Ravage because he died under the BKBs.
Yeah, he wanted to. You could see the positioning. He was trying to get on the cliff over by that camp and maybe throw a Ravage from the high ground, but that is just like, it's not enough.
Yeah, and it's approaching this territory. Like, sure, Drow deals a lot of damage, but it's the most positional carry in the game. Like, if you're out of position, you deal 0 damage.
Yeah.
Your damage history just goes down by 90%. And they have so many tools now to jump on top of him. The Mars, the Ember, the Monkey King, the Lion.
Down by 90%, you got to get those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
Yeah, I think...
Got to be outputting all your damage.
Yeah, this is the problem now with this Weaver build. It looked really cute, you know?
At first, it looked good, right?
You could have had an Axe at this point. You could have.
And
Easily.
you could save him, potentially.
Right.
And because your positioning wouldn't be the same, right?
Yeah.
Because you're sitting back more to save your carries. So you're not getting caught out in front of your team. You're getting, you know, sitting back more, having that Ags, time-lapsing Ame, and maybe keeping him alive.
Yeah, so this is where the greedy item build can turn into a little bit of a problem, because that's what happens when your support is doing like a carry build, right?
Boundless Strike, and Monet thinking about it. Doesn't have any help, though, so holding down the Void is difficult.
A little bit. Maybe you had a Basher and a Pistol Blade and a Rapier to kill him.
3, if we're going into copying the last time these teams met in that, not the last time, but, you know, in that Season 1 last year.
Yeah. But by no means is LGD out of this. Like, Drow Ranger is a hero that can explode you if you're not careful. Like, you get a good Ravage on the Monkey King, he will just die in 1 second. Especially with his item. Like, he went Silver Edge first item.
Yeah.
Not the biggest fan. I think Shadow Blade into another item would have been better, because there's not really a whole lot to break in this game. Bulwark is the big one, of course, but is that better than having an earlier BKB? Because if you now get Arena or Stunned,
You're dead.
or anything, yeah. Like, even just Ember. He gets like a random shackle on you.
Hexed. Blink Hex.
You're gone.
They just have the opportunity to instantly lock it down and throw it down. Ooh, blink forward, and that is a catch on a Y. I don't think LGD want to take that fight anymore, and he bought back in that last engagement that was in the jungle, so he is dead for 70. And this is setting up for Aster to start to really take over the map, and LGD in a bit of a struggle area, struggle city, if you will. And,
Yeah, struggle city.
You know, they got to try and navigate themselves out, maybe get a little ways going.
But Asta doesn't want him to get out, so they smoke up straight away.
They've been playing really aggressive continuously. Like, they'll get a kill, they'll go for more. You know, even if something messes up, they've gone for it again multiple times with these smokes.
Yeah. I mean, Army really needs his BKB to be able to fight, which luckily he died super fast after they took Roshan, so it's going to be down for a while.
Yeah, you're not really in this position.
Oh,
where
they're
you
looking at
feel
top lane.
Forced to fight. Gush hits into the Aether Remnant. Now they've got the Gleipnir time-lapse Boundless Strike from Monet, so Q is going to have a little... Ooh, XSS. Man, if you let him on that one, that would have been really impressive. They'll go for the TP. They've got the Dust, and, well, now they've got the kill. Earth Spikes in from Bobica, and Ori now unstoppable. He is having quite the game, and this is the Ori we wanted to see for so long, and it feels like this is the Ori of the past that people have wanted for a while.
Yeah, I mean, he died a couple of times, but if you're an Ember, you are going to die if you play that aggressively, so...
10-3 and 9 though. That is good
yeah,
luck.
he's doing super well. But yeah, they're just making space now for the Drow Ranger to finish a BKB. Without it, they just cannot fight. Like, absolutely just cannot fight.
Yeah. Only a tier 1 going down, not the worst thing in the world. You know, you do have kind of a better wave clear and a bit of a farming mechanic here with this Gush Ags.
Yeah. Same thing. Like, they do have the Silver Edge on the Monkey King, but he will never be in a position on a Tidehunter where that would actually make a big difference, I feel like. Could have been like half of a Skadi or so. Simply because Tide's job now...
Ooh, nothing to say. Caught, finger, spear, all
He's
landing.
gone.
They've got the Arena and the Remnant forward. XXS with a kill. Bobica, right place, right time, and another one onto Y.
Yeah.
This has been great movements from Aster, now up 5,000. And that's the thing. They're up almost... They are up double the kills, and they're only up 5K. Like, as much as LGD are dying, and they're making some uncharacteristic misplays, they're still in it. It never felt like they've been out of this game at all.
Yeah.
And I know that maybe that's a little bit of LGD favoritism, but you know, you got to give it up for them a little bit. But the most important thing is this is an Aster team, at least at this moment in time, that looks really good.
Yeah, really good with the new lineup as well.
Yeah.
Whoever had doubts, you know, why they didn't win yet, that's still a long way to go. Like, because cracking the high ground against Axe Tide and Drow Ranger is really difficult.
And they're going to have Refresher on that Tide.
Yeah.
And he's going to farm it pretty quickly, again, with that Ag. So, like, that's not a slow build-up.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're also going to go into Refresher on the Mars eventually. Like, Refresher is just such a strong item right now. It's definitely going to get nerfed. Build it while you can. And now the counter, well, not really counter smoke, but the smoke to just try and find anything, because it's been all Aster for
a while.
Yeah.
Capitalizing on LGD's misplays.
That BKB though is going to be big.
Boundless Strike coming through, looking for the Weaver. They've got the Dust. There's the
Nice.
Blink as well as the Ravage. That lands on a 2-0. They've got the BKB on Ame. Trying to get these right clicks out, but they get the kill here on a Shinkyu. They'll use that Wukong's command. Out of the circle they'll go. Now they've got the Arena down the BKB. Oh, just runs out as he tries to leave the Arena. Now they're going to bring in Ori. They get the go to Ame. A Gush is not going to matter. Now they'll bring through Y, but Y's there just to, well, really be a spectator in these deaths. As Faith Beyond goes down, Y dies. Triple kill for XXS. It was a good Ravage to start, but Aster, great counterplay, great movement, great positioning, and they win it clean.
Yeah, it feels a little weird to see LGD play like this, to be honest, because the fight went exactly how they wanted to. It just, they didn't nearly have enough damage or lockdown.
No.
So Aster's like, all right, I guess we'll just take it.
And nothing to say wasn't there, right?
No, he wasn't.
So
And he's like one of the most important heroes.
yeah, he's the lockdown. He's the Ags, the silences, the pieces you need.
If he's there on top of that Ravage, the monkey's gone.
Yeah, because they would get the Aether Remnant to follow it up,
Yeah.
and then you've got the Astral Step damage.
Yeah, it's, as we said, pretty uncharacteristic. But of course, everyone just came back from a big break, so no one's going to be at full power at this point.
That's the problem, though. In this DPC, you get one chance to beat everybody, and every game you drop is another big problem.
Yeah, I mean, especially now that it's so compressed, right? Like, every game just matters so much more because you don't have, like, another week to just warm up.
Or breathe, or, you know,
Yeah.
the tilt can stay.
It can. But also you have 3 seasons this time, so
Yeah.
potentially a little bit,
As long as you're not getting relegated, you're still in the mix.
yeah.
AC next for Mars. No Refresher, at least not yet. He's got Shard. He's going to pick that up. That's, you know,
Double spear. Yeah, I mean, I like the AC also because, as we spoke about, the Drow ult ignores all base armor, but all the plus armor is going to be very valuable. So it makes sense. The only reason why I like Refresher a bit better is, like, it protects better against Drow because it just nullifies the projectile.
Yeah, especially if you can position it like they just did, where end of the BKB, all of a sudden you've got the Arena that stops him from leaving.
Yeah.
Venn diagram him in. Arena down. They're going to try and make a play out of this one, and it will be a kill on the Y. That is a lot of finger stacks that are starting to, honestly, become a problem.
Yeah, the burst damage is getting high. Burst damage is getting high. And just look how squishy Drow is. Like, he has so much net worth, but only 1800 health. He even went for the mom build.
Yeah, and he's always in the front of these fights.
Yeah. It's hard not to be, though, because Aster just shifts so quickly that the backline just becomes the front line instantly.
Yeah, they're really guiding where the arena of this fight is. And so
The
get the
edge.
air spike, they have the Hex, they'll land the Spear, the Soulbind onto 2. The BKB's being popped by Aster, the Wukong's command is out. They've got the time lapse, but not the health and not the time to turn this one around. Monet with a double kill, taking out Faith Beyond and Shinkyu real quick, and they still have 3 minutes on this. Aegis up 14,000 net worth. This is Aster really running away with it. And LGD, man, this is not what they were looking forward to, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're getting outplayed at every turn right now. Just too much of a pace being set by Aster.
Scotty picked up from Monet.
Yeah, like he's just a little chubub. Big chubby boy now. He's massive.
He's adjusted his belt and can fit it all in. He's ready to go.
But now triple ignite on him, he's gonna burn for a while. Oh, never mind. Inkswell so balanced. With a shard. I can't believe it's just as strong, this spell, actually. And it heals you for so much too.
Tower has fallen.
You know, there's just a couple of things whenever I see them right now, I'm like, yeah, I feel like they should have been addressed like 2 months ago. You know?
Yeah, you know. Patches are a thing of the past.
Yeah. Who needs patches?
Although this definitely is a showcase for Grimstroke right now.
It is. Even early game, like he made so many plays.
Yeah.
Just with the Phantom. And that's from a plus 5.
And not a
No
hero
less.
that gets picked up that much.
Surprisingly.
Feels like he gets ignored a lot. Yeah, I think this hero's got a great toolkit that makes him honestly pretty dangerous.
I mean, yeah. He literally killed Void Spirit like, what, 4 or 5 times at this point?
And Zabrace always strong, and Soulbind with the heroes that can take advantage of it.
Now they're just stuck on the high ground. It feels real bad. Like we said, they can defend the high ground, but it doesn't matter if you can't leave it.
Can't gain gold, you're not going to make up this net worth difference.
Yeah, and even if you leave the base now, it's going to be so hard. So now he's going to the refresher on Mars. I mean, they're just also rich. Like, what did you even do? You got to get a really good Ravage. Otherwise, there's just nothing you can do.
And like we were kind of hyping up Shinkyu with this Weaver. He's got a good net worth, but you know, it's not really become effective net worth for him.
It looked great, but like in the last like what 3 or 4 fights, it's just been a big bait for him because he's always in a position where he actually wants to right click, which generally isn't really where Weaver wants to be as a support. You're very squishy. You don't have survivability items, which is why people go for this axe. You know, they go axe, Etherland's blink, just to
Spell
really protect. Now he's gonna get it. Probably nothing to say. Still holding on to that Fairy's Trinket, actually.
You were just not getting neutrals to help you out. Moving forward, Boundless Strike again. Ame on the front lines of this one with the BKBs being popped. They've got the Silver Edge, so they have the break onto Ori, doing a lot of damage onto the Ember, but they'll start to fall back. Time lapse over. Shinkyu looking maybe for some vision, but instead he'll Shikuchi and turn away. Gush is thrown out. No hit, but you know, nothing more. Going back to that Weaver point, like I think so many of these fights could have been won by having that time lapse.
Yeah, potentially. But there's like this game right now needs a change of plans for LGD because
Going BKB.
Drow can't be in the front line all the time, even just now. Like he's the one starting the fight. There's no way. Like you gotta be the one dealing the damage because you saw, sure Ember dropped low, but as soon as he was next to Drow, there was no damage.
Yeah.
Like a 200 crit instead of like a 700.
And the thing too is like that BKB's not getting any longer; it's just getting shorter. So
Yeah.
that time of opportunity is becoming smaller and smaller.
For sure. And then now there's an Aeon disc already on the line, so you're not gonna be killing him.
Yeah, Boba having a game. They all are. Aster looked great.
Yeah.
Not to,
Have they played any
jinx it.
leagues or anything before? There was nothing, right?
I think all they played was Huya. There wasn't like a DPO or
They
an
didn't even
HCO.
do that well there, right? But now suddenly they're popping off.
Gush is coming through, hits on
The
XXS.
range is so insane.
Yeah, it is very far.
And it also gives vision everywhere.
6 stacks on that finger. Not going to land that Gleipnir, but they've got time lapse. You can just leave. 40-second cooldown. Not that bad.
Refresher also on Ember Spirit. Now he has 10 remnants potentially, which is a lot of damage.
And shard. Gosh.
It's just like, now you're at this point where how do you kill anything if you're LGD? Like you literally need a Ravage followed up by a Remnant to kill someone.
Followed up by another Ravage.
Or an Ogre stun maybe.
Yeah. Ooh, not going to have an Ogre stun, though, if he's dead.
What ogre?
Finger, boundless, and, well, another kill there, this time for Siamese Cat, and another stack for Bobica. Really playing well on this line.
Yeah, now 25 on the Monkey too, so you got a big ring. I think you're getting in some deep waters, but they're trying to sniff out nothing to say here. Oh, the Glimmer!
Has a couple of rings, but he's not going to go that way. The Aeon just gets popped. Maybe LGD putting themselves in a bit of a precarious position. They're going to look for the TP, but they've got the silence. They have the damage to get the kill on a Bobica. They'll take out the Lion. BKB's been popped by XXS. Nothing to say he's used his as well. Coming over from the side is the Weaver. Balance Strike doesn't land. Ori's still looking for him, but the Shikuchi gets him out of vision. At least for now, he'll Shikuchi again towards mid, away from Aster's grasp. And all of a sudden, I mean, they cut 3K from that fight. It was 15K just a moment ago. And that's their first kill in, what, 10 minutes?
Yeah, Lion had a pretty beefy streak, right?
Something like that, but look at that turn. All of
Yeah.
a sudden, like, show me the gold.
Yeah, and finally they're moving out, getting some kills.
Monet losing his courier. This is what I you know, do admire, though, from Shinkyu. He's cutting the creep wave, making it a little bit more difficult to push out, but he does get caught a little bit, and when he does get caught, that's the opportunity for Aster to go. They were looking for the Inkswell. They're still looking for it. It's not going to line up right, but they've got this Slight and the Searing Chains to kill off White. I mean, he is an ogre. He does have armor, but it's getting cut in half, and, well, they're really just cutting him up.
Yeah,
He doesn't
Ogre at this
survive at
point, yeah, he's not tanky anymore. No way. He has like no items whatsoever. When Weaver finishes his BKB, so he's going like he doubles downing on his carry route.
Yeah, pseudo carry. Like, even with the BKB, do you really feel like you're...
I mean, he said pseudo, but he's like,
It's pseudo carry.
no, the BKB is like full carry build
Pseudo
right
coring, sorry.
now. I think you forgot he's actually a support.
Yeah.
Wait, what do I do?
Sometimes supports get into that mindset. You get a couple of kills early, and you're like, you know what? I'm carrying. Cool.
Yeah, I think he definitely got baited by that. But we'll see. Maybe it works out, you know? Like, he can hit hard if draw range is not bothered.
Another courier
Oh,
kill.
he
this
lost
time
to
with the
Shivas.
Shivas.
No, yeah.
I mean,
Nice pickup.
it happens. You get some kills. All of a sudden, you say, you know what? I'm building Midas on Ancient Apparition. And then you lose the game, and then your teammates are reporting you and pinging you, and then you stop playing Dota for a
Who's
week.
gonna ping Arm in this game though? 063?
I wouldn't.
Dude, like if I did it in any pub, I would get reported instantly.
I already report you already.
Thank you. I report myself.
Could you imagine? It's good. I had a bad game. I'm gonna report myself.
I really
And you
hate
get
what I just
banned
did
for
here.
like a day. You're like, yeah, I deserved it.
Like your vote is the one that actually gets you banned.
Ori with the BKB going after Ame again. Ame in the front lines, Remnant back and forth. They've got the gush coming through, but it's still with BKB.
Gotta be careful,
and the
Ame!
refresher. He's gonna have another BKB. The BKB is gonna be popped by Ame. Now they'll look over, and nothing to say. Who pops his own BKB? Astral Step running away. That's the refresher and the double BKB coming out from Ori, and they don't get anything out of it. So Aster trying to take advantage of their lead at the moment, and really kills that probably should have happened.
yeah, but now the big problem is how do you, against that Monkey King ring.
But you know he doesn't have BKB right now. The arena's down. The refresher's down.
Yeah,
Can you
but
look for a
LGD,
pick-off and then go for Roche?
like whoever gets one pick off is definitely gonna go for Roche. Like it doesn't matter
No,
who.
for sure.
Both teams do it. Well, Radiant does it really fast. Dia is not as fast, but still quick enough.
Don't need to be that fast when you got a big lead.
That is very true.
Bobica. Hex.
All right, drain 100 mana and get out of
It's
there.
got the refresher now, too, so they've got double Ravage. Fighting in a Roche is certainly viable, but certainly scary.
They need to take out that Monkey King though with a double Ravage. And if they do, he has buyback.
And if they don't, they've probably lost the fight already.
Yeah. Like, you cannot afford to waste any spell at this point at all. Like, the best case scenario is they kill the monkey with one Ravage, they still have one for his buyback.
Yeah, if you can get that pick off, and this might be the jump into the
might be it.
Ravage. They're on the edge. They are smoked up. One smoke used by Bobica, and, well, now they're going to go. They'll make the jump. They've got the double Ravage. It hits on 2-3 at the end of the day. They get the Kona XXS, who does have buyback, but that's both Ravages down. The break comes through. They've got the Balance Strike as well as the finger out onto this Faith Beyond Tide. Meanwhile, the arena as well as the spear
Double
lands
spear.
on both Y and nothing to say. Boba does fall. He doesn't have buyback. They've bought back on the Grinstroke too. So, well, 2 buybacks used on Aster. And, oh gosh, the damage out and the kill there onto the Weaver. 4 heroes down to the side of LGD. They might be forced to buy back. They could buy back on 3. They don't have the Tidehunter, so...
Won't do
you know,
anything.
I don't know if they really can go for this. Ame certainly can't go for it alone, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They cut into the net worth, but it's not going to matter if you give away an Aegis Cheese and an Axe Blessing.
Yeah, the Axe Blessing is gonna be a
Do you think they
big,
should have
big
bought back for
problem.
this?
No, they can't. No Ravage means you can't fight.
You're giving up so much, though. You're giving up technically 6,000 in gold, even though it's really 42. Whatever, the Blessing part, I don't really count.
Yeah, but the
You're giving up an
problem
Axe
is
and an Aegis.
they didn't even use Monkey King ult. They still had it for the pit. Like, Draw Ranger just never feels comfortable fighting right now, which is really a big problem of the hero. As we said, like, if you fall behind early, it's very hard for you to catch back up. And if you are that uncomfortable territory and there's so many jumpers, like, what do you do?
Man, they're really going to just give up this high ground and not buy back. Or at least they're going to try and hold their buyback as much as they can. Maybe Aster can force it out by going for tier 4s and baiting it, baiting some buybacks here. They might buy back once the tide's up if they want to fight, but they still don't have Ravage. It's not an easy fight.
Throwing out the Ignite Sword. It's a quad water
Ignites
damage!
the damage!
Yeah, it's Draw
Into the
Ranger,
Monkey
baby.
King. Quad Ignite. Now the BKB still gets the top tier 3. That was, wow. Okay.
That's Draw Ranger.
I mean, that's the fear, right?
He did a Silver Edge crit with a Marksman shot together, which is practically just like a pure 1200 damage or so.
Yeah.
Very balanced. But yeah, Drow is not out of the game. It's just, he's never part of any fight because he's so afraid that any of the 4 heroes is going to jump him.
Yeah.
Like, you know, when they had the double Ravage, he literally did 0 hits in a team fight. He did nothing. And then as soon as he bought back, he ran away with Silver Edge. 0 damage dealt that fight. Like, I understand it's a very difficult position to be in as a Drow, but if you don't hit, you don't deal damage. If you don't deal damage.
I mean, this is certainly a telling graph where Weaver's your biggest damage outputter.
Yeah, it's a big problem. It's a big problem. And most of that damage from just now is actually, or like from that graph is from just now. Like from the Rex defense.
Man, Refresher Monkey King.
Yeah.
No joke that this
it is
item
so
just gets
strong.
picked up everywhere.
Yeah, it's just, like, I mean, Refresher is just ridiculous, but Refresher Monkey King in particular is very strong. You have this double ring. You can literally just ring, jump on top of them. If they run out, you just put another ring on top of the ring. You can never leave. You can't leave. Now you have an Aeon Disc also on the Mars and on the Lion, so who do you burst? Answer is no one.
Lion feeling very comfortable, enjoying his ninja gear.
Yeah. Penta Sword on the Mars, actually. What does the Monkey King have then?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Or the Witchblade. Yeah, oh, okay. The spell. I like it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I don't like LGD's chances, though.
Now down 25,000. 25,000. They were cutting into it, but then, you know, they weren't.
Yeah, then the bank said, okay, we're collecting our interest now. Interest fee.
Yeah, and Aster collected on their interest, and, you know, that comes with an Axe Blessing and some racks and some gold from towers.
Dire's
Yeah,
top
and a
tower is
cheese.
under attack.
Cheese and an Aegis. I mean, that graph just...
Looks pretty... Surprisingly enough, they still have they still give LGD a 26% chance.
that is pretty high when you consider where this game looks like it's at.
You have
But
seen the draw
the
damage, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're in the right position, defending the high ground, but LGD, 5-man smoke, they're going to fight outside the base.
They saw the Ember, They're looking for him. But now they're all together, they're probably, oh my god, is Icon so scary to go up?
They know they can go up the left side.
It's
but-
so obvious the smoke though, because all the lanes are pushing in, you're not showing anywhere. Asta's 100% prepared
And
for
they're
this.
not even anywhere close.
Yeah, like they're so ready for
Look
this.
at where they are. Wow. Well, 985 crit.
And it's without Silver Edge.
5-man smoke now from Aster. They read the map, they read the move, and now they're going to try and counter it. And the question is, you know, you just had LGD TP back from top, so they have to walk their way back after going back to top.
Like, I just want to see Drow hit the monkey like 4 times and he just dies instantly.
Is under attack.
Potentially.
Oh my god.
Ooh, they found why.
Why did they find why?
Because the chicken crossed the road, and they're going to get the kill there. They're on the hook to the Ravage, but they've got the Aeon. Just the right-click damage coming through on XSS with the BKB. Ame in some trouble, leashed up next to the Soulbind. Wukong's Ame getting low, and, well, there's the double Abyssal. There's the double kill, and there goes LGD in this fight. They bought back on Y. They don't get Weaver out, and, well, now Weaver's dead for 90. They drop the gem. They drop a lot of gold and a lot of percentages in winning this game.
Yeah, like, it was just the worst case scenario. Like, your BKB Drow was soulbound, and then he can't run away out of the arena, out of the ring.
And again, in the forefront of that fight.
Yeah, like, he's always in melee range of someone when the fight starts. It's a big, big problem.
And the Blink Daggers have really made that presence felt from XXS, from Bobica. They blink right in. Blink, Ravage coming through once again. The damage coming into the Monkey King. Here comes Ori, though. There's the Gleipnir. They've got the Earth Spike. They'll get the kill to Ami. They'll take him out quickly. They look over at nothing to say. He just bought back. They get the kill there onto the Monkey King, but Monet has buyback. Nothing to say is dead. 4 euros gone without buyback, and there's the GG. Aster. They are going to look clean in this game, number 1, and they will take it over LGD. Wow. A great way to start the series, a great way to start the season. They're one game closer to taking a series off LGD.
Yeah, it's very impressive performance for sure.
Oh,
like, LGD tried their best, stayed in it for as long as they could. But yeah, Aster gave him no chance to breathe. Like, really, every team fight just boiled down to the same thing. Which one of us 4 gets on top of the Drow? It was always someone. Yeah. Sometimes the Mars. Last fight, it was Ori. You just saw the damage drop-off, right? Like, he 4 hits the monkey almost, then Ori's on top, and he's like, well, now I did no damage anymore.
Yeah, they had the lockdown, they had the Earth Spike. He had no BKB in that fight because he used it up in the top jungle.
Yeah. Like, a couple of things came together, really, where you go for this like super snowball-dependent item build on the Weaver, then you die a couple of times, and suddenly your item build seems very lackluster.
Yeah.
But I don't want to take anything away from Aster. Like, they played this game, well, not perfectly. They had their struggles here and there, but they played like really, really well. They read so many moves perfectly and countered it appropriately.
Yeah, very well countered overall. I mean, this is going up against the favorites of LGD, and, well, they take game 1. To break it down a little bit further, we've got Nomad and the rest of the panel. Take it away, guys.
It's Team Aster that take game number 1 with an explosive start to their DPC performance. That is exactly how you want to kick things off if you're a newly shuffled squad looking to impress. They take down LGD, but it is only the game number 1. But man, what a performance. I mean, we doubted the Drow a little bit, and my goodness, did it pay off.
The doubt
paid off massively, yes. Yeah. We look great right now.
I thought the Drow was a great pick after they banned out the PA, but you know, we talked about that mid matchup. Ori, nothing to say, the Void Spirit and the Ember. If you end up coming out ahead there, the Ember Spirit, it's just too easy for you to get on top of Drow, and Black said it himself to close that game out. Every single team fight, somebody got on top of Drow. When she could do damage, it was great, but they didn't win the early game hard enough, and they use these heroes to just jump on top of her every single time.
Yeah, what highlighted for me how well they were playing this against the Drow was the one point where the Drow was able to just unleash onto the Monkey when he just kind of like marches high ground like, gonna go hit me a tower. He gets shredded by the Drow like 100-0 in like 2 seconds. And I was just thinking to myself, how she does so much damage. Like, this hero is actually crazy, but she just can't do it in the team fight because Aster are playing against it so well. I mean, that really was like a great indicator of how well they were just controlling up this Drow and keeping on top of her. I mean, yeah, Ricky said like it was kind of suspicious, you know, like you thought that they were kind of challenging Ori, and man, did he rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at the draft early on, and I thought that this was an Aster win coming out of draft. I mean, you have a lot of options to try and gap close like this Drow Ranger. What do you?
I thought it'd be 2 over PSG. All right, whatever.
I mean, Aster doubters where, you know, like coming out of the draft, it felt really good for Aster, and they performed exceptionally well. Like they if it's not Ori on the Ember Spirit, who, I mean, late game, it's always going to be him, but in the mid game, who's gap closing, getting on top of the Dry Ranger, you have heroes like the Monkey King with an Inkswell, who's just going to boundless strike you, jump on top of you, chain stun you down. The Arena from Mars, like right when he got level 6, bottom lane, you see the rotation from the Monkey King. They boundless strike, Arena, find their first kill onto the Dry Ranger, who was having an amazing start. And at that point, it's like, you're suddenly falling behind in a matchup that you don't excel in. So I think Aster just performed exceptionally well in this game, and their drafts, like, it did exactly what it needed to do. I mean, honestly, Grimstroke was like probably one of the MVPs for me. This pick did wonders for their team.
Yeah, it was really nice as well, especially with the Inkswell coming out in like the clutch moments just to help out Monkey. I mean, it just made him so scary. Made him so damn scary. The whole team looked very scary in this game. I mean,
yeah.
Why do you think that LGD kind of, dropped the ball in this one then? Do you think this is them just classic slow start? Did it look kind of under-practiced to you, Neff?
I'm going to say the same thing we were talking about in the green room. Disrespect to the mid lane. I mean, Ori just ended up popping off, nothing to say. Didn't do as well as they thought they would. They didn't have damage outside of the Draw Ranger going into the late game, so Ember Spirit's game needed to be shut down. So they had a lot of confidence in that one strategy they had, and ended up biting them in the ass there, man.
Yeah.
You can see right here, the Draw Ranger tries to like finally show up for a fight. She's like, okay, I've got a DD rune. I'm going to do what I can. And then watch Monet. She's like, oh, boundless strike, Link Spear, and you're done, right? Like, this hero has no ability to fight into these guys.
Yeah, she goes get like a double damage rune, and they just walk at her.
It's great. Like, I kind of feel like, if you imagine Aster as a fish with like 5 eyes, right? And they've got
Yeah, you got me. Keep going.
Yeah, I like where this is going.
and they've got all 4 eyes on the front of the fight, but then that one eye is just always watching the drow.
Oh, yeah.
And then like the moment she comes within range, like all of the eyes just immediately turn and focus on the drow. And then she's just like, whoa, I thought I was sneaking past, but no, they've always got that one extra eye looking out for her. I feel like maybe even they just have like a bell or something in their room where they're playing in, and like the moment they see the drow, they just start ringing the bell, and everyone's like, oh, go, get her, pile on
To the stations.
Yeah.
This fight right here was perfect as well. Like, you see, like, the Arena comes out, and then there's still follow-up after she reses, right? And their BKB piercing her. You have the soul bind onto a BKB drow that also connects onto Nothing to Say, and it feels like every single fight Aster had their number, and
Yeah.
it was so beautifully executed.
What was essentially the final fight of the game as well in the triangle, in the enemy jungle. It was a bit of a desperation play going for a fight there. They're hoping they could see maybe 1 or 2 heroes. Unfortunately, they came across the whole team. They dropped the Ravage onto the Mars. They take him out very nicely on LGD, but then he just buys back, and then he has some real trouble. And beautiful buyback, like no hesitation from XXS. Jumps in, gets an incredible 2-man skewer onto, I think, the Void Spirit and the Ogre Magi, I think, and from there on out, like the game's just so difficult. But they don't have that same TP point because they're fighting in the enemy jungle as well.
Yeah, hope we get a chance to see that one in just a second.
This is like one of those things where the Tidehunter just feels so weak into these matchups too. And like, when you first phase the Tidehunter, you have to be able to secure this hero. Like, they get the double Ravage off here. This is the one you're talking about, the instant buyback from the Mars, and suddenly, PSGLG is like, oh crap, we gotta get out of here, and the Arena perfectly placed.
Yeah, and then can't see it on the screen, but this double spear on top of them. They were soul bound together, so it was difficult for them to get
Ogre
away.
and the Void Spirit, so good.
And they find Zen-Q too. So Balance Strike comes through from Monet.
Jinky though, I mean, he took the shuffle season. He was like, he doesn't realize they hadn't shuffled because he thought he was carry player this game.
Yeah,
he was like way deep, buying like Gleipnir. I noticed one point as well. He finds the ninja gear, and we've all been there. We've all been playing like support. You find a really nice item, which is like, I'm not going to tell them. They might not notice.
Maybe nobody sees my neutral item. My precious.
They might not have checked. I'm just going to keep this ninja gear for myself. The drow's like,
Baboka had so many stacks on his Finger Death here as well. And this is, you were talking about this play where it's like Ori's just kind of like, yeah, all I'm going to do is just run around on the back line with these spirits and just chase down this drow. And there's no counter to it at this point. There really is not.
Yeah, nobody other than the Drow Ranger is doing damage, and you can run at just Drow, then it becomes very easy to play against the Drow Ranger lineups.
I'm 100% okay
I could agree with this, yeah. He was having a phenomenal game, as we pointed out there. Just landing so many arenas, so many spears, great positioning, just being super annoying. I mean, any of them could have taken it though on Aster, I feel like. Like, it was a really cohesive game for them, which is not what I expected, honestly. Like, from these newly shuffled teams, I expect a bit of bumpiness. I expect a rough patch. But this game, I know it's only one game, but it looked very cohesive, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, one of the people came up from the Academy Division. I imagine they had a bunch of time, post-TI in order to, I guess, get into the swing of things. So it makes sense that like, you didn't switch up your roster too much. One of the people was from, like, another team within your organization. You're going to know how to play around them fairly well. So, again, I'm surprised, though, PSG LGD. I thought, a team that came in second at TI were still basically on the same patch. We're slightly different.
Yeah. We thought they'd had it figured out.
Yeah, but I guess not.
Guess not. I mean, not for this game anyway. I mean, still a second game to go, and LGD, maybe like the Chinese meta overpowers the actual performance of the teams, right? Because it is Chinese meta that Aster beat other Chinese teams, and it's Chinese meta that LGD start the season slowly. So, I mean, maybe they're just powerless to fight it. It's fate.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, we talked about this earlier, how Aster tends to do really well in the DPC leagues and then goes to Major, and that's when they really struggle. And
that was a different Aster.
Yeah.
They're not the same team they were 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, they're just back to owning in the DPC. I mean, off to a fantastic start already, obviously. So I'm super excited to see game number 2 here, and I think the draft is going to be just as important as it was in game 1. I mean, Aster got what they wanted and didn't really make the mistakes this game.
And this was without their eggs and bacon as well. We didn't see any brood. We didn't see any craziness going on. No Ori DP or anything like
You
this.
were talking about like potential cheese picks and whatnot. We didn't really see that. I mean, Drow Ranger's kind of a cheese pick, but you went all in on that Drow Ranger, which was not great.
Yeah. So, for both teams as well, there's so many just strange things they can pick up, and we didn't see it this time around. Maybe we'll see it in game number 2. Let's find out as we get into the draft.
Ooh, nice.
Thank you. That's smooth.
Same bands.
Halfway moments.
Nothing different here. Oh, wow. Okay, that is confidence. So we see the exact same bands. OD, IO, Weaver.
No, Bane was banned instead of Weaver.
Oh, yeah. Bane instead of Weaver. You're right.
Yep.
So I was going to say picking a Queen of Pain very first.
Scared. Ori, slow down, buddy. Okay, you had a good run. Okay, you had a good game. Now first facing the Queen of Pain, he is feeling it right now. He is just like...
That is bold, yeah. And I mean, they instantly punish it, right? They pick up Kunkka, Grimstroke. These 2 heroes are so good at dealing with the Queen of Pain. So I love it. I love the response right away.
You can jump the back line fairly easily against the Grimstroke, but the Kunkka, he's tanky enough that he can deal with the Queen of Pain, and then he trades fairly well just by throwing out Tidebringers constantly. But you were saying?
No, I was just wondering how the matchup worked, especially now that the dagger heals, because I feel like previously it was kind of like Kunkka wins the harass just by constantly just being able to slightly lower cooldown on Tidebringer.
Yeah.
But now the dagger heals, I don't know if is that still true?
Yeah, it's still, well, you have a little bit more sustain, so you can harass Kunkka a little bit easier. You sometimes even go 3 points in the dagger if the Kunkka will stay in the lane, even though very rarely Queen of Pain goes 3 points into the dagger. Because you're always good to get off onto it, but he needs to go into the creep wave in order to actually hit and cleave off onto you. I mean, you're always going to heal up. You're always going to have him fairly slow. So Queen of Pain does better than she used to against this one. That's one of the reasons why she's gotten so much popular. She does so well against so many different matchups.
Yeah, she farms incredibly fast right now, too. Like, she's one of the fastest scaling heroes with the change to her shard. You just, blink, scream every wave, and there's just...
And then die because you blinked into the creep wave.
Hey, okay, you don't have to do that to me. No, but you get the Lincolns and the passive spell block as well at 25 even, so you have like a lot of survivability on this hero as it does go late. They ban out the puck anyway, so they're a little bit worried, maybe that this could be even an off lane or even a safe lane Kunkka, something that we have seen flexed a few times.
I hate the safe lane Kunkka.
The safe lane Kunkka build, it's a little odd, I'll be honest, but it has happened. We've seen it be a little bit successful here and there. But Aster do manage to pick up the Mars, and XXS had a fantastic game with this hero, so I'm super excited to see him once again on it.
I'm a little scared because, the round 2, he set the bar very high for himself. Now he's feeling the pressure, got to pull off another game like that. But, I mean, it's XXS. He's an absolute veteran. Not going to be remotely worried about performance or anything like that. He is just good to go.
the number one thing that I'm worried about when I see Kunkka drafts is you can be so much more flexible with what you want to pick. So it's much harder to predict what PSG LGD are going to do. Like, you can run it in position 1, but because he's a tanky frontliner, there's like several different builds you can go. You can go armlet for damage. You can go BKB if you're you don't have an offline that plays that far forward or has that much control. You go Egg and Scepter. There's so many different things that you can do. He's an amazing frontliner and very versatile mid hero for that reason. Versus Queen of Pain, like, you know that she's going to be playing, like, jumping the backlines and whatnot. Mars is going to be your frontliner. You need, I don't know, a right-click DPS for your safe lane, so it's very easy to predict what Aster's going to do here.
There is actually an Orchid build for Kunkka as well that actually got popularized because of Queen of Pain and a few other mid lane heroes. So you could see it's not that common.
Yeah, we saw that one, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's that common, but it is something that you can do on the Kunkka because you have a lot of burst damage from the boat and the torrent and the Tidebringer that the soul burn ends up being a pretty hefty chunk of damage as well.
Yeah.
But when you have a Grimstroke already, it might be a little kind of like a little bit of excess, like double dipping almost. So.
Yeah, and that forces the queen to go for the Yules as well, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Because
exactly. It forces the queen's item build, absolutely, and that is it's not a feels good. You're gonna get a BKB eventually, but you don't want to have to pick up a Yules.
Yeah, yeah.
It's even worth to go Yules on that hero anymore?
No, almost nowadays it's pretty much just Orchid into BKB.
Okay, right.
BKB is just too good because Refresher is too good, right? It's just way too value.
Yeah, the Refresher BKBs is the era we're in right now.
I think they'll reduce the BKB duration back down to 5 seconds in order to discourage it.
I think they'll nerf Refresher first.
How do they nerf
Oh,
Refresher?
I like Refresher being popular though. Like it feels like we never see Refresher, and all of a sudden we're.
They might give it the Aeon Disc treatment, the scaling cooldown, to where like your first use is more value, but it scales with like.
So the last Refresher orb is like 300 seconds. You just don't get to
Yeah, like you get to use it like once every 5
Same
minutes
cooldown
late game
is
or
sort of
something.
breaks.
Yeah,
Great, it just breaks.
yeah.
It breaks eventually. That's your idea.
It just doesn't
Just
exist.
becomes a one-time Refresher shard.
Becomes an orb.
Yeah.
Useless orb.
What do you think of the Bane here, though? I mean, I know you're not a big fan.
Surprised
of the
it
hero,
got
but
through
yeah.
initially.
Not a fan at all, but it limits. I mean, it's very good about what I was talking about. They need a right-click carry that does a lot of damage. It's probably going to be a melee hero if they've got Mars Quap. Need something else that can frontline alongside the Mars if their mid is going to be a Queen of Pain. And of course, Bane is going to be very good against that. So it's a smart preemptive Bane pick.
Double Fiend's Grip as well. Something you always have to be concerned about. I mean, we saw last game, Aster with the Grimstroke hit a ton of really good combos.
Yeah, with the lion, right? Just double fingers, double hexes,
Double
very fancy.
Abyssal Blades even. Yeah. It worked
Now we
out
have
really
the chance for double enfeeble.
well. Oh, that's a sick play.
Does anybody even remember what Enfeeble does?
No, that ability's been changed so many times.
I do know it increases cast time by 35%. Good luck blinking away from that Queen of Pain.
The only issue is that a lot of the really popular mid heroes right now all have like instant cast time abilities, so that extra cast time is not useful at all.
I want to see if you can spot it on the Queen. I'm going to be looking only for this. My post game's going to be rubbish here because I'm just going to be focused entirely on seeing if
Queen of Pain has to build an arcane blink in order to speed up her cast time.
Of course, yes.
She can
And
blink.
counter out that Enfeeble.
Arcane Blink into an
This is the
immediate
only play.
blink out. Yes, classic. It's my anti-mage with blink daggers.
Ooh, that's an interesting one.
Lion Enchantress.
I actually really like the Enchantress here.
Yeah.
It's so good against Inkswell. So you have a hero that can basically dispel. It'll still stun, right? It still does this AoE stun, but if it hasn't done much damage, it's
Yeah, it's like a
yeah,
very short stun at that.
and it helps make space for your carry. Also, just does a lot of damage in the lane. Trades fairly decently against both these supports from PSG LGD.
Yeah.
Do we think this is Lanham going like, pick my Enchantress? I'm going to pick my Enchantress, guys. Good luck with it.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know. It depends how well they react to the Enchantress pick. Usually if you ward up, I think it's like 3 jungle camps is the rule. You want to be able to block the ones closest to your lane, then maybe one a little bit further. And then with level 1 enchant, she has to walk so far by the time she gets to the lane. The creep is basically about to expire, so she doesn't get any use out of it.
I see.
Yeah. So.
It's a lot of pressure though for whoever's playing this Enchantress. If Lanham's picked you Enchantress and he's watching your game, you're gonna be like, oh god, oh, no.
You're sweating in the booth the whole
Yeah.
time, like please don't critique me.
You mess one thing, you leveled what? Like, oh no, he's coming.
Ooh, a Night Stalker. Okay.
great against the Queen of Pain until you have BKB.
Great against most of these heroes. I mean, Enchantress, Lion, Queen of Pain, anybody you jump, you stay on top of them.
Yep.
Like, your game is just ruined.
You have 2 Spirit Vessel builders here for PSGLG as well if they want to go for it. You can build it on the Kunkka.
It's not a big reason to yet. You don't really care about Enchantress's heal too much.
And it's great against Mars too, though. Like it's not bad. But yeah, you're right. It depends on what the one position is. So you have that option right now.
We should probably start thinking about whatever the one position is. On,
So he can just fly over the arena, right?
Oh yeah.
Night Stalker, yeah.
Yeah. Bye.
It's very funny. Dark Essential take you. Firefly doesn't take you over the arena. You actually walk.
It's clearly different altitudes, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that Z-axis. He is not quite tall enough.
Bigger wings on the Night Stalker, though more. No, because if you sit on a bat, right, clearly it's not going to fly very high. So
Yeah.
checks out, right?
Anything
Are you fat shaming Batrider right now?
He's curvy. He's curvy. It's fine.
I like the Void Spirit ban here. So they're actually anticipating that it could be that safe lane Kunkka that we've seen a little bit. And they're actually prioritizing banning out nothing to Say's mid lane right now. A little bit interesting. And they banned the Ember as well. So that is their option, or it is kind of what they're expecting here on the side of Aster.
Yeah.
PSGLGD, though, know that Aster for sure need their safe lane pick here. So they get rid of the Troll Warlord. Something that's good into the Night Stalker is, I was going to say, is Wraith King and Naga Siren. But Naga Siren has not been picked all that much.
No.
I mean, the Troll would be able to play pretty far forward as long as the supports had Lotus Orbs or something like that in order to deal with the Bane. The Wraith King obviously gets back up after Fiend's Grip. He's great for that reason. The Ember Spirit and the Void Spirit bans are, I guess, a sign that they prioritize keeping... Okay.
Safe
What's
lane
that?
TA.
They
That's a
probably...
sick pick.
Yeah, they prioritize keeping these supports on the back line alive. Lion is a very important hero to keep alive in a team fight. He's like just as important as a core hero as the game goes on.
I think this TA is literally just because any carry hero they had to pick here needs to go BKB like first or second item.
Absolutely.
And they did not have many options left, so that makes sense.
There's just not a lot of heroes left that do well into the Night Stalker lane, and she is a hero that will kind of be not visible at the start of the fights and then wants to like blink in and just try and burst down some of these supports. So she might be able to get heroes like Bane or the Grimstroke, and taking them out of the fight early is pretty big.
Yep. Unfortunately, you've got 2 Heaven's Halberd builders that you're playing against, and
Yeah.
True.
a lot of the damage has to come out from the TA.
Luna.
Well, they just grabbed the Luna, so I see 4 run-at-you heroes on LGD, plus the Luna to just sit behind and farm her pants off. Is this a good game for LGD, are we thinking?
Yes, I think it becomes way too easy to counter out the damage that you have on Aster. I think a lot of it comes down to how good, the Queen of Pain is going to do in the mid lane again. A bit of a cheap answer to say it's all mid-game matchup. So late game, I definitely prefer PSG LGD, I would say.
Okay.
I kind of agree. I think the Night Stalker pick is going to do a lot of work. Dark Ascension's vision control is going to be huge for them because Kunkka really benefits off of having that vision. And then, of course, Luna, like you said, will be able to have a lot of space to farm here. Matches up fairly well into the Mars lane. Once you have BKB, it becomes pretty easy.
Yeah, nice little bit of synergy there with the Dark Ascension and the Luna as well, right? So
Absolutely.
There's some really nice stuff going on between this LGD. Yeah, I think we're going 3 people for LGD. I think this is going to be a 1-1. That's what we think is going to happen. What is going to happen? We'll have to find out. We got our casters, B Cop and Black, to take you through the action for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Nomad. They're telling us to figure out what's going to happen. Me, you? You think we can figure it out?
What?
I said, you think we can figure it out?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Mhm.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
No?
For sure.
All right, you know what? I don't know. I feel like I'm not going to...
I'll let them do the figuring out. I'm just gonna do my thing.
Okay.
The thing.
You're going to figure out what you're gonna do? Wow, I'm stumbling.
Dude,
Stumbling on my words.
What are we gonna do?
I don't know. I think we're going to go to the game. I'm going to watch, and then we'll figure it out.
Hopefully soon, because it's getting a little awkward.
Oh, man. It's good to be back.
But yeah,
It is good to
Who you
be
feeling? Who you
back.
feeling?
Who am I feeling? I don't
Yeah.
know. I feel like the panel just casters cursed out OGD. So, do I go Aster 2-0? I need your advice.
well, I'm going LGD.
Okay. But that means if I go LGD, Aster's going to win 2-0. We all know how casters cursing works. It just happens. It always
your choice.
happens.
Make your choice.
All right. Well, I'll make my choice at the end of the game, I think.
How is that a choice?
Because then you can never get predictions wrong.
Yeah, that's not a choice anymore.
Yeah, but you know, nobody knows that. If I just say, "Oh yeah, I definitely chose them," it works. You should try it. No,
I'm giving you that look of like
disappointment.
disappointment,
That-
sadness.
that's the signal to the guys in production who are just like, "Get this guy, shut up and stop looking at me." And well, you know, now we'll get in the
Didn't
game.
accomplish that though.
No, now I keep talking. We talk about the game instead of you know, our predictions.
Yeah,
We could high five like that.
easily. Did it right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard that.
I don't know if the mics picked that up, but that was our high five.
It was way better than theirs.
Now it's on cooldown.
Yeah, for... No, it's only a cooldown if you don't high five.
Yeah, well, ours goes on cooldown. You hurt my hand.
Sorry. Why? A little bit of trouble.
Ooh, Earth Spike late into the aggression. First blood there for Ori. Good stroke of fate on like 4 heroes, but no follow-up damage to really make anything of it.
It was
Ori
a
with first blood.
stroke of fate and the Tidebringer on like 4 heroes. A lot of AoE damage, but 1 tango each is gonna patch them up, no problem. But yeah, Wise is a little bit just like he just walks forward. It's like I'm a Bane, I'm pretty tanky.
Definitely not Ogre again this game.
Definitely not. Oh, sort of the same ish. Flying Ghost with way too much base stats.
If he had a second head, I would totally give this to you, but, you know, they're not really the same cosmetically.
The head might be in a different dimension because it's a ghost. It's a very beautiful river.
Yeah? Can you swim in this high of water?
No, it's not that. Dude, the creeps are so small and their feet aren't even covered by... Like,
I don't know, maybe.
I don't think you can swim there, no.
I just meant your swimming abilities, not if.
Unless you're Slaughter, I guess you technically... Is he swimming when he does a tail dance? No, he's sliding, right?
I don't know. I guess it would be swimming at that point.
Well, I don't know.
How do you feel about this matchup? Quap, Kunkka. Not a matchup we see a lot, but certainly an interesting one. We don't see a lot of Kunkka, but, well,
We also
Face
see
the
when they
arm.
die, which
Yeah.
is super unexpected in this lane. Like,
well, I mean, what does Siamese Cat really have to offer except for Enchant?
yeah, but how do you dial level 1 to a fake of stroke of fate and void that does nothing on daylight? Like, must have stepped out of position and be like, oh, a little bit too greedy. Probably like a range creep deny. He didn't want to get or anything. But yeah, mid lane should be relatively even. Kunkka can have a little bit of problems, like at higher levels, but you just go jungle, you get your levels and gold anyway. That's why the mid lane is considered pretty meh nowadays, you know, by a lot of mid players, including myself.
I say we just go Dota Reborn,
Okay.
1 courier per team again.
Yeah, but you have to upgrade
Yeah,
manually.
make mid harder.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I would love that.
I remember you weren't a huge fan of water runes.
I'm a lane dominance player. I hate all this stuff. There should be no
Free-ish.
camps, no free water runes, no free courier.
Middle tower is
Lose or win. You know,
No, I like free courier.
Ah,
Free courier just because as a support, it always stunk spending all your starting gold on just nothing that really benefited you.
nobody does support.
Yeah, but like,
Do your job.
I still want a magic stick.
No. Dude, did you play Dota when you literally just had like 1 slot for a sentry ward, 1 slot for an ops ward, 1 slot for a TP?
Yeah, it was hell.
It was great.
Hell for supports.
I like 2-hit every support because I had no items.
Yeah, that was the problem. It's no better. I still get 2 hit.
Yeah,
That's okay.
because neutral items and stuff make the enemy stronger too.
Yeah. And Bobica back on the line. He had a fantastic game number 1.
It's gonna be hard to replicate that. Ooh.
Stop the TP.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope his bottle is coming though because he's real low.
Well, he's hoping, you know, just fill it up on the bounty rune and get back into lane, make something happen. But, you know, how much can you do?
Wait, one more.
One more right click and Siamese Cat will be there. Keep
Died
going
for
down.
nothing, he said. Kind of true, actually.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah. But I actually like this TA pick into the Night Stalker. Oh, there's a little bit of action in the top lane.
Ame hit with the God's Rebuke. And
Oh.
good Nightmare.
Is Master's name Mare? Could I say good night?
Good Nightmare. Yeah. I see your jokes. He's a horse. He's a mare.
But yeah, like I like these really big right-click damage dealers against Night Stalker, because he wants to jump into the backline, but then you can just prevent it by being there and like 3 or 4 shotting him, which is also why I like PA so much against him. Very similar concept. And Mars doing fairly well. This should actually be a pretty difficult lane when he doesn't care. Faith Beyond.
Oh, looking for the Inkswell, but it was a little bit of hesitation, and that might cost Faith Beyond his life. Gets into the trees, gets away from this Enchantress for now. Working with that Tango regen, they've got the Ice Armor. And not a lot of mana left here on Siamese Cat anyway. Faith Beyond, dangerous game he's playing.
And he's struggling down here a lot. Like only 11 C, has no region left. If you shut down Night Stalker early, he has no way back into the game.
Oh gosh,
nice.
God's Rebuke. The God's will be felt, and well, it's going to be Y who gets hit by it.
Yeah, already 1k gold ahead. Like the lanes are not going well at all for LG. They're losing all 3. And we all know what happens when you lose all 3 lanes.
Your percentage of winning the game goes down very exponentially.
Yeah, it's... Whew.
Struggle.
Wow, Kunkka is losing super hard. 1k net worth behind. Damn. That's not what I expected at all. He's already full jungle. At level 4. Oof. Like, you never want to do that until you're like level 7, maybe 5 if it's really bad, but...
And this is nothing to say who hardly loses his lane, let alone twice in the same series.
Ori is back.
It's a bit early, but I will give it to you.
Thank you. He's level 6 and...
Oh my god.
Yeah. 1.5 levels ahead.
Yeah, he is. Ooh, man. He could rotate
Hey, be
real
careful,
soon.
Hex! Oh, no mana.
Nightmare.
Bye-bye, Boboka.
Lucent Beam. And a kill there for Y. Now they're going to go after XXS.
Who's going after who?
Oh, yeah, well, Y's got to run. God's Rebuke once again. Not a lot of mana here for XXS, though, to follow that up anyway. And Y will just fall back a little bit. Opens up the lane for Ame, who is starting to get back into things.
Yeah, Helm of Iron Will is too strong.
And this is, man, look at Siamese Cat. Stealing what should be Kunkka's.
Yeah, I mean, he's an Ench, he can do it. Because Kunkka's not even level 60, there's no threat of a ghost ship. No burst damage,
Nothing.
to say.
And 1k lead. Ori, level 7.
It's a little bit ugly, isn't it?
What, the mid lane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a DD on Kunkka though, and now he's level 6, so maybe we're gonna get a good like ghost ship rotation.
He's got to do something, and I think Siamese Cat's done a great job of warding up and pressuring this Kunkka on his own.
Oh, that could be a good one here.
And Nightmare, ooh,
Oh no!
not going to last long enough, and now Y, well, he's probably going to die here. Ori certainly has the damage, especially with the help from Boboka. Throws an Earth Spike, and the right clicks from Ori will get the kill eventually. They had it set up for a second. It felt so good and then felt so wrong. And they won't be able to get the kill out on to this Queen of Pain. Monet taking some damage, but the
Who's fighting
refraction
who?
now turning it around, and the right clicks in, the Meld Strike out onto the Night Stalker. And all of a sudden, both the Grimstroke and the Night Stalker have a sliver of health.
I think
and
you.
yeah, Siamese Cat's just going to come around here and eventually knock this Grimstroke out.
Okay, I'll take that, I guess. Man, things are going terribly wrong for LGD in this entire series. Not just in the game 1, but on game 2
Overall.
as well. Yeah, it's just no move is really working. Like what happened in the mid lane on the Nightmare? He just torrented too late, or must have been.
Must have been something, because it did not line up the way they wanted it to go.
It's a good X mark, but
They've got the X, but there's the Hex, and now Inkswell, it'll pop, but not in time. Ori pops a Haste Rune and just walks away.
yeah, another rotation, not successful. Mars, meantime, just pressuring top lane, almost up to his armlet. And then TA is free farming bot. Yeah, Night Stalker that's not having a good time in the first nighttime is... What is he?
ineffective.
Sure, but what's another name? Night Stalker?
Dire's top
Night
tower is under
Kitten?
attack.
I don't think that's a cat.
Really?
Definitely not. More of a bat, if anything.
Oh.
Why gets the nightmare, but Ori now looking after this Bane. Meld Strike comes through. Sonic
Guy
Wave
on
on
three.
the 3. Why? He's dead first. Ghost Ship out onto an Enchantress, but I mean, really, I don't think Aster care for that.
Gotta take what you can get at this point.
Yeah. LGD grabbing
Are fortified.
any shrivel of hope off that kill.
Yeah, it's still only 2K lead, but they had to evacuate the safe lane already
Is under attack.
X has just been hitting this tower.
the entire time.
XXS cam, always this.
I like the sound. Very fierce, right?
Yeah, well,
Dire's top
I
tower
guess. I don't know if that's the sound a trident would make off of a stone tower. But it does sound very fearsome.
Thank you for always agreeing with me.
I'll never disagree.
I always look for someone like that in my life.
You've come to the right place. I'm a yes man.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's me. Thank you. Invis picked up for nothing to say. He'll bottle that up. We'll see if they work with that Invis to move around the map and make something happen. It would go well with Y having level 6, but he's level 4, and
Who took the tome?
you'd really love to have Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, did Grimstroke take the tome, or because they're both not level 6?
No, they're not. There's the tome. They just purchased it.
Yeah, on the Bane. Okay, he's gonna
Just
have his
needed the
grip up.
gold.
Yeah, if you don't have money for tome at minute 10, it's usually not a good sign.
No. Bane just hitting the 4-digit mark on net worth. It is
Yes.
not going well for Y, and back under.
Well, now grip is online. They're definitely gonna find the smoke rotation somehow. Maybe with the invis on the Kunka. But who's finding who here? They have finger.
Yeah, they will have the damager spike in, and Luna now hexed up. They've got the control. Oriana mega kill streak.
Yeah, he didn't get the finger stack at least. He fingered a little bit early. But
Looking for that burst damage, making sure they can get that kill.
yeah, there's only a small victory for LGD though. Losing a Luna like that never feels good.
Doesn't really feel like
He
we
just killed
felt
it.
much from
Grimstroke.
Ame.
Gone.
A spear landing, Inkswell will eventually pop onto the Mars. Stroke of Fate, maybe he survives.
Not gone.
Starts to walk it away, and they do have level 6 on Y, but do you really want a Fiend's Grip without anything to follow that up? No. So he'll just walk away, and they won't go for potentially a counterplay. 4,000 net
caught the
worth
crop,
lead
though.
for Aster. X Torrent, this time it lands.
No!
Ori, though. Oh!
Missed combo again.
The combo not looking good. Nothing to say, struggling.
Yeah.
Uncharacteristic to what we've seen him do for what feels like the past year, 2 years. Dominate the lane, make everything look so clean.
Well, especially the past, like, what, 7 months or so, right?
Yeah.
That's where he really came into form.
And all of a sudden, you know, at least right now, not putting the combos together.
4K behind at this point is,
Bottom tower is under attack.
yeah, it's trouble. For sure. You also use nighttime for that, so Night Stalker gonna be ineffective for the next 2 minutes. And the next nighttime, Quap is gonna have a BKB already. He rushed BKB, first item.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom
At least they
tower
get the tower bottom. That's something that they can go for, but looks like they're going to lose the mid-tier 1, so that opens up the jungle.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, I didn't expect Aster to be like this, you know?
This is kind of like how it felt last year. Aster dominated the DPC season.
Yeah.
Ambitious, Bobica.
All right.
Very ambitious.
Maybe if you have the level 25 talent with the range.
Maybe 40 minutes from now, but not now. That's for sure.
That's a good one.
Oh, man. Ame, some efficient farm.
Yeah. Learn from this. Always pull the camps together. More efficient bounces.
Did you get excited about efficient farming?
Yeah. I mean, I always get very disappointed when they don't do it. When
Yeah.
they're just being lazy, you know? Because I hate myself for it when I'm lazy. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do it. God. Why didn't I do it? Now I have to hate myself for the next 10 minutes.
As a support person, I just, you know.
Don't you hate it when you stack for your carry and he doesn't farm it efficiently?
Yeah, but when you see it like this, I'm just like, oh, all that hard work. Stacked all those camps. Let me go. And then he farms it efficiently and he gets it, bam, gold like that. Bobica gonna move forward with Ori here, looking for Faith Beyond. They've got the Earth Spike and the Finger. Almost feels like Bobica's got it down to a science where the Finger and the Earth Spike connect at the same time.
Yeah, so the damages are combined, right? I mean, just the killer duo, the two of them. Maybe they can find... Oh, they got a grip!
Fiend's Grip and the Eclipse down onto Monet. That's a kill they need.
Oh, they lose Ame,
Great
though.
Blink Arena Nightmare. Ame, TP attempt, and there's the Ghost Ship Sonic Wave, and they don't get the kill onto Ame. However, Bane's a second
Neutral
prize.
creep.
That, well, gets killed to the neutral, so they don't even get the silver medal.
The golem, they're like,
Participation award for them.
That was a mad mud golem.
Yeah.
Don't touch my family. Bam! Right in the neck.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Axe and Earth Spirit give a little bit of that boxing one, too.
That was a haymaker for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
There's going to be a
Bobica's-
blink soon.
Yeah. And we've seen it. The double blink. And then you've got Ori who can blink as well.
Yes.
Like, just so much mobility that's going to find them to be in an advantageous position in almost every fight if played perfect. Or not perfectly, if played right. Like, it doesn't even need to be perfect. When you've got that much blink, the instant hex, the blink arena, blink sonic wave.
Or at least this time you don't have a draw ranger that's really dependent on positioning. Oh, thank you.
Take you away, the ink swell.
BKB first on Quap is a very rare sight. But this game makes a lot of sense. Against the Grimstroke, against the Silence, against the X-Mark. There's so many spells that are annoying to you.
Yeah. And then going into the Shard, which I love on Queen of Bane,
It's
personally.
so good.
Go right up onto that Bane, blink on top of him. Boom. All right. Fiend's Grip canceled.
It's
Blink
pretty-
Arena,
Oh.
good blink from Faith Beyond, though. First item blink, so, you know, yeah, he's got the blink. He can work with that nighttime, get the silence out, but not really outputting a lot of damage.
And not tanking.
No. And he's look at the jump off in net worth from Mars to the Night Stalker. It is
Yeah.
a lot.
Like,
He
TA is
really
gonna
taking a
3-hit
back
him.
seat.
With that Deso.
Yep.
You jump into the backline, bong bong bong, and you're gone. There have to be a lot of follow-up. Yes, sir?
No, I'm just thinking about Monet and TA. If we could just switch the in-game sounds. Bung, bung, bung. Bung, bung, bung. Like, I'll take it.
Yeah, it's good. I still think they should hire me as a sound effect
Yeah,
guy.
we're starting to get new creeps. We're starting to get new towers. I want new right-click effect noises.
Or anything, really. You can hire me. You heard my Goku scream.
Yeah.
Intense. Smoldering intensity. I can do it all.
That's very true.
Thank you.
AC for nothing to say next. BKB picked up here for Ame. Not a lot of kills in 17 minutes. Game is teetering on the edge of going heavily into the favor of Aster, that's for sure. And LGD just trying to hang on at the moment. I know they're down only 3,000, but it does feel like Aster have good control of the map and a good control of their positioning in the game where come one good fight, they can really pull away.
Yeah, but they got a good window now with that double BKB. Luna is very, very big, and they definitely got to make sure to play around her. Maybe take a big team fight, kill a guy or two, straight into the Roche pit, and get the Luna snowball going. But Aster have different plans. Again, the killer duo. They can't burst the Kunkka though from full to zero, no way. Whoa, that was fast.
That was a really quick BKB, and, well, you may have come for me, Bobica, but no, now you got nothing to say because you've been killed by nothing to say.
I do have to say though, that is on Ori. Like, you gotta let the lion go in first. Like, don't even give the opponent a chance, right?
Instant hex.
Yeah.
Take him out.
No need to do that. Ori a little bit overexcited. Or maybe he's like Boboka. I know what you did last summer. I'm going in.
Good first movie, bad sequels.
As it is so often with movies, isn't it?
Yeah, what was it? I still know what you did last summer.
Did you watch the new Matrix? So I hold that thought.
Nightmare onto Ori. That's going to be transferred over onto the Enchantress.
Double
They've got
grip.
the Arena, but the double Fiend's Grip with a Soul Bind. And now they look to get the kill, but the finger comes out onto the Bane. They get the kill on XXS. They'll end up trading Y. Hex out onto Faith Beyond. He gets over the cliff and through the woods. Venom's Embrace comes back from Siamese Cat over onto the Grimstroke, of course.
The double grip looked way more exciting than it actually turned out to be.
Yeah, it was like there.
It was there
and
for
then
4
it didn't
seconds,
matter.
though.
And it still didn't feel like that.
Yeah, crazy. Like, where was all the damage? There's no damage. Did you watch the new Matrix movie?
I have not seen it yet.
Okay. My lips are sealed.
Although I'm nervous because we were talking bad sequels, and all of a sudden you're like, "Have you seen the new Matrix?"
Well,
now,
I'm not
now, no 2K lead though.
I'm not gonna spoil you what happens, but it's not that good.
1K lead. Aster, their lead declining as Ame continues to
He's farming fast.
farm up.
Farming very fast. And Monet is surprisingly farming very slowly, to be honest. As a TA, like, you want to be way higher than that. Probably around Armor Snap, to be honest. Struggling just a little bit.
Radiant are scanning.
7-0-0 for Ori. The James Bond going for him. Well, backwards James Bond going for him right now.
Yeah, it's definitely the James Bond.
His name is Ori. Ori. Doesn't really work when you've got one name.
It does not.
It's not Bond, James Bond, that's for sure. But maybe after this game, good performance. He'll take a martini, shaken not stirred. That was my bad impression of any accent. But here we go.
That was pretty bad,
Yeah, it was awful. So, Monet, Ori, sitting here together. Double damage ready to go for Monet, and he's about to have this BKB, so certainly a jumping off point for Aster where they can make something happen. But LGD, they feel the advantage, and they go to a 5-man smoke. It looks like Aster is setting up for the same.
That he has the BKB now because he disassembled the Dragonlance, so that deity BKB is like their big timing.
Ooh.
So dangerous.
Monet, though,
Oh.
instant BKB. But they start to retreat far enough away. They've got the Hex. Here's the Eclipse with the BKB being popped by Ame. They go after Bobica. They get the kill to the line. Now they
Good
get the Sonic
damage!
Wave. It's a big one, but is it enough to get the kill to Sami's Cat as well as Monet? They'll buy back on the Enchantress. They look over at XXS. Well, he's being corralled right now. He'll throw down the Arena. They've got the Silence and the Spear out on Ori, or out on to Nothing to Say. And Nothing to Say, trying to turn this. Enchantress, Nightmare at XXS, pretty tanky at the moment, but the Turin comes out for Nothing to Say. They get the kill to XXS. They look over at Nothing to Say to finish him off. Ori now, well, kills the Kunkka and probably stops the chase of LGD to continue to potentially get that clean of Bane. Impetus damage, not too much.
Good
There's a
night.
Nightmare, but now blink forward from Ori. Not a lot of mana to work with, though. I thought maybe you'd go for it.
Nah, no chance without that mana. But yeah, the team fight, they lost an even amount of resources, I would say. It's a very, very even fight. Like, I thought the Luna was going to die way faster with a DD on the TA. He actually
Sonic
survived
Wave was-
surprisingly long.
Well placed as well.
Yeah, and then his BKB just wore off too early because he had to use it at a small camp, had to run all the way to the Ancients for like 4 or 5 seconds. He got blown up instantly after that. Like, he lived for like half a second and all gone.
Then he was dead.
But now, no ults. So that's potentially free Roche, unless LGD is like, maybe we want to contest it. Doesn't look like it though.
They're going to know they're coming over anyway with that ward on the high ground, so
Yeah.
they feel pretty safe.
So it's a free Roche for Monet, who is probably just going to build 2 more damage now. That's what they really lacked last fight. Like, they have a lot of good stuff, like a lot of stuns, a lot of sustained damage, but a little bit more burst would be nice.
And Aegis into a 5-man smoke immediately.
Yeah. Without Monet though, probably.
Blink Silence, he's got the X on him already, so he's fine.
Yep.
Going towards bot, they're going to find Bane if they catch up to him, and they do have that blink. Now the Arena and the Spear. Elusive Beam comes out, and Curse My Finger, again, connecting at the same moment, getting that kill onto Y.
There's something satisfying about just like stacking up the damage, right? It just disappears.
I want to say that Immortal feels pretty satisfying.
Yeah, the sound also.
And just the zigzag, like that hit, it hits different. Sammy's cat in a lot of trouble.
He was hit different too.
Yeah, hit quick. Killed quick. They know where the Kunkka is.
nothing to say.
Bobica right on him. Nothing to say. Silence up. It's a full team TP. Sonic Wave, BKB, nothing to say. Oh, the last hit from Oné. They've got the soul bind though with a double feed scrape. Do they have the damage to turn this around? They rip through the first life onto the TA. They get the kill to Ori. They'll end his 9 times kill spree, and they'll go after Monet, who's got the BKB and turning it around to Ame. But Faith Beyond coming over. BKB, it's long enough. And they'll TP out this TA. But man, LGD, despite the fact that they lost nothing to say in the beginning of that engagement, double Fiend's Grip feeling a lot more impactful this time around.
I mean, we spoke about how bad it feels to be gripped, like your carry is BKB gripped, and, well, ×2 that, and...
Where is my team?
Well, suddenly it's only 3 from your team that can actually do anything.
And they're all getting pinged.
Yeah.
It's a good fight without the Kunkka.
But they're going again.
Bobica again. Hex, Earth Spike, Spear, and a God's Rebuke. It's the 4 ingredients needed for a kill onto the Bane.
I like that they're still playing aggressively.
Yeah, they haven't stopped, despite the fact that they've, they really haven't pulled away. And we did say that the game was teetering on the edge, and LGD have kind of recovered on that. But Aster have not changed the playstyle.
Yeah.
Just going.
Which is good because the late game is going to be very tough against Night Stalker, Kunkka, and Luna. And as we said, like double grip potentially.
Potentially, it feels like it's almost a given right now.
Yeah, it's a very deadly combo. Especially against like 2 backline cutters like TA and Quap. It's like you want to go in together, but you really don't.
Yeah, if you catch the Quap blinking in, you're not really scared of the silence anymore with the shard.
Yeah.
The only one, I guess then you can have XXS or Bobica focus on getting the Bane, but even then that's pulling more heroes into a fight.
Into a bad position potentially too. But Quap should be somewhat safe once you get like, the Lincolns in the 25.
There's the blink in.
Oh, you gotta... Not popping
Does he have it
BKB!
this time. He's got the Ghost Ship, but still has the blink out.
Okay.
That's the time he got the combo, though. Scotty finished here on the Luna. Ame high up on that net worth.
Not popping BKB there is so scary. If he gets gripped, he's gone.
Or the fear of popping the BKB and then getting gripped.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That's always what it feels like, right? Like, as soon as you start shining,
Radiant are scanning.
I think that was a pretty good Banal sound. Like a vacuum cleaner.
Are scanning.
Yeah, that was just the Hoover. Old blink, Faith Beyond in onto the Mars. The arena immediately down. They'll avoid the spear onto Ame, but it goes right through onto nothing to say. Who didn't pop his BKB in time. They have the damage to get the kill on a Siamese Cat. They'll look over, and now the Soulbine's going to leash up onto Ori for a split second. They've got the Sonic Wave onto 3 of these heroes. Another look with the finger as well as the Earth Spike. Ame in a little bit too far. They'll take out the Luna. They've got the Fiend's Grip on Monet, and they, well, don't really care on the side of Aster. Eventually, they'll blink right on top of Y. Ori with the double kill. And it's a 2-for-1. Not what LGD were really expecting. That fight kind of got sloppy for them, and nothing to say gets hit by the spear, eventually pops the BKB, and then there really wasn't much else.
Yeah. Like, it would have been the best if neither of them or both of them together popped the BKB, but the way it turned out is that one of them is stunned, the other committed the BKB, and then post BKB, and Luna just gets blown up by the lion. And the TA together, like even the Sonic Wave again on 3 or even 4 heroes.
Ori's positioning on those ults has been pretty on point.
Yeah. And nothing to say going for that new carry Kunkka style kind of build.
Ooh, let's take a
The
look at this
Satanic.
again.
Oh, it's a replay. Nice, yeah.
Faith Beyond committed, then didn't commit, then went back, and you can see he's kind of unsure where to go.
It looks really weird too because they're focusing on Mars with a bulwark. They're dealing 0 damage to him.
Yeah. And then there's the Sonic Wave. That lands on a 3.
And goodbye, Luna.
Or Spike Finger at the same time, always. And then, yeah, Why's got the Fiend's Grip? They don't really care, though.
It lasts so long too. What an ability. It looks so funny. Hands up.
Titan Sliver. Drop there for Monet.
Who's getting it?
Is he just going to hold both? Elven Tunic and...
Hold all of them.
No, why not? Make the game really difficult for supports. Just let people hold as many neutrals as they want to get.
Tower is under attack.
Right, Ench just solo pushing down the top tower. Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower
Hey, whoa, there's a centaur creep there.
Yeah, that is true. That is considered the hero, actually. Stronger than the Ench.
Mindbreaker. Good one to have.
It is, especially against a Quap. But you already have that inbuilt silence. So. Now my question is, how does Arma actually feel? Because after the last fight, where he just got blown up 100-0 in a second, he can't feel too comfortable, right? They're
Comes
smoking
down
up
to his
again.
Positioning again.
It's a 5-man
Words on
smoke.
the high ground at success. He's ready for this one with the help of Bobica. They'll get the
Oh,
spear.
they can't lose him. They
And
can't
the
lose him.
Hex. They've got the stun, and there's the double Fiend's Grip once again. And let's see what Ame can do with this. The damage is starting to come out. They get the kill on Bobica as well as XSS. They'll take out Simon's Cannon. Ori, there's the
Ultra
ultra kill
kill,
for Ame.
easy.
Ooh, a full team white. LGD. Aster thought they had the high ground, and well, they were mistaken. They will get burned by that lava, and LGD will take that fight clean.
The double grip is ridiculous. Like they're both just standing there for a whole 6 seconds. Under the BKB, like,
The Hoover gets turned on, and they are cats. They literally die.
they cannot do a single thing. The positioning also from Y, he was so far away from anybody. And even if he was close, they used all stuns on the Luna already.
When you break the bases of Luna, it goes fast.
Yeah, and mid tower's gone as well. Well, soon.
Let's watch it again. It was a little quick.
Look at the double fiend script. That's really the most.
Soulbind,
Yeah,
connected,
right
Fiend's
there.
Grip. Your BKB is nothing.
Both of them just locked into place forever.
And then the Eclipse rains down the moon.
And that's 2 Rexes gone.
Yep.
And a massive lead now for LGD.
All of a sudden.
Asta thought they had
7-2.
it. LGD took it away and said, no. You can't have it.
The Moon of Mane had other plans. And Eclipse damage, doing a lot. Double Fiend's Grip. Why? Bane? Are
At
you
this
shocked?
point, you can't really call it a spoiler anymore because it's old. Was there like an eclipse in the anime? Did you watch the anime?
I did watch the first season.
Was there an
Second
eclipse?
season is coming soon, though.
Yeah, but was there an eclipse though?
I don't remember. I have to rewatch.
Why did you even watch it?
I watched it like a year ago, dude. I am not good with the brain stuff.
Oh yeah, I know.
The only thing that sticks in my head is all the knowledge of the Chinese region. Anything else, like I literally
20
I got
nuggets.
did not have all 20.
Yet. Exactly. I know you all too well, my friend.
Bobica gonna die here.
There was a
nothing
one
to
hit.
say.
There was a one hit. Out of the silver edge, cling, and you're gone.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And cut right through that line.
I don't know what you do now, actually, as Aster. Like, these fights are just impossible. The Bane double grip combo. Who popped the BKB here?
Ult. Going. Nightmare. And the arena
Caught the Bane.
down. They caught the Bane. That's exactly what they wanted, but he
Grip.
feeds Grips anyway. He actually doesn't care. They've got the control onto the Mars. The Soulbind's out. He lands onto the Enchantress as well as the TA. They're going to the back lines looking for Bobica. The damage coming in on Simon's Cat as well as Monet is enough to finish them both off. Bobica drops 2, 3 heroes dead. Eventually the Bane does die, but he takes the Mars out of the equation, and they get 3 kills on LGD, and back onto the high ground they go. They'll call GG. LGD will even the series up at 1.
One fight is all it takes in game of Dota. You line up scales better into the late game, you win one decisive fight. 2 sides are down, what do? Like, honestly, this fight was just impossible. They had no chance anymore after they lost those 2 Rexes. Yeah, I mean, Y and SyncQ, they're pretty good players.
Yeah, the
Pretty good
support
players.
duo definitely putting up some fireworks.
That double
when,
grip,
when needed.
man, it was like 3 or 4 times where the double grip just completely turns the fight. And like, what do you do about it? Like, you actually have to like say, Lion, we need you to kill the Luna, but you can't do that because if you go on the Luna, you can't stop the Bane.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, and even in that last fight, Bane is just like, oh, okay, well, you jumped on me with the arena. I guess I'll just Fiend's Grip you and take you out of the fight.
You know why that was happening? Because he got the Inkswell, like, strong dispel,
Right.
and he just stands there, suddenly grips the Mars, and like, oh, well.
Guess I can't do anything.
I guess I'm
I've
in-
been Fiend's Gripped. Where's my team?
I've been put in timeout.
Basically. And you know what? I don't know what's similar to that first series. When we
Yeah.
saw Phoenix go after the Bane on eHome, and then they just, the fight is just so split.
Honestly,
it gets
Bane
broken
is
up.
such a good hero.
Yeah.
Like, I want to see more of it. I love it when someone's gripped.
Yeah, that is definitely ban one, number one material right there. But to break it down a little bit further for you, we've got the panel. We're going to throw it over to you guys. Take it away.
100 audio.
The beauty of Dota 2, the video game, is that sometimes one fight is all it takes to turn everything around. And to me, that's what that game felt like to me. I mean, what a crazy, crazy game. LGD, just reminding everybody why they were the runners-up of TI. I mean, what a performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, one team fight, one spell can change everything, as we saw in that last game. That single
Yes.
nightmare coming off. We were talking about that in the other room, just end up dodging the God's Rebuke. It was the Scream from the Queen of Pain and that Impale from the Lion, and just barely
One
clutched out
nightmare.
enough HP. And yeah, it was 5,600 damage from the Luna. No way that team fight goes anywhere close to that if she drops.
Yeah, I mean, we were literally like, we were all watching during the replay to see what it, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh, they dodged Scream, and then like Ricky's like, yeah, they dodged Impale, and Neff's like, yeah, they dodged the God's Rebuke as well, and we're like, wait, all of that? Like, all of that with one nightmare? Are you kidding? Absolutely insane. And then the double grip to follow up as well. I mean, wow, Innocence, like, absolutely ridiculous gameplay from the Bane there. And just great team playing all around from LGD. And they're finding their wind. They're remembering how they play Dota. And it is scary when they get into this, that is for sure. But, you know, it was kind of a case of, like, this... It did always feel like the game was kind of one team fight away from kind of falling in LGD's. That was kind of what their draft did, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the lanes actually went really good for Aster, despite like what we thought was going to be the contrary. Like we all kind of expected LGD to do pretty decent in the lanes, but Aster ended up coming out ahead, mostly out of like Ori's performance in the mid lane, I think. But
Yeah, dude, that Kunkka was broke.
it was so yeah,
That was rough.
yeah, that was he got like he applied for assistance and got denied. You know, like it was rough for the Kunkka in this game, but he bounced back and he did what he needed to do. I mean, overall, just like the like teamwork that they had coming into the late game, mostly from the supports, in my opinion. Like you have the double Fiend's Grip. Obviously, Soulbind this game was huge. It worked wonders for their lineup. But every single time, like the Soulbind was saved for these cores, and they're finding like a Fiend's Grip on one of the BKB targeted cores +1. Sometimes it was even both your BKB. Safe lane and mid lane. And that's like worst case scenario.
You see the very last team fight, the Mars got so lost in the sauce because of this Bane. He just ended up jumping like so far into the back line to get Bane. He just gets Fiend Grip in his own arena.
Yeah.
While the rest of the 8 heroes on the map were fighting each other. They're like, wait, we kind of need Mars right now.
Yeah, that was the feels bad. I mean, especially when like there's that cheering going on in the arena.
Yeah.
You're just there being basically jeered by your own little soldiers. That's a rough situation. Yeah.
A lot of these fights, like early on at this point, like the Luna isn't that far ahead. She's still top of the net worth, but you can deal with her. Like, Aster was finding ways of bringing down the Luna, but at some point after just too many lost fights or just too much space, she becomes, like, as Neff likes to say, too swole to control. She becomes way too scary. And all you need really is that tiny bit of HP to do a ton of damage.
Rainbow TPs. Didn't even end up saving that.
No, couldn't get there in time. But I mean, we're talking as if LGD were like always in control, and it did always have that inevitability about it where we kind of felt that they were never far off being able to turn the game. But as we were ahead for a very long time, it did look like this TA was going to pay off. And out of the laning phase, I'm actually kind of surprised that the TA didn't catapult further forward. Do you think the decision to keep turning up to fights rather than farm a little bit harder was the right one?
I think both teams wanted to farm. They both have their own ways of winning the ultra light game. I was super concerned about Heaven's Halberds coming out for multiple heroes on PSG and them just being able to shut down this TA completely. But I think they were just looking to play faster, take advantage of the fact that this Kunkka lost the mid lane so hard. But once he got the BKB, I feel like he was strong enough to continue to fight into Asta and deal with their aggression.
Look at that.
Oh, there it was.
It's just so good. And then we talked about this before, the strong dispel that comes out from Grimstroke. It is so good.
So strong.
I was gonna say so strong, but
dispel.
yeah, very
That's
nice.
why they call it that.
Yeah.
Clues on the name. Yeah.
And this is it.
There's the Fiend's Grip you're
He's
talking
like,
about.
I gotta be able to get this Bane. He's turning these team fights. And then it's like, all right, well, then I guess we just don't have our Mars for this fight.
BKB Night Stalker with Dark Ascension running down your Lion. Like, there's no...
Your Lion in the face.
Yeah, what do you... Like, there's just nothing you can do about it. Like, that hero just does not stand a chance. And we were talking a little bit about how slow of a start he had on the Night Stalker. Like, his lane was worse than anybody else's. But all you need to do is pop that ultimate and just provide the vision in the fights, and eventually you're going to have a BKB. He had an okay-ish Blink Dagger. It was not like an off-lane timing. It was more of like a support timing Blink Dagger, but, you know, he got it, and that's what mattered.
Yeah.
I mean, Ori, though, was absolutely destroying the mid lane, right? Though, what was stopping him from just taking over this game like he did the last one?
I mean, I think some of it is like the way that their draft works. Like, he doesn't have the ability to play super aggressive like he did yeah, okay, this is nuts. Hold on, we're looking at the MVP here. Y on the Bane. This makes a lot of sense. You look at your kill death, you know, it's like
The 1 in 10 MVP, it's like, yeah, well, I don't get it. But, you know, the one play that changes the game.
Yeah.
That was
Look
like
into
the
his
EG.
eyes.
Do you remember the EG Nightmare?
Stop talking about EG. You're banned for talking about EG. But look into his eyes. Like, that is what you think about whenever he's gripping you in the team fights. That's what they're seeing. That's what they're thinking about, these players. You know, for every second that's going, they've just got his head in their heads. You can't get it out. And you're the whole time just like, oh god,
yeah.
Jesus, what a murderer! The face of a murderer.
I mean,
He did. He just murdered them. Good and proper. Great performance.
Every Fiend's grip was good. I mean, he never had a Fiend's grip that was pretty much instantly canceled or anything. Like, every single Fiend's grip he got off in this game was, you know, 3-4 seconds or more. And they were always on to an important hero in these fights. So his targeting was perfect.
Yeah, needed to be as well. Otherwise, you know, they were, you know, further ahead on Asta majority of that game. I thought they would have eventually won. But, you know, you take one bad fight on your side of the map, you're playing against a Luna, your high ground is gone.
Yeah.
That's it.
Focus, focus. Your base is delete us. Thank you very much, Luna. That's the LGD magic trick, just so quick, and they knew from the start that's what could happen. What do you think about the Enchantress as well? Because it looked okay in the lane. I mean, this wasn't one of their really like dominant lanes. Do you think it worked as like a kind of dispel and inside the fights, or do you think it was a bit underwhelming?
To me, it felt a little underwhelming this game. I kind of expected it to be a little bit stronger in the lane. Like, a lot of times with the Enchantress, the reason you pick it is because it's so dominant. Like, it's usually specifically picked up against certain heroes that you can really punish. And you didn't really feel like you did like slow down the Night Stalker quite a bit. But at the end of the day, like, he's not going to be prevented from being able to contribute to fights. Like, he's one of those heroes that really Dark Ascension is pretty much all you need.
So you think there wasn't a point in picking the Enchantress if, like, even if you shut him down, he wasn't going to be able to do enough, or?
That probably combined with the fact that like your safe lane wasn't really able to capitalize off like the space that was being made, because you kind of just had this like hero that wants to farm, but Luna just does it better.
Yeah.
Right? So
She can outfarm you no matter what. She's like the Alchemist of the current patch. It's a shame Alchemist got nerfed into the ground.
I miss that guy. I love me some Alchemist. I'm a little bit greedy though, so.
All right, well, on to game number 3 it is then. All tied up, 1-1 between these two giants of the Chinese scene. It is getting very exciting in this series, and I'm glad this one's going the distance. It kind of feels like, you know, it's the LGD we know, you know, these guys have been so good for so long, versus this new version of Asta. And they have always been, you know, the China slaying team, but under this new formation, we didn't know how they're going to perform, but right now they're putting up a really, really good performance against, you know, what should have been considered the strongest team in the region coming into this one, because they didn't shuffle. Traditionally, the teams which don't shuffle are strongest at the start, and then the other teams will sort of catch up over time. But this is such a promising start from Asta. Even though they did lose this last game, I'm still very impressed by what they managed to do. You know, they put together a great draft and they put together a great laning phase, but yeah, it did just end up dropping the ball. So what are we expecting from this third game?
I mean, it's hard to say. I think a lot of it comes down to draft for these two teams. Like, game 1, I did feel like Aster came out ahead in the draft. Game 2, I think, was a little bit more even, but the Aster, I think, overperformed in the lanes, and that's where like they kind of surprised me, where it felt like they actually had the almost the ability to take game 2. Like, it was very close. Like, there was just a couple things that just didn't go their way, and some just like very crucial plays from LGD that allowed them to actually pull that one out. But Aster, I think, in their current state of how they're playing, they could absolutely take this series 2-1.
I think they have to change up what they're doing in the mid lane on PSG LGD. It hasn't gone how they expected to go either of the 2 games that they played so far. I think if like they even draw even in the next game, while they're expecting to win, they're just going to completely fall apart. Like Aster could have won this best of 3 in like 2 games that we just saw. They won lanes 2 games in a row, which is insane against PSG LGD. So.
Yeah, against nothing to say like that. That's just madness. They sent him to the jungle. They destroyed his whole.
Dude, you're level 4 against
Get in
level
there.
6.
You're out, kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone else
No,
take it
Ori's
over
had
now.
some ridiculous one. Yeah, as Black said, Ori's definitely back in the laning phase. That's for sure. He's looking like the king of mid in this series at least. And it's got to be worrying because they just first phased that Queen of Pain. Like, that was the first pick of the game, and the lane still went that well. I mean, what do you do now? Is it just a case of trying to get an even better mid hero?
We could do what again. My method of playing mid, which is forfeit. Just throw out corrosive, another toxin, into the lane, or breathe fire the lane with Dragon Knight and go back to jungle. No, but I think they'll pick something safer. Going for that would be kind of insane. But I think whatever is super safe, they'll pick in the mid lane. So,
Is that what you think is going to happen as well?
Yeah, I think pretty much they just need to give him a solid matchup. Nothing to say, like, in both games has not had a favorable matchup. The Kunkka in the game is a good matchup into the Queen of Pain, but the lane is still going to be a disaster.
It's slightly favored Ori in both games, but enough that nothing to say. Should have been able to do a decent enough job. I think he underperformed the expectations 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why the games were closer than they should have been. Well, PSG probably thinks they were closer than they should have been.
Yeah. So, I mean, when it comes down to it, there's only so much the draft can cover, right? Like, there does need to be a change for nothing to say. It needs to snap into gear. It's DPC time, baby. It's time to get your lane sorted out and, respect Ori as well. Because in that first game, they didn't respect him at all, right? They picked him a pretty good Ember game when they saw the Ember pick, and they still picked the Drown such, Like, they knew it was coming, and they kind of didn't give him the respect he deserved, and he absolutely trounced them with it. Game number 2, I'd say the similar thing as well. Picking the Kunkka into the Queen of Pain, kind of saying like, look, we know it's not the greatest Kunkka. I mean, they did win that game after all, but the lane
they did win. But
don't
there
think
was a
that
massive
doesn't
net worth
justify the
discrepancy
lane.
between the two of them at like 10 minutes in the game. That's usually what you watch out for, is how the game has gone for each mid laner at 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So time's come in with a fresh slate. What do you think the mentality's like right now for the Aster guys? Because, obviously winning game 1, losing game 2, often in these kinds of scenarios, we say that the team which has lost the second game is usually on the back foot, but I don't think that's true this time around.
I would agree. I actually feel like Aster should be feeling pretty good right now. Like, they definitely won game 1. It was something that they, just outperformed PSG LGD in game 1, like their draft and everything. And in game 2, it felt like they didn't really, I don't think they lost that game as much as PSG LGD managed to win the game, right? If that makes sense. Like, they didn't really make like any big mistakes. I think overall right now, like, the team seems to be in a pretty good spot. But I think going into game 3, they should be feeling pretty happy with how they've played so far today.
I think it's not so bad if you can pinpoint exactly what went wrong, and it was fairly easy to pinpoint that in the game. Like the Bane thing, where they ended up committing a little bit too hard, and maybe they let some of the heroes get a bit more farm than they wanted them to. Maybe they played slightly more aggressive. You thought that they should have played less aggressive, or?
No, I was just asking about like how the TA was playing around a timing, right? Very timing focused hero. If you can hit like a certain momentum at the right time and then turn up to a fight with a fresh item, then that's kind of like the best possible way to play the hero. But the best possible way to play the hero in general doesn't usually match up with the best possible way to play the hero in that game, right? So that's the kind of middle ground they're trying to find there. And maybe they overcooked it a little bit. I'm honestly not too sure. That's what I was just trying to figure out myself. But we do now have the draft available for game number 3, so let's waste no time in jumping into it and find out who is going to be taking the victory in this very, very early but very critical series between LGD and Aster. Whoever takes this will be set up for a really, really good run in this DPC.
Absolutely. I know, I see Neff cheering. I'm assuming that's because of the Bane.
Bane and OD both gone.
And
So I watch real Dota instead of sleeping.
I am so excited. Okay, so these are some of my favorite counters to the Doombringer. To the Tidehunter. We talked about these in game number 1. Grimstroke obviously being a fantastic pick, but also the Doom, who there's not a lot to explain there. You press Doom on him, and then you can't press Ravage. That's just kind of how it works. But the quick response on the Wraith King, though.
Yeah, they wanted this hero. That is for sure.
2 lives, you do him and he just keeps hitting you because most of his skills are passive anyway. and then it gets back up, not doomed. Very cool. But yeah,
Tidehunter a good Doom target? I mean, I guess
Yeah.
It's the best. Yeah, it's one of those things where you can't remove Doom, right? There's no like Kraken Shell doesn't help you at all, and even if you don't kill the Tidehunter, he's just removed from the fight, and then you just take the fight on your terms here for Aster. But itemization is going to be really important anytime you're playing against the Doom. Things like Lotus Orbs, Lincoln Spheres, always end up being very important. But like Neff was saying, Wraith King is one of the best heroes, at least in the one position against the Doom, because he's one of the worst Doom targets in the game. It's like Chronosphering or Black Holing a Wraith King. It just never feels good.
Yeah, any of those big ultimates. I mean, sometimes we see teams double down and they'll just pick like 3 of these big ultimates, and that's genuinely a good idea. And like, you know, I like it when teams do that. You just throw spells at him, and you've always got another one to go. Monkey King is probably my favorite answer to Wraith King, though.
Very
I
good.
really like that when you can just throw down the Wukong's command on his corpse. You know, we talked about how when he comes back, often there's teams behind him, but they ain't jumping into a Wukong's command to save you. That's for
Never.
sure.
We actually saw that as a response game 1 from Aster into the Tidehunter as well, like from that lane. So
Yeah, it'll be banned for sure.
yeah, I was gonna say if they don't ban it on PSG LGD, then I'd have to imagine Aster is very happy to pick it up.
thinking about you know, what carries they play against this Wraith King. I like the Monkey King idea. Ursa, it feels like, is also pretty solid, but it's managed to make it through every game today. Nobody's picked up the Ursa.
People don't seem to be favoring the Ursa in this
So
region.
disappointing. I love that hero.
Phantom Assassin's the other big one. Combos very well with Grimstroke, also decent enough into the Wraith King because you are pretty much forced to build a Monkey King bar. Takes you out of the way of your other items as well, so I like that ban a lot.
I've seen people just like build a Silver Edge on the Wraith King that would deal with the Phantom Assassin. So again, I think this is like one of the games that we saw earlier where they banned out the PA because they have something in mind here that PA is very good against, not because of what they see so far in the draft.
Well, they actually leave the Monkey King in there as they ban out the Morphling.
All right.
Very bold. I'm
Yep.
curious if Aster pick it up in this phase. I would imagine they do. You see what is probably the 1 and the 3. I mean, you could pull some tricky moves here and move this Tidehunter to position 5 and just run like Gush Lane with Tidehunter and a Wraith King. It's not actually that unheard of.
It's not bad to do something like that against a Doom.
Yeah.
Because if you pick the Doom and counter out the Tidehunter, then it's like, okay, well, he uses Doom, he shuts the position 3 down, you don't have position 3 for the team fight, but if the Tidehunter's a 5, well, there's another position 3 that you have to deal with. It's not really worth the Doom of 5, position 5 hero if he's not crucial.
I'm going to bet this is a support Tide. I think it is because I think Aster is realizing it now and they actually ban out the Broodmother.
Yeah. I was going to comment on that. Seems like an interesting one when they've already got the Tide pick, but you think that's a flexible Tide?
I think it is. I think they are baiting here. I think they are.
Tide that does gymnastics.
Yoga.
He's a lot of yoga.
Peace and
Dawnbreaker.
What the hell? What's this hero?
I mean,
Oh,
this
no.
has got to be your 1 position, right?
Not necessarily.
5 could be. I'm just gonna be. I don't know. Like the games I've seen of this hero, it's been 1 or 5.
The most we've seen of Dawnbreaker is position 5. We saw a lot of that when we were doing South America, right?
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty popular down there. It could be position 1. It's run like that every so often. People run it in pubs on pause 3, but you have a Doom on your team already.
Yeah.
BP played it a few times, didn't they? And they flexed it between 1 and 5 as well. So
Yeah. I would say China has played it a little bit more in position 1 than 5, but it is one of those heroes that can do either. So curious to see where they end up going with this. They'll just use that the end of this phase to try and like as lock in where this hero is going to go. But PSG obviously have the next 2 picks here, so they're gonna have to be scratching their heads as well.
They're not scared. They're smiling right now. That's concerning, man. You see a Dawnbreaker here that you don't often see picked up, and instead of concern, you're just smiling. They're going to be doing something absolutely insane here. All right, never mind. It's Death.
Whoa, Death Prophet.
Well, that's crazy.
Oh, never seen that hero.
I mean, percentage-based damage versus 2 strength heroes,
They pick
melee
up-
strength heroes can't be
Right,
bad.
they have Tiny.
Tiny.
The question is if this is a support Tiny.
Oh, it's getting big brain. I see. I was waiting for this. I was waiting. I was
You-
setting up for this. You know, I was
It's Tiny Death
building this
Prophet.
narrative for
It's-
game 1 and 2, and then by game 3, I just given up. I was like,
Yeah,
they're
like,
just gonna play
they're
it by
gonna
the
take it
book
super
again.
serious.
How boring! And now here they're like, whoa.
It's
That's a bust out
definitely
cool
support
hero.
Tiny. I think it's Death Prophet 3, 4 position Tiny, we're going to see the 5 Tide, and we're looking for a mid laner. I think that's their lanings right now, the way that they would structure these lanes. Because you need something that stands in front of the Death Prophet if you're going to take it to the off lane.
You have 3 heroes that stand in front of the Death Prophet, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying from the support position, right? Which one of them would do it? They grabbed the Lina. Okay. It's got to be Ori's hero, right?
Lina's picked up. Banning out the Terrorblade. The TB. Was it the
So-
Juggernaut?
Banning TB because
They have Wraith King. They're not going to go Juggernaut. I'm crazy.
that means I think it's a POS 5 Dawnbreaker. Or a POS 4 Dawnbreaker. No, support Dawnbreaker. And they're still looking for a carry on the side of Asta.
I'm going to do Black a favor here and say that
Anti-mage?
anti-mage, you know,
Okay,
just
yeah,
to help him out
whatever.
because I know he's thinking it. I can hear, I'm channeling him from the other room right now.
I mean, if he was saying it, you would be able to hear him because that man is very loud.
All right. If it's banning out the Terrorblade, PSG LGD, they have the Wraith King.
It's just a good matchup in the Wraith King is the thing, right? Like Wraith King hates playing into the TB.
Yeah. I'm really struggling to figure out what PSG LGD are going to pick because they can flex any of these, other than the Wraith King, they're going to flex anybody anywhere they want to put them, really.
Yes.
The Razor ban.
What is your ban out?
I can't believe that hero is actually still in the pool.
I mean, it's super good against both the Wraith King and the Tidehunter, so just be able to shut down the Tidehunter's lane if, you know, this is a position 5 Dawnbreaker and leading a position 1 still. Lina's going to be in the mid lane.
I'm very excited for these last 2 picks. I think these are going to be really interesting. You've got, like you said, you have a lot of flexibility on both these drafts. I think the Dawnbreaker is right now kind of the big question mark.
Oh, Slark.
You think so?
Slark's not bad.
For LGD?
No, he's talking about for Aster.
Oh, for
It's
Asta.
actually really good for Aster.
Yeah. Just pick up Slark here. You play that into the Tidehunter. It's great against the Wraith King. It's pretty good against Death Prophet and Tiny as well. I mean, as long as you find a little bit of farm at the start of the game so you don't just get blown up by like the Toss Avalanche coming out from Tiny, I feel like Slark is viable here. Also wouldn't mind Ursa, but people just don't seem to care about the bear anymore.
Unlucky.
Aw. No one cares about us. Poor little guy. All right, let's find out what LGD are picking, and this should give us some sort of idea. Tinker.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
You wanted this. You prayed for this.
Not specifically Tinker, but yeah, it's this is an LGD pick, right? This is a nothing to say special hero, and this is a hero I doubt he's gonna lose the lane on, even against Alina. I still believe that he can. I mean, well, I say lose the lane as in at 10 minutes his net worth will be comparable. It will be lower, but it will be comparable.
Right,
Yeah.
That's why they were laughing. They were talking about this Tinker a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
You know all the lanes now for
Lunatics.
PSG. The real question is, you know, what can you pick that gives catch? And right now, there's not a lot of options.
Do we know the lanes for PSG? What's the assumption? I mean, obviously,
It's 5 Tide, Wraith King, safe lane, and then Death Prophet 3/4 Tiny.
are you absolutely because they do play Death Prophet 5 as well. It's an option for them.
Probably going to be 5 Tidehunter.
Okay.
I think they'll do 5 Tide because it's of the Doom.
Because of the Doom, right?
Yeah, because Death Prophet, like if she gets Exorcism off, like can still fight with, you know, being doomed. But yeah, either of those heroes they can swap them. I guess that's true. You're right.
They'll switcheroo. Probably still even keeping it open now as Asta decide on what we assume is going to be their carry hero. So Monkey King still in the pool. Slark, as you mentioned before.
It's got to be Slark or Ursa. It's got to be one of the two.
I think Monkey King's also very good here. Because he like you just primal spring in and then you have Dawnbreaker ult to follow.
It's good for finding the Tinker.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
find him in the trees. It's a solid point.
And you still need something that matches up well into the Wraith King and really the Wukong's command. Like you kill him inside of it once, he's just gonna come right back in and he's still standing in Wukong's command.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is. We called it for it a long time ago,
Yeah.
and it finally comes out, but it does make a lot of
It's
sense.
just too good here.
Yeah, absolutely. So it will be Faith Beyond playing the Death Prophet. So yep, as expected, Tidehunter on the position 5. And that'll be the draft for LGD versus Asta. Wow, a long journey we've been on here. I feel like, we've learned a lot in the process. We've all grown, not just as human beings, but also as friends during this process.
Yes.
But guys, what do we think of these two drafts going into the third and final game between these
I
two
hope
teams?
Tinker loses.
Oh, okay, thank you very much, Neff.
Great. High-level analyst. I love it. Yes, yes. No, I actually just think this Monkey King pick might be all that's needed. I really do. I think this is where it's going to come down to. If he's able to pull really far ahead in this safe lane, I'm with Aster. I really think that it's going to work.
But nothing to say Tinker. I mean, we
It's
haven't really talked so
terrifying.
much about it because we were too busy trying to figure things out, but is this a good Tinker game?
Yes, it is.
It's
Yeah.
played against everybody other than Monkey King who's going to be able to find him. My only issue is the repercussions of Tinker winning a competitive game.
You've made that abundantly clear. Thank you very much, Neff. Let's get into the third and final game. It is, of course, PSG LGD versus Asta with Beacop and Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Man, I would love Tinker to win.
Me too, actually.
Yeah, I don't know why Neff hates Tinker so much.
55% win rate in high immortal games is not enough.
Yeah, it
Needs
needs to be
60.
higher.
Yeah,
70.
sure. Anything above 50 is fine with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Doesn't matter how much higher, right? Like if I ask for $1, I'm gonna be happier if I get more money, whether it's $2 or $100.
Or $1.
Yeah, same thing. I'm gonna be happier because you gave me more than I asked for.
I feel like Neff doesn't appreciate Tinker.
Yeah, but why not?
He never saw the OP Tinker days.
He didn't?
Not as in overpowered, as in OP the player.
Yeah.
Yeah, he never got to see that.
Or
Maybe he did, but I'm gonna say he didn't, just for the narrative.
I mean, Tops and the TI also had some interesting Tinker plays. He kept blinking to 5 heroes.
How did I get here? All right. Tinker is fun to watch. I think Tinker is fun to watch. I don't think it's boring.
I agree, especially good
30
Tinker.
seconds.
And now you don't have to hear March of the Machines all
Yeah,
the
the new
time.
Tinker is so much more fun than the old
Yeah.
one. Yeah. And this game is a pretty damn good Tinker game. So, Monkey King is generally very good against Tinker, right? But really, mostly when it's played as support, because you would go for Yules that can actually stop his defense matrix TP. And you also go for the vision talent, which is something you don't necessarily want to go for when you're
The battle begins.
playing as a carry, because the other one is better suited for you, right? So he might have to go and then just skill the other talent in order to find the Tinker in the trees somehow. But yeah, if they don't address this Tinker, he gets a good lane, which against Lina can be a bit tricky. Then it's just gonna be nothing to say. So we know who's Tinker. We know he's probably the best Tinker in the region.
Yeah, well, now that OP's out, this would be a great time for him to find a team again. Tinker back into the meta.
OP.
Bring back Burning. Get OP on that team again.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Exactly. Why not?
Just do it. Get me back too
Yeah. Well,
in the same team.
yeah, I was wondering,
Yeah, I'll play offlane.
nah, Burning will coach.
Oh, sure,
that?
sure,
Yeah.
yeah. And it's and he picks Antimate. He's telling everybody what to do, and he looks at me. You already know.
Is this an Animage game? Yes.
He just asked me, Animate? Thumbs up. Good. That's what I thought.
It all works out.
Do you like 5 tight?
I think it's all right.
I like
Gauge
it.
harassment, I think it's fine.
Yeah,
But it's very mana intensive, of course.
it is. And Dawnbreaker 5 as well. It's yeah, definitely interesting post 5 picks. Dawnbreaker much more conventional than
Tide.
Tidehunter, of course. Yeah.
Boundless Strike, Avalanche on a 2, pulling that hammer back.
Oh. Top lane is very, very scary to play against. Dawnbreaker, whoa, I almost got the toss back. Would have been potentially a little bit scary. Still have creeps though.
Oh, gosh.
Level 2 rocket. It's a lot of damage.
Obviously a long cooldown without the rearm, but it is not fun to just stand there and eat some rockets.
Well, next one could be coming. Yep.
How do you feel about this cosmetic, the new
Hold that thought.
Axe as Shinkyu will go down to Monet for first blood.
The Doom axes instead of the blade, you mean?
It's it's
no,
an axe guitar, right?
Yeah, I'm not a fan. And now he dies for it.
XXS.
Die for it!
Yeah, kind of in trouble here.
Ow.
Right quick crit. And, well, Ame won't be able to get the kill there. And he does salve up, so he'll stay in the lane for a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see if they keep the harassment up. They've only got enough for one Gush, one Anchor Smash.
Only 7 CS on the Monkey King though. But if he gets another kill here, that could potentially be...
Balance Strike, Fairy
Wow,
Fire,
the
but
range.
right click, and yeah, Monkey King
How is that
melee
fair?
range.
How is that fair?
You never really know how long it is.
Melee range with the Jingu Bang.
Gosh, he almost takes out the courier.
From the range also. Why is it classified as melee?
Yeah, that, well, yeah.
Like, why does he get all the melee benefits, but like here, like TA doesn't? The range is way lower.
He's like a magician. Who's, you know, they take out the wand,
Oh,
and
he's
the
a
wand just
hero.
keeps going.
Isn't he a hero in like some novel? I'm pretty sure it's a Chinese novel.
Y getting run down.
His bottom tower is under attack.
But
Died
at what
of Bobica.
cost? No cost, really.
Just mana costs.
He's very low on Ori. I'm gonna be careful here. Next rune spawn in 5 seconds. If Tinker wants to, he doesn't want to.
Well, he's got the top one secured, and it'll be
A
just
water rune.
runes. Yeah, it'll be secured for him, and the bottom one goes the way of Ori anyway. So it's not like it was anything too, you know, if he doesn't get it, doesn't ruin the lane or anything like that.
Yeah.
You're giving me this look. I can't even look in your direction anymore.
Why? I'm just smiling. You say I need to be happier. I'm happy now.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, what is Y doing there?
Tide Hunter rotations.
He's about to catch him. Whoa. Very ambitious stun.
Some
Ow!
rockets, some lasers.
That was what Ori
And-
was saying IRL.
Tide was hoping to maybe get a gush.
Yeah, the 300 damage gush out of nowhere. I mean, despite them being up 3-0, they're at a goal disadvantage just because of the CS in the lane. Like, Wraith King's absolutely free farming, and Monkey King got killed, which is the only reason he actually has a game. Like, if he didn't have first blood and the other kill,
It wouldn't really feel that great.
yeah, he's really low in the CS shots. And nothing to say, beating Ori now. Well,
Why's gonna die again?
goodbye, man.
Question is, will neutrals swipe blast it? No. Ori will get it.
I think he stole 2 small creeps, though, so worth it.
I don't know if the math checks out on that.
It does not. But you gotta, gotta dream big and believe.
Has anybody ever won a pacifist game?
No. Yes, probably with Lycan or something. Cause there were games where people just GG'd out super early, right? So it's probably possible. Oh, nothing to say.
He's still okay.
Of course. That is so annoying.
What, that taunt?
What is that tornado thing? Like the taunt? Why is it like a whirlwind?
Why not?
I hate that TP sound.
Nothing to say. Throwing out some rockets again.
Yeah. Nothing unusual
Ooh,
there.
Monet.
Nah, no damage. Do they?
You say that,
Oh,
but
he-
Spirit Siphon and just needs one more Crypt Swarm. Spirit Siphon again. Ooh, got him. What were you saying?
They wouldn't have had the damage if we dodged it. Then you gotta give me that. You gotta give me that.
I will. You got it.
Okay.
You're off the hook.
Thank you. I was like, no way. Oh, it's a bit spicy. Or it's a Tinker rotation bottom.
Yeah, and Ame's here. Not a lot of mana, but he's got
He has no
the
ult
help
too.
of the Soul Ring.
Yeah, he has no ult too. Gotta be careful. And CQ also TP'd in, but nothing to say. Said, nah, I don't feel comfortable there.
Yeah, TP'd into them really didn't do anything. He popped the Soul Ring. Threw a stun.
It's because Arma didn't have ulti skill, I think. So he had like second thoughts. Oh my god, he still
It's
doesn't
still
have ulti.
dangerous. They know all three are here. Good avalanche to potentially save the life of Ame.
He has the mana burn creep too on Doom. So they know
That is such a pain.
that even if it's skilled, he won't have mana for it.
Well, late Soul Ring, maybe.
Need more than that. 180. Sorry, only gives 150. Oh, I just mana burn it tiny. So obnoxious.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, Tiny. They're converging on your location, and they will get the kill 5-1. XXS getting credit for that, and they'll get it. Well, they'll get the tier 1.
Yep, going straight into the Midas again on the Doom, as we see most of the time, not always. Wait, Tinker's game is pretty slow, but as I say that, Ori's game is even slower on the Lina.
Yeah, both mids kind of still getting off the ground.
Yeah, nothing like crazy. Oh yeah, so we spoke about the other day. Remember skeletons? It's a very balanced mechanic. And they respawn too.
Yeah, I don't know why they respawn.
Yeah, that's so unneeded, right?
They'd still be strong without respawning.
Yeah, it's like, imagine if Lycan Wolves respawn.
That's just the shard ability.
They become undead werewolves.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just a little bit of a lead for LGD. Aster, is that more so padded because of the Doom? Are they really, like, you know, it's going for Midas, so it's not like net worth they're really putting into fighting.
It always is with the Doom though, right? Like, you just generate gold out of nothing. How much GPM is that? Like 200 something? Pretty ridiculous amount.
Radiant's middle tower is under
But yeah, I haven't really seen a Tiny 4 in the longest time, so I'm interested to see what CQ can actually do with him. So far, not a whole lot, but maybe soon.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
And Monkey King is still so poor despite having like those 2 kills. Like,
still
just
got
really
all 3
imagine if he
cores.
didn't have that. Like, he would be so far behind.
He'd probably be closer to under the Lina, right?
Or he would be way under the Lina. Probably like 3.2k or so, maybe even less.
They're looking to get Wraith King. They're looking to make
Oh, just look at the rocket spam. It's
Ame
so
pay.
annoying.
Yeah, and just the vision advantage right now for LGD and those rockets coming out. It'll force them off the mid-tier 1. And yeah, Glyph will happen, but hey, well, here are my skeletons. And,
Where did
they're
they
still
come
gonna
from?
Get the tower.
They came from the mid camp next to the outpost. They're so obnoxious.
They don't have brains. They just go to whatever.
Yeah. And they last for like a minute or so.
Interesting Inkswell, but Blazer's there to kill the creep and make sure the Inkswell doesn't pop on these heroes, potentially putting Faithbeyond in a bit of a sticky situation. We'll get the tier 1 over mid. Faithbeyond gets credit for that, and eventually he'll get those ghosts back and his life. So another tower taken by LGD. Pretty calm game from them overall. This isn't the high tempo aggression we saw, but it is high tempo in that, you know, they are taking towers and pressuring the map.
Yeah, the Doom is going to be absolutely massive soon, though. Like, he's probably going to have his BKB in a couple of minutes, like 2 or 3 minutes. He's actually going for the Blink first, yeah. So he wants to push up the pace more. Like, they also know, like, late game is going to be so difficult against this Tinker. Like, you don't want to go late game against this draft. Who's going to catch him? The Monkey King is the only one that can do it, but can he really do it? Because he actually needs to be in a fight and hit people.
Because if he's not putting out damage and Alina doesn't really have a lot, it may not really matter.
They have Ravage here. Gotta be careful. It just pops the ult, huh?
Yeah, right into a Ravage, and then out of the circle they go. Dawnbreaker comes in. This is why on the Tide, this isn't like a 3 Tide that you're going to really feel confident in killing after you get him. And they get the kill to Siamese Cat. They'll look over. Crypt Swarm hits on a Monet as well as Ori. And these rockets start to come out. They'll run down Monet. They'll get themselves a triple kill on Ame. An easy fight from LGD, and they don't even get the Tide. So, like, yeah, you go for the Tide, and you're trying to get a 5 out of the fight, but even if you do, that really doesn't salvage the fact that you got pretty much obliterated.
I don't know what it was about. Like, he just jumped on the Wraith King, popped his ult, no stun follow-up at all or anything. And supports just get picked off 1 by 1, and even your Monkey King ends up dying. Like, that was really... like a massive misplay. It wasn't even like LGD did anything crazy, you know. They just walked
just
into the
ravaged.
Wraith King.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Wraith King, I'm gonna pop Wukong. You wanna walk out of it? Okay. Oh, that's a good one, though.
Yeah, that's a good combo. Potentially 2 kills here. They'll get one, and they'll get the second. Or he gets one, Monet gets the other. That's the combo they're looking for, and that's maybe a bit of a overstep from LGD to put them in a position like that.
Yeah. Luckily, it's only the 2 supports, but still a good pickoff. Like the problem is that Doom also TP'd, so all of their resources are allocated at the top lane now. Like no core is pushing out the bot lane, so it's a little bit inefficient. But yeah, like Doom is still actually not really far ahead, considering his item build. Like he should be way more ahead.
Yeah, considering you've gone Devour, 4, and Midas,
Yeah.
you're only 300 gold ahead of Ame. It just shows what kind of game Ame is having at the moment, too. We'll go for this stack, though, laser it low, and well, we'll see who gets the CS. Most likely they want to give it away to Ame.
Yeah, Tinker got actually most of them, but Armor got the big ones, so like a 50-50 sort of deal.
Not bad.
You take the big ones, I take the small ones, okay?
Deal. They also pinky promised. So, 3-man smoke coming out from
Oh,
Aster,
Y is
broken
so
by
good.
Y. And again, yes, it's a tie, but it's a 5 tie, and it doesn't really feel as good as it normally does getting that kill there. And well, he does have Ravage now, but he's okay dying and opening up space for the rest of his team.
For sure. Perfect smoke break.
Whoa!
He gets tossed out of the tree.
Oh my god! He didn't even land in the tree. That was awesome. He's still gonna die for it, but it was still awesome.
It looked cool. Style points.
Yeah.
Style points for sure.
He sent it right back like in volleyball.
Yeah. But now Tide is back, and you're not getting a tower. Rocket spam also.
And there's Ravage, so you need to be very careful about how you look to fight this. You do have Doom, but who do you throw it on? Who do you really want to place that Doom on? Do you want to take it out of onto the Tide? Do you want to take away the Ravage, or do you want to take away the Tinker from the fight? Because I think
If the Tinker gets caught, it's the best target. If he gets caught, but it's so hard.
Then you still have a really farm Wraith King and a Ravage to deal with.
You do, but otherwise you have a really farmed Tinker and a really farmed Wraith King to deal with.
These are the facts.
And they're not looking good for Aster.
No.
Monkey
But
King is
not
really...
awful. I don't think it's like a terrible game.
It's not terrible, but most of the net worth is on Doom.
Yeah.
Which is the biggest problem. Like all their big right-click damage dealers are actually pretty underfarmed. In both the... Like Lina being so poor is actually a big problem. You should not be behind the Tinker net worth. No, no, no.
Monet top or bottom, trying to get to that BKB. Ags for the Tinker. Only 950 away from that.
Yeah. And Tinker really needs levels. Like his level 18 is such a power spike. His level 12 too, of course. So it's quite common to just give him like the second book or the Tome of Knowledge, just so he gets to level 18 faster. It's just crazy how that hero scales with levels. Of course, every hero does, but especially Tinker. Of course, the rearm, like duration, or like what is it called? When it's like the cast time.
The channeling time.
The channeling time, yeah, gets reduced by a ton. But at the same time, you also can teleport on heroes. The teleport time is reduced by half a second. It's a massive upgrade. Like just 3 or 4 things get better. And Dawnberg is the pink top posturing.
Killing those creeps.
Yeah. The Skelly Bros, but they come back.
Well, they came back and they burned down again.
Which makes sense. Divine Fire is very useful, as we learn from all the RPGs we play every day.
Cleansing the world of skeletons.
Yeah.
Divine Fire, yeah. Wow, they're wrapping through these trees and kind of forcing Siamese Cat into an odd spot. And they've got the toss back onto the Wraith King. They'll have the Wraith Fire Blast. They'll get the kill. And they'll get the tier 2 tower in the top lane. And there's no way to stop this. And great play there from LGD. Sneaky.
Yeah, getting the tier 2 tower super early into the game. I would imagine the next Exorcism is going to go straight into Roche. They don't have the damage just yet.
And they just used Exorcism. I got a 4th iteration.
No, it's like you really need level 2. Yeah, despite having the Deso, like it's not the fastest, because level 1 Exo is actually not that impactful. They do have Gush as well, though. So
Do have the minus armor.
it's a little bit unsafe though, and we know LGD likes to play it pretty safe.
Radiant's bottom tower is
There's the
under
Ags for Tinker.
That is such a power spike for him. Get a bouncing laser. Or they are just going to... Oh, because of the axe, of course. Yeah. But this Tinker is going to absolutely massacre them. And Roshan too. He's so small.
Roche, he's getting tinier and tinier.
They're just giving away the Roche for free, actually. Despite them not having Exorcism. Well... They give it to Wraith King. I thought they were going to give it to the Tinker for sure.
The laser just reminds me of, you ever see the movie Mars Attacks?
Of course.
Where they make the president really tiny? Or no, not the president, it's the general.
Yeah, but it's so creepy, that movie.
Yeah, well, I didn't know it was a comedy. I watched it when I was like 3.
Isn't it advertised as a kid's movie?
No.
It's not?
But you know who it was made by?
Who?
Tim Burton.
Who?
Guy who made Nightmare Before Christmas.
I don't think I watched that. Is that an American thing?
Nah, Tim Burton's pretty famous.
I'm not that good with movies, so yeah, probably.
Q looking for Siamese
Whoa,
Cat.
jumping away. Can't
Not
get away
gonna
from
be
that.
far enough away. Oh gosh, right click coming through from Ame for 715.
I'm so happy LGD finally plays as Wraith. Can you show how broken it is?
Wraith King or the Tinker?
Or both.
Neff would argue with you and say it's the Tinker. But, I mean, it does feel like both.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the way this game is going, at least Monkey King and Lina are quite rich now. Like, they made up a lot of net worth. And Skeleton King, Wraith King, is not really... Here, the solo carries games, right? Like, you can get kited, especially in a late game. Once the Skadi comes out on the Monkey King. Oh my god.
Forced to BKB, LSA, Laguna Blade. And, well, yeah, the first life. Can they get the second? They still have the Doom to look for the Ink Swell. Ooh, all right. Getting him out of the fight. Now a 2-man Avalanche, though. Go to the Exorcism. They might want to fight into this. They get the kill on a Shinkyu. Now they need to think. How do they approach this fight? Popping the Exorcism. And, well, it doesn't look like they are going to approach the fight. At least not yet. They do have Ravage.
Yeah, a little over-ambitious from Shinkyu there, jumping in after the Wraith King was already running out, basically. Giving away his life. And Exorcism is a pretty big cooldown, too, to expend.
He's got no ults. I don't know
careful,
why
Ame.
Ame is playing so far forward, because he is going to die here.
Has an Aegis, but just going to die again.
Aegis. Second life. The rest of his team's just nowhere close.
Oh no, they messed up all spells.
Boundless Strike still lands, but the rest of the team's coming in. They've got an Avalanche on a 3. Ame playing far forward and kind of gets saved by his team.
That is pretty silly that happens at this level. A lot of them use their spells at the 3-second mark, thinking it's just like a Wraith King old reincarnation. Oh! You gotta re-arm again and get out of here. Oh, he's dead.
Well, does not have the mana supply for that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Aster with a 1k lead. This really, and they do have a 1k lead. Obviously, they have Doom in the game. But it's, I mean, feeling-wise, it's kind of felt LGD's way a little bit. Although the last few minutes have definitely tilted the scales a little bit.
Yeah. And, I mean, as you can see, Doom is... He's so big. Actually insanely big. Like, if they killed that Wraith King there, that would be in firm control of the game right now.
100%.
That he got out of there is pretty inexcusable, to be honest, but trying to make up for it with a big team fight. Just as Tinker responds to it, could be a little bit risky.
Tide looking to make something happen. Crypt Swarm hit Monet.
Oh, he's like, oof. Sweating up down the tree. Well,
They're going to go. Ravage comes out. It's on the back lines. They get the kill on a Bobica, and, well, now they look over at Monet. Puts their attention on to Faith Beyond. They get the kill on to Shinkyu as well as Faith Beyond. Ori looking for the LSA, but it won't land. Ame moving forward, Rockets coming out, Blink into this. They're gonna buy back on this Tiny. They've got the Wukong's command down as well as the BKB coming out from Monet.
You get Doom and Tinker.
Jingu, and now they've got the Doom on to Nothing to Say. He will be run down here by Monet. They'll keep up with Y. He force staffs onto the other side of them, but will still die in LGD. Not a good fight for him.
Pretty big disconnect again. Like they ravage on the backline, but Wraith King jumps another target on a completely on the opposite side of the fight. Like where's the golden communication we know from LGD?
Very disjointed.
Like Tiny and Wraith King together went on what they call the Dawnbreaker, I believe. Whereas they ravaged the Lina on the backline. So it's like very where's the damage gonna come from?
Yeah, very split, and you know, trying to time it right with Nothing to Say coming back alive, but even then, like, that is just not the fight that maybe they had in their heads.
And they killed Tinker twice now in succession, so his game is slowed down a lot.
Down heavily.
Like we spoke about how important level 18 on Tinker is, and
Ooh, good goals. But still silence. Exorcism even committed for this.
he might still live.
And eventually they'll get this kill. They're coming with XXS as well as Monet, though. And here they come with a fierce voice. And a fierce strike from both Monet as well as XXS to get the kill on a Faith Beyond.
What a damage!
And Ori right-clicks in from Ame, BKB, but one more before you go. And they will get the kill onto this Lina. Now they'll look over to Monet.
The damage
and
again!
The damage coming out from Ame is just too much for them to handle. Nothing to Say gets the kill on
Ow!
Monet. Oh, just half your life, God. Goodbye back? I don't think so. Bye-bye. Oh, man. Nothing to Say, and Ame all of a sudden turn on the jets.
The Wraith King bonk is so satisfying to see.
He took half the life of the Dawnbreaker in one strike.
Did you see the Lina? It took more than half, and it's a core. Just right in the forehead.
Casual 5,500 damage done in that fight.
The Wraith King level 15 talent, by the way, is insane. Like, look at the stun duration on that. 2.7 seconds. Basically the Beastmaster Raw.
They want Wraith King.
They get him once.
We're gonna come back
He has
to
no BKB.
live Dota. Ame, though, again. Like my dust. My blink dust.
I'm really confused by this. Like, he tried to LSA him, where's the right play, and he also knows that, I'm sure. Like, you got a Dragon Slave right on top so he can't blink. In LSA after. It's a little bit sloppy, because I feel like he should have had, there should have been a second death right there.
That's the second time.
Yeah, he's overcommitting a lot. But doesn't get punished for it yet, so he's probably going to keep doing it. Ah, this is a strat from Aster. He's going to keep overcommitting, and then minute 50, when he has no buyback, you're going to be like, yeah, they can't, you know, hit the spells upon my
That is
respawn.
25 minutes away, sir.
Yes.
You're talking about minute. They have to hold out to minute 50 now.
It's called investment, my friend.
Yes, that is true. 2K lead, though, for Aster. Again, they are leading in the net worth. And yes, Doom net worth will always inflate it, but he's still now, it's, you know, it's not just a Midas. It's not just Devourer Midas. Like, you know, you got those items. You're packing up a little bit of
Extra
net
meat,
worth that actually is effective.
very effective.
And then
Not as effective as a Wraith King, though.
No, but it's kind of opened up some space here for Monet and Ori, who have gotten themselves a decent amount of gold.
Sure, but the last couple of fights also gave Tinker his way back into the game as well. Like, once he has his Hex, this game is going to be very, very scary for Dire. Whoever gets hexed and Armor jumps on them. Can we talk about the level 15 Wraith King talent, by the way? Why does he have that? Plus 0.7 second stun. Is that allowed?
Not that strong. It's not even a second walk.
Oh, true. It's only 2.7 second stun. Out of nowhere.
Four-man smoke coming out from Aster.
Shiva's up
They've
as well.
got Ags on Grimstroke.
Yeah, against the Wraith King, not bad. But not that great. Oh,
Blink.
XSS!
Wraithfire Blast, Dawnbreaker with the ult. They've got the Soulbind on it too. They're looking to get the kill here on Ame with the BKB being popped by XXS. They'll take the first life out of the hands of the Wraith King and look over at Shinkyu. They'll take him out, so no Tiny, but the laser hits 3, and XXS
Good
trying to get up to
Ravage.
them, and the Ravage comes out on a 4. They're going to look over to XXS. They've
I
got
got the
Doom
Tinker!
onto the Tinker, so Nothing to Say. Well, he's been shut up and shut down. Why? Nothing to say. He goes down. So does Ame. Even with a big Ravage like that, it's not enough for LGD to win the fight. And Aster, they turn this one around. And yeah, that's right, XXS. They gambled, they lost, and now, well, Faith Beyond trying to get out of this, and Monet trying to keep up, but he won't be able to do so just yet. They've got the scan. Faith Beyond, he's out.
A little late. Yeah, kind of late. Why are you saying what I'm saying?
Get out of my head.
But yeah, like, did you see the Tinker was just stuck on the high ground there? Got doomed up. I don't even know how they had vision. I think somebody dropped the sentry ward up there, which gave them the vision of the Tinker. Absolute MVP move right there. Because if the Tinker is just up there, spams his lasers and rockets, Aster's going to get crushed in that fight.
Yeah. Well, he hit that first 3-man laser, and then he got doomed right after.
Yeah, but the laser, do you see how much damage it dealt? Like, when it, everything gone.
Yeah.
Half HP gone.
Everybody got tiny.
Tiny
Tinier.
air.
I'm scared. I'm really scared. Grimstroke, I didn't see the Dark Portrait get used, but there's a lot going on in that fight.
Yeah, just on the
Try
Rave
to-
King.
Yeah, try to
dealing a
catch
lot
it
of
out
damage.
again next time. Here we go. I'm gonna look at it once again.
Yeah, look at the Tinker. How he gets stuck on the high ground. It's really a big
Rockets.
question, like, how did he get stuck there? So he's there right now.
And the Dark Portrait was actually on the tiny.
On a tiny. No, on both, because of Soulbind.
Oh, right.
He blinked up, instantly gets doomed. Oh, because he lasered, they got vision of him. Yeah, a little misplay from Nothing to Say, because he cannot get doomed. He's the biggest damage source right now.
Over mid, Ame. He's gonna run his way out.
Yeah. Suddenly 5k lead, almost refresher on Doom. Double Doom, I mean, just Doom the Rave King twice, I guess. Why not?
Yeah, refresher, very balanced item right now.
Yeah. 150 seconds cooldown is exactly how it should be.
I think it just needs the Aeon Disc treatment.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Like, I don't think it shuts it down completely. It's still good the first couple uses. For the most part, you're really only using it once or twice. Because it's kind of later in the game that you're picking it up.
Well, you
but-
say that. Razor picks it up like second item.
Yeah, so then, it kind of nerfs heroes that do that by
Yeah.
making it later not be as effective.
Yeah.
I think it's fine with the Aeon Disc treatment.
I wouldn't mind it at all.
It's like the first smart thing I've ever said.
Very smart. Yeah, as you said, it's a rarity.
6K lead for Aster. They're up by quite a bit, and honestly, taking a series off of LGD, we've talked about it before, taking a series off the league favorite is always big.
Yeah, you gotta be careful when you're LGD. You don't want to be in those tiebreakers again.
No, do not.
I just going Roche. They just smoked the Roche, but they got unsmoked. No. Thank you. Or yes, or no. What?
No. Yes, no?
He just wanted to give him one more crit. Like, screw you, Roshan.
I'll be back. MKB finished off for Ori. Ags
that
now
one
for
is
the
massive.
Dawnbreaker.
That 60% evasion in the Dawnbreaker ult is absolutely massive. And the heal also. Ridiculous amounts. Team fights just got a whole lot harder. There's also Refresher on Doom with Spider Legs, so hiding is not that easy for the Tinker.
No. There we go, using that Midas.
But not the Devour. Inefficient. Use it now. There's a recruit right there. Eat it. Okay. Alright. You're the boss.
Things kind of quieting down. Like we've talked about. It's not like the biggest bloodbath this game, but it certainly has been starting to go off a little bit.
What do you think about... Well, I'll talk about it later. Big Smoke.
XXS looking for the blink in. He's got the refresher. Double Doom could be an initiation
find?
tactic. And
Oh, they didn't go.
Goes the other way towards the creeper.
That was lucky for LGD. Armin could have died twice there easily. What do you think if Doom Shard made him able to eat heroes for like 2 seconds or so? I think it would be funny.
He becomes another Rubik. He just gets the steal hero ability.
No, he just eats you. Kind of like Pudge, but offensive.
I guess.
And then you blink away and you're like... It sounds so broken. Never mind. Never mind. It's okay. I said never mind.
Well, it wasn't your best idea.
It's so broken, dude.
Smoke, ooh. Did they just catch Vision of Monet right there?
Smoke, ooh.
Smoke, ooh. And they're going to go for Bobica instead. They'll look over. Monet's got the BKB as well as the Wukongs. Bobica's going to die immediately.
Damage.
Buy back. They'll look over onto the back lines. They're going to use the Doom
He's
here.
broken the
onto
Monkey King.
Tide, and they look over at Monet. Monet's kind of been left to his own accord, and they get the kill onto the Monkey King. They did use that Doom onto the Tide, but Tide, he's not going to outlive it. They use that Dark Portrait. That'll copy the Tide, and now Nothing to Say needs to leave. Just getting that blink off the Phantom's Embrace. Now he's silenced on the other side of the fight. They get the kill on Faith Beyond. They've taken out Y. They've taken out Faith Beyond, but Y has buyback and Y has Ravage. We'll see why he bought back.
Wow. But Asta know that too, so why is buyback? Might be all for naught. So why did he buy back?
Money to burn.
Now our Ping and Roche, potentially just to try and deter Aster.
What does that mean though?
Deter, also known as to stop or to
Discourage.
discourage. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good one.
Alright, it's going into pit. Just going to the
Not-
pit. Their pit
not-
is, Roshan is slow though for them, no?
Yeah, not enough of a deterrent, I guess.
They do have Lina with MKB, which is quite a bit of damage, so I guess they like alright. Okay, they're
This
gonna
is
concede
why
it.
they bought back.
Yeah, they're gonna concede it though.
Or are they? He's starting to come forward. The timing on it. Does he have it? No. He was starting to walk over. It looked like he was leaning that way. They'll go to the
Whoa.
Ravage. It only hits onto the Grimstroke. The BKB's going to be popped by Ori, and now they're going to go after his XXS. Infernal Blade hits on Y. Rockets coming through. They might be trying to find themselves Nothing to Say. Right clicks in. They've broken Bobica. Shinkyu going forward, but the Soulbind Laguna Blade onto both. Right clicks in here from Ori. Will take out the Tiny. Nothing to Say on the high ground once again.
Oh,
Now he
Nothing to
wakes up on
Say!
low ground. He's all the way over by XXS. They're looking at the Wraith King, who's in the Wukong still. Siamese Cat trying to find Nothing to Say. Hammer up onto the high ground, but Nothing to Say low on mana. Needs to be careful, TPing back to base. They took the first life out of the hands of Ame. They got the kill onto the Tiny, and they lose the Grimstroke, but they still have an Aegis in the hands of Monet.
Man, the balls are Nothing to Say. He blinked next to the
Like,
Doom.
yeah.
and then he blinked next to the Lina and it still blinks out again.
Hey, hi.
I wonder if he actually like, because Doom wasn't a low ground with spider legs, maybe he didn't like see him.
Player's bottom tower.
Because that blink was really, yeah, like that's not something you see every day. Are you the Doom? Do you have Doom? Yeah? Let me just blink here real quick.
Let me test this theory.
Oh, you had it. You hands up, mate.
I'm okay.
He's going for A on this now next on the Doom. Makes sense. Spread the Doom. Silver Edge. I guess it was good damage out. But yeah, you can see Tinker's becoming a big problem now.
Yeah, but he's still able to be dealt with.
For now.
Dire's middle tower.
Well, always really. If they get a Doom on him, he's always gonna be like, wah.
Yeah. His stocks go down.
Dire's
Exorcism.
Monet's in
fuels Faith Beyond. He's in far. BKB's gonna be popped by Monet. He'll go to the Wukongs. This is gonna be over up towards the steps, and Faith Beyond's able to walk out of it, but they're blinking forward. They've got Ame going through. They've got
A
the
lot of
lasers. Nothing to
damage.
say. He's on the high ground. Nobody coming his way, but finally a Yules comes out from Ori, trying to line up the stun. He's got it. Defense matrix status resistance isn't going to be enough. Ravage is out, and they get the kill
Nice
on Ori.
Ravage.
Why? Finally with the Ravage that turns the
He's just
team
TPing
fight.
out.
They're going to go
Oh.
after XXS. They were looking for the TP out, but Nothing to Say he's going to drop here to Siamese Cat.
Instant buyback.
Siamese Cat running away. Exorcism still doing a lot of damage. They get the kill to the Dawnbreaker. Another look over at Bobica. He's silenced. He's killed. Lasered in half. Not really like James Bond, because James Bond doesn't get cut in half by those lasers he is taunted with. Bobica, in fact, did die to it, though. Now they'll go to the high ground right off that fight. They've got all 5 heroes here for LGD.
Beautiful Ravage too. Will they be able to defend it? It's very scary. Doom has buyback. Like if they can get a catch on the Tinker, it would be massive for them. But Nothing to Say is not a guy to just get caught out that easily. Let's concede the side. I think it's the best you can do probably at this.
Can't go through mid, and they still have
Yeah.
a tier 2.
Only can go top.
They can take the tier 2, and that's about it.
Yeah, should be pretty fast too since they have that. So yeah, they shouldn't get much more though.
Dire's middle tower has
I
fallen.
think. Nah. They're gonna be.
Obaka loses his courier in the gym. Level 25
Oi.
here for Ame.
what's staying
Lotus
again?
Orb on the
He's
Guna
out.
blade.
He's out.
Ooh, yeah, he just gets out of the circle. Normally an elimination if you're sumo wrestling, but
no buyback, no
whoa,
buyback, no buyback.
BKB. Ooh, gosh, he's getting really low, just trying to hobble his way out of this one. And Ame again, low life, just taking this tier 3 tower.
Wow, he gets
For
clapped
more
by
and more
himself.
they go. Yeah, the Dark Portrait proving
Oh,
to
they
be
caught
the
him.
enemy in this one, and now they've got the stun. They'll use the Doom, the toss back by Jinkyu. That'll bring them all the way over to Faith Beyond. The Soulbine's going to reconnect. They've got themselves the E-Blade. The
He's
Doom
dead.
looks like it's enough damage, and the Boundless Strike with the help of XXS, they'll get the kill. XXS now focusing his attention onto the Death Prophet. Goes up into the air. Faith Beyond, not much he can throw the way of Aster. And, well, silence on a 3 is not going to save his life. He'll be silenced for 80 seconds while he's dead.
You know, that was one of those Ame first season moments, not Ame at TI moments.
Staying too long.
Yeah, like he did it all the time in the first season. Like, they get punished for it every time. Like, he stood there with 50 health. Why?
Just to get clapped by his Dark
Like,
Portrait.
I would understand if there's like 1 or 2 dead people on Asta, but they're all alive, and he just walks up the hill, and yeah, it just kind of forces his team into a really bad team fight.
Yeah,
Good job on Asta though, like the Grimstroke killing him there like that. I mean, didn't take a whole lot, he had 50 health, but Doom jumping right on top with the Shiva's guard so he can't blink out, dooms him straight after. And Wraith King is a good counter to Doom, but
and then sticks
Only
with
when he
him
opens up.
even after he gets tossed away from the fight.
it's because he has no boots on Wraith King. It's like, I understand why you don't have boots, but why are you sticking around?
You can have one or the other, not both. Wow, the net worth.
Look at this.
200 gold, 100 gold.
Radiant's
Even?
tower has
What?
fallen.
And now an Aster lead.
Yeah, but are you ever really leading against a Tinker is the question.
Also, it says it's a 500 net worth lead there, but 1,000 over there.
I'm confused.
Math
Maybe they're
math-
rounding up.
Math doesn't check out.
Maybe they're rounding up. Or it's like not updated right away.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Who knows? Gaben. Here's a Lincolns on Tinker. Wow. It's something you don't see all day. Every day.
Seems
all day.
to, like, super defensive. Lincoln's now BKB.
Yeah. And if you put both on one hero, it's really hard to see the Lincolns. Like the defense matrix and the Lincolns.
Lotus Orb is actually pretty clutch there. They got it on the Ame, and then it zapped back the Laguna Blade. But it wasn't enough. It was clutch, but not game-saving.
Not
At
clutch
least
enough.
Right there, yeah.
I see a Wraith King head. You see that too?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You just got to double tap the screen.
Oh, and then it
know.
like zooms in and gets all the stats.
Yeah. Sentry.
Did you know that
Some
meme
servers.
spider picture where it looks like a spider's on the screen?
Yes.
I got trolled by it so many times, especially when I was younger.
You're the kind of person who fell for the crack screen screenshot.
No, that wasn't me. You're the kind of guy that fell for the horror game The Labyrinth thing.
Oh, the maze one?
Yeah.
My brother got me with that. I cried.
Not surprising, very scary. I did it to my brother too. A big smoke for an outpost.
At least just an outpost for now.
Yeah, not bad.
47 seconds till Roche is up potentially. So
I say 90 seconds.
you say 90 seconds after this 40 seconds or 90
Yeah.
seconds including this 40
After the
seconds?
40 seconds.
Okay.
How about you?
I think it's going to be 20 seconds. It's going to be a short one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay. Okay.
They're posturing to control the pit. They have buyback available on Tide and Wraith King.
Is under attack.
Not enough gold on Shinkyu or Faith Beyond.
Soon.
And nothing to say doesn't have his for 2.5 minutes. Doesn't have the gold regardless.
I
Now
think it's really
5-man smoke
important.
from Aster.
Like, if they want to be really safe, they're just going to wait for the buyback on Tinker. But they're not.
2 minutes, 50 seconds on Roche. They're going to look for Faith Beyond. Monet's right on him. LSA comes in. They've got the Laguna Blade as well. The damage coming out onto Faith Beyond. There's the E-Blade to try and save him. It's not going to be enough. So now Tiny in a little bit of trouble. They've got the Refresher after the Doom. He's blinking forward, looking for nothing to say, but he's on the low ground. Who popped the Aeon Disc. They look for the damage. They've got the Inferno Blade, but here comes Ame. Ame with the Wraithfire Blast, forcing out the BKB from XXS. And
Tiny's burning.
Tiny will die.
Yeah.
Never
Died
able
to
to
the doom.
survive. Yeah. His fate was doomed. They're on an exact timer, though, the Death Prophet and the Tiny.
Not quite exact, but close.
Semantics.
What means semantics? Milliseconds until second. Post 5 Tide is actually so farmed, almost has a refresher.
That's wild.
Once he has that, he's going to be a big threat, like actually Doom worthy.
Yeah. Well, they doomed him in one of the fights, and then...
And then they
obviously
lost
right-
that fight.
Yeah.
So they stopped dooming him.
Obviously, right here, they doomed the Tiny. Roche not for another minute and 40. It was a long one.
Yeah. I'm technically right because it was closer.
Yeah. Price is right rules.
Yeah. 1 minute to buyback for Tinker. I have a hard time seeing how Aster wins the fight when Tinker has a buyback, to be honest.
Or he's going to have his buyback as well. Gosh.
Next
Upgrade
fight's going to be a
that
big
blink.
one. How many buybacks we're going to see next team fight? I say
At least 3.
5.
Because there's 3 available. I'll give you at least 3.
Wow. Playing very risky today, sir.
Yeah, my hyper analysis. Level 25, now 26 for the
Oh.
Tinker.
Timed is ready on the Tinker as well.
Yeah.
Lovely. Well, at least he can't get much bigger on the Wraith King. It's good news for Aster.
Well, you say that. There's still an Ag's Blessing or an Ag's to get at some point.
And still a Rapier instead of the Armlet.
Yeah. He could replace that.
Oh,
Deso if
Monet,
he
you gotta be
wants to.
careful here. It's not a place to be caught out at this point. He
Just
doesn't
farming,
know.
playing greedy,
What is
BKB
fast?
early, Inkswell now trying to turn this around. They've got the Balance Strike as well as the Soul Mine on it too. There's the Wukongs and the damage coming out here onto Ame. Faith Beyond forced out of the circle. They're gonna go after Ame. He's popped the BKB, he's trying to run. They've got the Ravage coming in on a 3. Nothing to say over to the side. He gets the Andis out of the hands of XXS. But now, why? It's not gonna be enough just to have that Ravage. They get the kill there on a Faith Beyond, taking him out for 90. You've got all 5 heroes available on the side of Aster still, but no ults. Roche, that's the prize. It's just respawned. No buyback on Faith Beyond, and even if he has no exorcism,
I think he has a Hex, right?
no.
No, he doesn't. How did he get Hex previously? Does somebody have a Hex? Somebody got Hex before.
Pickball?
No, there was a core that got Hexed. Was it actually Pickpole? Damn, I'm so confused. Must have been. I saw no Hex on the Tinker. Well, they really need one because he needs some instant initiation. I thought he had it all along after the team fight, but he doesn't have it. This is going straight into Roche pit though.
I think your eyes are lying to you.
There was someone hexed.
Roche,
No, he was not hexed.
let's see. He's becoming tinier and tinier.
Who does that axe go to? Wraith King? Keep everybody alive for a while?
What? Sure.
It's pretty good. And ages to him as well again. Okay. I'll take it, he says.
Replacing the Deso with the Aegis.
What's more value, Armlet or Deso?
Armlet. Just gonna take a wild guess.
Illusion.
Okay. I'm not going to tell you what the answer is, but good guess.
I think that means I got it right, guys. So back to even.
Even Steven.
Great show. They've got the cheese on Tide.
My Tinker has no hex,
Yeah.
but he has a Lincoln's and a BKB.
Yeah.
You want to think about that.
Hyper defensive is not what you like.
It's not what I like.
Though the refresher's still being built here for Y.
Yeah. A Cane Blink up on Doom. Putting that refresher on like 112 seconds cooldown or so. Pretty minuscule.
Bring back Getting nothing to say. He'll bring Blink to that high ground.
He went for
over on the
overwhelming
Secret
Blink,
Shop.
actually. So he's not going for Hex at all, huh? Until like
It could be
super late.
next, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, but it's really late.
Let's see if he cues the Hex up. Doom. Refresher. Shiva's Arcane Blink. BKB. With the Shard.
Yeah.
It feels pretty strong.
It does. I mean, he's a very big problem. And now the thing is that Tinker is actually not that big of a deal because he doesn't have the Hex, so you don't necessarily need to worry about him too much. Because you are very survivable on the Monkey and on the Lina.
Right.
And really, not having a Hex on his hero at this time is very interesting that he chose to not go for it. They have
It
a
showed how
nullifier
quickly
now.
they could kill the Wraith King, too.
Yeah, for sure. And then he's stuck like in the Wukongs.
Especially the level 25.
Yeah, I mean, at least he has 3 lives, but I know how much that's gonna help if you're in the Wukongs. Probably not that much.
We'll see how much the Axon Wraith King even does.
I mean, that one is really strong, but yeah.
I almost would have said
That's
give it to like Y or something like that.
I mean, potential could have worked as well, but you have this double Ravage. So even if he gets doomed on Y, he's always going to get the double Ravage off now. Which is pretty strong. He doesn't even have the mana for it, does he? No, he doesn't. He's missing like 200 mana. He's no Soul Ring. Well, at least Refresher gives us a very good mana region, but he's going to have to wait for a good 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, or has it if he said it was to buy back or something like that.
Yeah.
4-man smoke. Taking the outpost. It looks so easy for LGD to walk high ground before, too. And they have kind of been cut down to size by Aster.
Yeah. The team fight where they overstayed a little bit, very costly.
Yeah, that was the beginning of like this turn. So Ame getting caught. The Dark Portrait. And then jumped.
Wind Waker now on Death Prophet. Interesting. They do have a Witchbane. Is it called Witchbane? Yeah, it is, right? On the Monkey King, so they can dispel it.
AC picked up for the Wraith King.
Doesn't he have a Nullifier too on Monkey King? I'm pretty sure he does. Yep. So that Wind Waker is at 8k down the garbage disposal.
That hurts. That feels real bad.
Yeah. It's interesting too that like a much cheaper item just counters it so badly, right?
You think Wind Waker's too expensive?
Yeah, but I mean it's also pretty
Strong.
what it does, yeah. Especially on here like DP, like repositioning yourself by being invulnerable. Is it invulnerable or invulnerable? Or either way works.
I'll go with either way works.
Okay.
Radiant
Almost
are
40,000 net worth here for Ame. 51 minutes into the game. This is usually the trend with Aster LGD games.
Yeah, so what neutral items are we going to see?
I never want to get too ahead of myself. Every time I say there's going to be 60-minute items, I jinx it.
I haven't really ever seen the new ones in a pro game. The Arcanist armor, it's a pretty fun one, like the AoE Blade Mail.
This might be that game.
It might be, or it might not. We just get Force Boots and Book of Shadows. That's always there, and the Undead Book of the Dead. It's always the first one to drop.
It's always.
You want the most fun ones, you always get the dumb book.
Let me get Mirror Shield or Ex Machina.
The Mirror Shield is actually so game breaking against Doom.
Book of Shadows.
Yeah, Book of Shadows. Why does Ex Machina give so much armor, by the way? And a free refresh. On like a 30 seconds cooldown.
Can I get a good tier 5? No, son, we have a good tier 5 at home. Book of Shadows. Great, thanks.
The best one. honestly, I think people just don't know how to use it because you rarely have the chance to ever use it, so no one is familiar with it. But it can be pretty game-breaking. Like, you just banish them out of the game like an OD Astral, basically.
Dato is picked up here from Monet. They've all smoked up, looking for their opportunity, and it's a dire scan that lands.
Dire's top tower is under
Oh, Faith Bjorn, you're a very big part of the Radiant success. You gotta be careful.
Ori's bot, though, and Dawnbreaker's top cleaning up.
Where are you?
In the studio. XXS blinking and dooming. Now looking to get this kill. Infernal Blade trying to strum some chords there. Now
He
the
didn't
Ravage
refresh
comes
BKB.
out, and now the BKBs come through. They've got the Doom once again as that's been refreshed. On the other side of the fight, though, they'll look for the Grimstroke. They'll take him out. He'll buy back. So did the Tiny as well as the Tide. Wind Waker falling back. Siamese Cat in some trouble. They've got themselves the Circle of the Wukong's command, but it's not enough
Monet's
to
low.
get nothing to say. Monet is sitting really low up in the trees, looking for a balance strike to stop them from chasing. Now the Dark Portrait once again, but eventually that Dark Portrait will be erased with Photoshop.
He got Monet!
Oh, nothing to say, caught him! He's got buyback, and he's going to be forced to use it. They look over at the Grimstroke, who just bought back. Bobica on the run. Right click's coming in from Ori. Faith Beyond being slowed quite a lot. He's got the defense matrix on him. And now, ooh, Tiny jumping in. They've got the toss on XXS.
Hey, don't pick up me, don't pick up me, don't pick up me.
And now he's trying to run. Another laser comes out. Monet just bought back, and he's going to drop down for 2 minutes. Nothing to say against the kill. They look over. Zombie's going to move forward with the Wraithfire Blast.
Ori!
Ori and the right clicks cut right through him. They'll buy back. They'll lose side.
No way.
XXS trying to hold his ground, trying to right click in, but they've got that axe on the Wraith King, so that'll keep alive this Tinker to
Tinker's
get a
opponent.
kill on XXS as he finally goes down and buys back. Ori, as well as XXS, trying to hold it all together. They've got the Lotus Orb, but here comes the laser, as well as the rockets. Ori in trouble. Inkswell on the two with the BKB being popped by nothing to say. And
Ori.
eventually, Ori, can he hold it
Ori.
together? It's XXS gone, and it's looking like this game is gone as there's a
Rampage.
rampage for nothing to say.
All right.
The tips come out for Tinker, and they will call GG. LGD will take this series 2-1 on the back of a rampage there from nothing to say. Neff in shambles.
It is so difficult fighting into that double Ravage, man. Like, it didn't even hit a lot of heroes, but just the disturbance it caused. And then Aster just trickled in buybacks one by one. It was a Grimstroke. 10 seconds later, it's the Monkey King. And 10 seconds later, it's the Lina.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't like do it all at once. And then when the Lina bought back, Monkey King was already dead again. And it's just clutch. Like, clutchness level of LGD is way, way out of this world right now.
Yeah, they can pick up the pieces when they're broken on the ground.
Yeah, yeah, and that's really the only difference in this entire series. Like, it could have been it could have gone either way, right? But
Yeah.
just LGD is more clutch. They got all that from TI, right? Like, where they had so many clutch wins at TI as well, and I mean, it is really annoying to lose like this for Aster, for sure.
Because they looked really good.
Yeah, they really did. But I don't think they can be too unhappy with their performance. Like, against LGD, you perform like that. Arguably, you are even ahead for quite a bit of the game. But yeah, ultimately, LGD to LGD. What can you do?
Yeah,
What can you
LGD, they take it 2-1 over Aster. Things that look good for Aster, though, overall, were pretty plentiful. But to break down the things that went well for both teams is the panel. Back over to you guys.
100 audio.
Well, a great ending to a great series as LGD are able to take the win over Team Aster in a 2-1 victory. And I mean, that's the way to do it, friends. That is the way to do it. Yes, the Tinker does win, unfortunately. Neff, he does get the victory in the end, but you can't deny it was pretty well played from nothing to say.
I mean, if you consider using defense matrix, cool and balanced ability, absolutely. It was well played. Being able to blink away when you're getting hit by people or getting disabled by them. Awesome, cool stuff. But congratulations to them. They did manage to take the series. I did prefer their draft a little bit, and I thought that they were 2-0 Aster coming into this. So Aster definitely impressed. They pushed that game to what, like 54, 55 minutes at the end there. So even though there's no justice in the world, it was well deserved that they won this game.
That's fair.
I mean, what was for you the clutch moments that ended up winning LGD out in this final game?
I think a lot of it came to the item choices on the side of LGD. I mean, we saw in these fights, like there was a lot of times where this Doom, he finds the target that he wants to get on top of, but then he can't use Doom because there's Lotus Orbs or Lincolns or Force Staffs, and so you just kind of have to wait. You don't have any other options other than, or you just Doom yourself, which doesn't sound very good. But no, they made a lot of really good choices on LGD, and Monet just ended up struggling more than I thought he would on this Monkey King.
Get him. Nothing to say down.
Yeah, it was a tough game for the Monkey King, honestly. Like, even at the end of the game, he wasn't really the carry, was he? Boca was basically, well, I guess Wraith King was kind of the carry for both teams. When a hero is so broken that it's carrying both teams simultaneously, that's the stage this game reached.
Yeah, you were talking about that one in the back room there. We were watching. We're like, oh, god damn, this Wraith King illusion is doing as much damage as the Wraith King. This is the carry now. It's Baboka. And they did think so on PSG LGD. There was that one of the last fights there. They ended up baiting the Doom pretty far forward, and the Ravage was centered on the Grimstroke. That's the hero they wanted to shut down and stop making illusions from this Wraith King because it was killing them.
Yeah, stop copying me. That's basically the message there. Stop copying me. They had to, I mean, it was really nice play, as you say, to bait out the Grimstroke positioning and then bring him down like that, absolutely. And yeah, in the end, what was stopping this Lina from just being an absolute beast, though? Because I think whilst Lina did get a ton of damage off in this game, she wasn't able to really finish off the kills, I felt.
Yeah, I mean, she actually had really good damage being dealt, but there's so much sustain actually on the side of PSG LGD. She doesn't want to really lay into this Wraith King. Like, the Wraith King has to be dealt by the Monkey King. Her goal is to take down this Death Prophet, or maybe even find the Tinker with the help of the Doom. But a lot of these fights, Tinker is allowed to just kind of do whatever he wants, and Ori tried his best, but the PSG LG, I mean, they just had more patience, and they had the better team fight to respond to it.
I mean, when you're playing Lina against a team that has so many Blink Daggers, it's also incredibly difficult. They're always going to be able to get on top of you, and so you just end up melting. Another issue that Ori was having this game. So yes, we're dishing out a lot of damage, but you were also very susceptible to just getting gone on and dying.
Yeah, and he didn't die a ton, but it just means that you have to be more careful with your positioning, so you can't kind of commit to finishing off the kills. I think that's the biggest point here with this Lina's game.
And of course, Tinker's laser bouncing. If it ever clips the Lina, you don't. It feels so bad to just BKB because you got lasered, but
it's very.
You got to save it for stuns. And
this moment here, literally, mate. You know that thing where you throw up in your mouth and then you get bad breath for the rest of the day? That's what this moment gave me. It was horrible.
Yeah, and even when you kill Tinker, he's still alive thanks to the Egg and Scepter on the Wraith King there.
And then he just buys back and TP's back into your base.
He's never actually out of the team fight.
Yeah, what an annoying guy. Basically, I just grooving on over with that Wind Waker at the end there as well. Very, very funky. Great game all around, and LGD were certainly the deserving winners in the end, but Aster, full credit to them. They put up a magnificent fight here, much better than we might have thought, especially after their performance in the Huya event. Does that mean we should be looking at IG and RNG with very, very serious possibility of taking some big games here, because they did even better than Aster at the Huya event, right?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, Aster showed up today. They played incredible Dota, and I would say all of these teams in Division 1 are very good.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be surprised if we see a lot of close series like this as we go on.
I think people were probably shaking the rust off in the Huya tournament and getting back into things. I wouldn't say that we're going to see the same results in the DPC that we saw in that one. These matches are worth so much more to each of these teams after all. PSG didn't even play in that one, right?
No.
So I wouldn't put too much weight on what happened in that tournament. I'm more concerned about what's going to be happening going forward. So PSG LGD obviously still on top, but Aster, I think they probably surprised everybody. They changed up their lineup and they did this well.
Yeah,
they almost won 2 games there, and this last one ended up going on pretty long.
Yeah, and I believe I read that they have 2 players playing from Indonesia, I think, as well. That's going to be obviously holding them back a little bit, and even then, just doing this well is very impressive. So, yeah, huge shout out to them. Any closing thoughts on this game before we move on?
I mean, honestly, to me, I want to give credit to Aster. I think a lot of people, I mean, a lot of us like did not think that they were going to take this to 3 games to begin with, let alone having as convincing of a game 1 and then nearly closing out the series 2-0 in game 2. So I think a lot of credit goes to them in their performance here today. LGD, though, the powerhouse of a team, bounced back incredibly well.
Who deserves MVP, though? Who would you say deserves MVP, though?
Boboka, even though he lost. When the support is the carry, he deserves MVP.
True. Although maybe we have to say then that the carry from Aster deserves it, Monet, because he was carrying both teams. You know,
that's
double the
true.
carrying. You know, maybe he's candidate for it.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Anybody other than Tinker. If it's nothing to say, then I'm going to lose it.
You're just gonna leave.
That's what's going to storm out
going
here.
home.
Yeah.
What about the sports though? I mean, the sports master did an amazing job, didn't they?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think honestly, the supports in the Chinese region specifically are some of the best in the world. I mean, we talked a lot about this last DPC, just how standout all of this, like the 4 positions specifically are. And now you get to see them like going head to head. The supports really do make or break a lot of these games.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a giant nerd like myself, then it is actually really interesting to. No, you guys are super cool.
Yeah.
Of course.
When you go through the replays of some of these games as
I
well,
wouldn't do that as nerd stuff. But continue.
and you watch like the vision map,
Yeah.
it can be really interesting because sometimes you catch it in this game. For example, I noticed how they placed a sentry on top of an outpost which they were taking, and I was like, why are they doing that? So I watched the replay, and it turns out there's that they always place the observer ward just outside the range of the outpost. It's just these small little things which, you know, you catch glimpses of, and then it just turns out to be like layers on layers on layers of warding the interest. It's very interesting to watch through. And you know what I want though? I want to hear from one of the players themselves, and we do actually have an interview lined up. We can talk to the man himself. It is Faith Bian who we get to have a conversation. Firstly, how are you feeling after this win?
就首先你现在赢了之后，现在感觉怎么样？
赢了就感觉很好吧，毕竟 DPC 第一场，然后我们也是很久没打比赛了，也是比较艰难，然后就能赢下来，感觉很棒。
I feel really great. This is the first match of our DPC season, so it's really nice, especially because we haven't been playing competitive match for a long time. So it's really good to win the first game.
Excellent. So, would you say that you expected Aster to be playing on this level?
你们之前有想过 Aster 会在打出这种非常优异的表现吗？
就我来说的话，还是挺意外的吧，因为他们就是他们那个在 TI10之后，他们的行程非常的就是颠簸，然后他们现在还有队员在国外，然后就他们很艰辛很艰难，然后但是他们现在确实打得很好。
To be honest, it's quite surprising to me that Aster is playing such well because after TI10 they've been struggling very much, and some of the players are still not back in China, and they're still traveling abroad and to have the performance like this is really surprising. They're doing really well today.
Are there any players from that team which you want to individually shout out who did particularly well?
有没有就是哪个选手你特别想要去说，就是对手打得今天特别好的？
我觉得莫奈打得挺好的吧。
Yeah, I think Monet played pretty well today.
We definitely agree. So you guys have spent a lot of time off. Were you watching any of the other DPC regions with your time off, and which region did you enjoy the most?
就是你们有休息了很长一段时间嘛？最近有没有看其他赛区的一些比赛？然后你自己的话，就是最喜欢看哪一些队伍或者哪些赛区的比赛？
有看过一些欧洲的比赛的录像，
就是
比较喜欢
具体点
看欧洲的。
没有具体的队伍吗？
队伍就比如说什么 Liquid 的 OG，雪碧这些，
Yeah, mainly teams from the Europe region like Liquid, OG, and Team Spirit.
Awesome. Do you guys have any questions?
I do. You guys are obviously one of the best teams going into this DPC season, but my question is if you feel it's a strength or a weakness being together still? Do you think having your roster together makes you stronger, or do you think it makes it very easy for people to predict what you're going to do because they're used to playing against you?
今年的话，其实你们还是原班人马，然后你们也是整个赛季的比较热门的队伍嘛。那你觉得你们5个人没有换阵容的话，对你们来说是优势，因为你们可能磨合的更好了，还是说也同时会影响到你们的可能是一些缺点，因为别人也会更熟悉你们一些打法？你是怎么想的？
优劣这个东西就是看我们自己吧，就是因为之前 TI10的结果也是对我们会有影响嘛，然后就看我们能不能克服困难，有新的成长。
I think it's all up on us because advantages and disadvantages is only like how we play, and I think the result of TI10 have left an impact on us, and we just want to try to improve and play better.
Respectable. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I have a question as well. Going into game 2, just kind of curious what the morale was like on the team. I mean, you guys had a fairly rough game number 1, and game 2 was a little bit of a shaky start, but you guys managed to pull it out. So I'm just curious, what was like the change? What changed for the team in the middle of game 2 there?
想问一下，就是第2场的时候，就是你们队内的氛围是怎么样？因为我知道第1局就输了嘛，然后第2局的话，其实一开始打的也，挺不顺的。那你们中间是怎么样去调整过来的？然后当时队内是怎么沟通的？然后氛围是什么样的？
第2把确实一开始很烈，然后特别是前面我夜魔开大也没杀到人，然后当时气氛确实就比较僵吧，然后也没什么办法，就是沟通我们这个阵容的强势期在哪，然后就根据阵容强势期慢慢去打，然后有打出效果之后，就大家沟通就会有起色。
Yeah, it was kind of a silence at the beginning because we didn't really have anything to do in the early game, and I spent my Night Stalker's ulti, and we still didn't get a kill. So we just try to communicate with each other and try to figure out when can we really go strike and take advantage of our squad. And after we doing that, we start to getting better and communicate more and try to win the game from that point on.
Right on, thank you.
All right, last question then. Which team are you most looking forward to playing in the Chinese DPC?
中国赛区的话，有没有最想打的队伍是哪一支
？RNG 吧，跟他们训练感觉他们比较厉害。
Yeah, RNG because during the scrim we figure they are the best team.
Alrighty, Faith Beyond, thank you so much for talking to us, and best of luck in the DPC.
Thank you.
All right, that's Faith Beyond. Excellent interview. Some very insightful answers there. And yeah, great to see them feeling so optimistic. I loved what you said about, waking up in kind of game 2 and finding their fire. And generally, it feels a lot like LGD. They still have something to prove. And it's so important that hunger's still there for them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited for the RNG match between them as well. And I'm not that surprised that that's the team they're looking forward to playing the most. Those teams are going to be incredible when they finally face off. So very excited for that one as well.
It's going to be action-packed as well as we have to condense, normal 6 weeks of DPC. Instead of 5 games a week, we got 10 here.
Yep, that's right. That's right. It is non-stop action, guys. Make sure you keep on tuning in because it's going to be an awesome week of Dota, and then another one, and then another one, and who knows, we'll get some tiebreaks as well. It's been an awesome day, and I'm so excited to all the Dota we've got to come. But here for the Chinese DPC, day number 1, we are all done. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for plenty more action. Goodbye.